this does. Tell me, I mean, I know what you just said, but just tell us what it does. What's your intention, what you're trying to do?
Sorry. Well, what this bill does is, or sorry, not bill. What this amendment does is just take out the reference to Gillibrand de Lauro bill and leaves in that the Democrats will make sure that the United States finally enacts national paid family and medical leave to provide workers with at least 12 weeks of paid leave for mothers. And this is what I wanted to change. It says mothers and fathers, but we notice that it should say mothers, fathers, and caregivers. Excuse me. We will fight to allow workers the right to earn at least 7 days of paid sick leave and will encourage employers to provide paid vacation.
Ms. Lee.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would hope that in the spirit of trying to move this forward, in the spirit of party unity, that we would accept this. I think the parties have worked in good faith to bring it forward, and I would urge an aye vote.
Any others pro?
Positive.
Any pro votes? Stand.
I would agree. I think we recognize we're working in a spirit of cooperation here to get the principle adopted and to push for a piece of legislation. So we are working closely together, and I would affirm these amendments.
Thank you.
Any other pro votes? Pro.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, I just want to join in the spirit of cooperation and thank Deborah for this amendment and Nira for working on the exact language. I think it's very important that we have this and strengthen this, as many folks around the state are introducing paid family leave, I know, in Ohio. So I think this would be something that we could stand united together behind.
Anybody
opposed?
Yes, Ms. Browner.
Just point of clarification, we're voting on two pieces here, three pieces. We're going to change the title. We're going to change the who's covered. It's mother, father, and family caregiver, I think you said.
Caregivers.
And caregivers. And then, so we have three things we're doing. Yeah. Right.
Very well.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this amendment? Then we will take the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Looks like it's unanimous.
Did you have a question?
I'm sorry. Ms. Schaefer.
Yeah, is this, call me naive, maybe I am. This is under the same, on page 4, work family. The beginning, the first line, it says, we will fight to at last secure equal pay for women and the Equal Rights Amendment in our Constitution. I think the language should be much stronger, because after 200 plus years, we definitely deserve the right to have the Equal Rights Amendment ratified in the Constitution, because most women do not know they do not have rights under the Constitution. Thank you.
I think the vote has been taken. I understand.
I'm sorry, the language is not.
I understand. The vote has been taken. So are you in favor or against?
Of course I'm in favor.
All right, fine. All right, thank you. Then that amendment passed. Any other amendments to the section? Mr. McKibben.
So this amendment you'll find on page 5, lines 28 and 29.
Has the amendment been distributed?
Has. In fact, it's on the board behind you, I believe. On line 28, after the word members, insert the following sentence. We will also strengthen and expand Social Security across the board, increasing cost of living adjustments for senior citizens and disabled veterans. And on the next line, after the word more, insert the following sentence. And we will make sure that Social Security's guaranteed benefits continue for generations to come by asking those at the top to pay more by scrapping the cap on all income above $250,000 a year.
Is there a second? There is a second.
Thank you.
Let's hear those in favor of the amendment. Well, first, I will hear from Mr. McKibben first. I'm sorry. He's the maker of the amendment. Go ahead. Keep your voice up, please.
The purpose of this amendment is to, or one of the purposes of them is to take our laudatory general stand in favor of Social Security and its expansion and make clear how it is we're going to accomplish this in the real world. Social Security and the defense of it has been one of the great landmarks of democratic resistance in recent years. There was a period not that long ago when people were very afraid that Social Security in the form that we've known it since the beginning of the New Deal might disappear, and Democrats have done a remarkable job of fighting back against that. But now is the time to secure that going forward well into the future. I work mainly with young people in my line of work, and I can tell you that very few of them are confident that Social Security will be there in the future, and they have no particular reason for having great confidence because we haven't put it as yet on as firm a basis as we should. The fix to allow that to happen is very simple to make. It requires only that people making above $250,000 a year put the same amount of money into the same percentage of money into the system as someone who drives a truck or works as a nurse in a hospital. This would impact about 1.5% of income earners. Would we to do it, it would extend the solvency of the Social Security system for the next 58 years, which is a reasonably long time. It also would strike at least a small blow, small but important blow, against the rampant income inequality that's come to be one of the most discouraging hallmarks of this country. It is a small step, but an obvious one, so obvious and important that presidential candidate Barack Obama in 2008 came out strongly precisely for this fix. So I hope that we will do no less in 2016.
8 seconds. Anybody? Anybody opposed? Ms. Tender.
So I think we all tend to agree, and we all tend to agree on the importance of expanding Social Security, and we all tend to agree, or we all do agree on ensuring that the way we pay for it is from upper income Americans. When it's appropriate, I would like to offer a friendly amendment or an amendment that includes both the possibilities of income over $250,000 as well as other ways to tax above $250,000, capital gains and other issues. So I think that there's a range of ways to tap the income or ways to address ensuring that wealthy Americans contribute to Social Security and its solvency, and that's really what I'd like to put forward. And I have an amendment somewhere over there that I can pass out.
Mr. Gibbons.
If we could see it, that would be great. I'm told that our amendment already includes, the possibility for capital gains tax being included in that sum, but if we could see the amendment, we'll know whether or not it's friendly.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the paper, so we could come back. We can distribute it and come back.
We'll hold that one for a minute. And I want to come back to that very shortly, please. All right, any other amendments? Congressman Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on line 9, line 34, page 9, line 34, I move to strike the following language. Democrats will also fight to protect the earned pension benefits of Americans in multi-employer pension plans, and insert the following. Democrats will also fight to enact legislation to make sure that the earned pension benefits of Americans in multi-employer pension plans will not be cut. This legislation would be paid, this legislation would be paid for by closing tax loopholes that benefit millionaires and billionaires. Now, this particular piece of proposal, the main thing that we want to change is to go from simply saying that we're going to fight to say that we're going to fight to protect. We're going to move from the weaker language of fight to protect to the stronger language of fight to enact legislation. And I think that, I think that the other things are clearly implied that we would fight in every way that we can, but I think that for the people who are so worried about what's going to happen to their pension plans, what they're looking for is a commitment that we're going to change the law to protect them. So with that, I would urge a yes vote and yield to anybody who wants to speak.
Anybody else in favor of the amendment? In favor of the amendment? And is there a second to the amendment? Is there a second? Very well. Mr. Gunnels?
Yes, I would just like to also speak in favor of this amendment. More than 40 years ago, the federal government made a solemn commitment to the workers of this country. If a retiree is promised a certain pension benefit after a lifetime of hard work, a company could not renege on that promise. And that commitment 40 years ago was exactly the right thing to do. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago, there was legislation that was slipped into an omnibus budget bill that allowed these pensions to be cut for multi-employer pension plans. We're talking about 1.5 million workers out there that could see their pensions cut 30, 40, 50, 60%. And we think that's wrong. There's legislation to fix that problem, and it would be fully paid for by closing loopholes on the estate tax and antique art sales of the wealthy and the powerful, and we believe that's an appropriate place to pay for that and to protect the pensions of those workers.
Anybody else in favor? In favor? Anybody want to speak in favor? We will go to the opposition. Mr. Booth. Mr. Booth.
Well, this is a very important problem to address, and there is some language already in the draft platform that's been referred to that does address this in strong principled language. But Representative Ellison has brought forth something that's more specific, and I want to bring to the group's attention some of the issues with it. We'd like to work with him to get to a point of agreement, but here are a couple of problems. One, as Warren just said, the promise under ERISA, under the Employment Retirement Income Security Act, that pension benefits could not be impaired, has been trashed so brutally in America by the use of the Bankruptcy Act, and it's going on today. We have the Peabody Mining Company has gone into bankruptcy with the sole purpose of depriving the miners of their earned benefits. And the other situation that's referred to in terms of multi-employer plans is just a small part of that overall big problem with worker retirement security. So here are the two problems with the language as proposed that hopefully we could work through if given some more time. You've been very generous with time so far, but I think we need some more. Number one is legislation should not be, in our opinion, the only tool that we use to address this. There are other avenues for addressing this very critical issue. And secondly, to get the right language with respect to averting cuts, which we, of course, share with Representative Ellison as the goal here, but in light of the not just the situation of the multi-employer plans, but the threat of bankruptcy, to be able to actually effectively protect pensions takes more than just saying no cuts under the old ERISA standard. So this is something that many trade unions work on and have very sharply divided opinions right now about the path to solution. And I don't want to get ahead of those discussions that are ongoing. But if we stick to big principles and talk about protecting people's earned benefits and holding them as sacrosanct as the words that were used, I think we're in good shape, but I'm not prepared to vote for it at the present time. And if it's possible to put it on the table with a couple of these other things that we're working on, we'd be very grateful.
We'll agree to that, Mr. Chair. We'll take a few minutes to try to straighten it out.
Very well. So we will hold that and come back to it. Any other amendments? Any other amendments? Any other amendments?
Yeah. I got the Postal Service one here. Shall I proceed, Mr.?
Yes, of course.
So, Mr. Chair.
But let me just, before you proceed, some kind of way we got to get back to these other amendments. So you had asked for a few minutes on the other one. I know you haven't had a chance to even breathe. But some kind of way we got to figure out how to, we're going to have so many amendments, in the pipeline that it's going to be hard for me to move from section to section. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing me. This is a Postal Service amendment, and I know nobody knows more about that than you. You've worked tirelessly on it, and we're all very grateful for your work and your service. The amendment is page 6, line 1, and we would strike we are committed to relieving the unsustainable budgetary pressure of pre-funding of retiree health costs, and insert, we are committed to eliminating the unsustainable mandate to pre-fund retiree health costs. And then the next line would be, for changing, would be on page 6 again, line 2. After restoring service to appropriate levels, we would add, including overnight delivery of first-class mail and periodicals within the same metropolitan area. Now, I will tell you that I received this particular proposal from leaders from postal unions. This is something that they want. I just want to note, just as at the outset, the post office may be the most venerated American institution. There's more postal offices than there are banks. The post office was hiring on a non-racial basis after the Civil War. Probably everybody in this room has somebody in their family who worked at the post office. The great Danny Glover, actor, who used to work at the post office. And yet the post office today is under threat. And again, Mr. Chairman, deferring to your expertise on this, I think something strong, strengthening the language around the post office, I think would be beneficial and be the right signal to the American people. I yield if there's any time left.
All right, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for introducing this amendment. As one whose grandfather was a letter carrier for 35 years, first African-American letter carrier in El Paso, Texas.
Wow.
Spoke fluent Spanish. And I remember as a child going to that mailbox, picking up his retirement check, which really did help our family move into the middle class. And so I think whatever we need to do and say as a result of the Democratic Party supporting this amendment, we should do so. The major reason, and I want to remind you, the major reason that the Postal Service is in such bad financial shape is because of a mandate that was signed into law by President Bush in 2006. This was during a lame duck session of Congress that forces the Postal Service to actually pre-fund 75 years of future retiree health benefits over a 10-year period. It's an onerous and unprecedented burden. It's cost $5.5 billion a year. And that's the reason for these huge financial losses. No other business in America, no government agency is saddled with this $5.5 billion a year pre-funding mandate. It's a real poison pill that's bleeding the Postal Service to death. And I remember when I was on the Ledge Affairs subcommittee, I think it was Ledge Affairs, the Postal Service, one of these subcommittees on appropriations, we tried to deal with this, but we didn't have the votes to deal with it. And so I would hope that we would adopt this. It's reasonable and fair.
It's a clarification. The second part of the amendment, can you explain that, please? The significance.
Yeah, the significance is that a lot of the people we talk to are in the postal services and represent labor in the postal services will tell us that due to the budgetary pressure of the unsustainable cost that they have to pay for pre-funding, there have also been a number of cuts to processing plants for mail, and this has reduced service in certain places. And so we want to restore service to appropriate levels where it has declined. And we also want to add in, including overnight delivery of first-class mail where that has declined in periodicals within the same metropolitan area. As this budgetary pressure has come down on the post office has had to make adjustments in a number of ways, of which you are well aware. And we just want to make sure that people get their first-class mail, they get it on time. Mr. Chairman, I'd be curious to know your thoughts on this, but I don't believe that these cuts to the post office are accidental. I think there are people who want to privatize the mail because they see a profit margin in it for themselves, and I think the Democrats should say no to that. So that's the basic concept.
Got it. One of the other things, in addition to, as Ms. Ellison has said, I spent a phenomenal amount of time on postal because it comes under our jurisdiction on our committee. But one of the things, too, in addition to what Ms. Lee has said, is the Postal Service has gone from 100 billion, folks using pieces of mail first class to about 60 billion. I think it's a little bit. And in other words, and this is only in a matter of a few years, by the way, because people are doing what? They're using the internet. So there are a lot of forces at play here. But definitely the comments have been quite accurate. I got to move to the opposition. Sorry. Ms. Lee, I think you still had a few minutes.
Point of clarification. I mentioned Ledge Brand I want to clarify. I believe it was Financial Services Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee. So I want to clarify that. I was
no problem.
With our chair, who was a great chair and ranking member of Ledge Branch, but it was Financial Services.
No problem. Opposition? Yes, Mr. Booth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our platform expresses a commitment to the U.S. Postal Service that hasn't been up front in previous platforms. I've studied the last 4 of them, and introduces in several places the very excellent proposals for postal banking to meet some of the needs that of the unbanked big section of America. So we already have some very good pro-postal service, anti-privatization language in the platform, and the postal workforce, for all the reasons that the previous speakers have stated, has been a crucial part of building the middle class in America, and we don't want to see that diminished in any respect. Whether the words in this, I'm not sufficiently expert on this, in contrast to you all who deal with these matters. So I'd have to take somebody else's guidance as to whether these particular provisions are sustainable.
Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Dawes.
I just want to say I thank all of the comments. I think they were very constructive. I just want to say that if you look from the fall of 2012, if you exclude this pre-funding mandate of $5.5 billion a year, the Postal Service has actually been making a profit. They've been making a profit of about a couple $2 billion over that time period. And so if we got this in, if we eliminated that pre-funding mandate and allowed the Postal Service to expand their services through postal banking, which of course is in the platform document, and I commend you for putting that in there, then we can go forward in a fair way without cutting the Postal Service.
Mr. Donalds, thank you very much. Let me just say, since Mr. Booth, said that maybe some of us knew a little bit about this, I think it's a good amendment. Yeah. Let's call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I mean, just raise your hands. It's unanimous. Very well. Thank you. Who's amendments? Next amendment. It was a unanimous vote. Next. Any other amendments?
Oh, are we next? Who's next? Oh, Ms. Browner is next. Are you next?
No, what section are we on? That's just the order.
Move on to the next section so we can come back, so that I can now do these, finish up the other.
Mr. Chairman, I think in terms of our side, we're done with amendments for Section 1. I know that there are some others that we still need to deal with, but in terms of offering new amendments, we have no more new amendments for Section 1.
Section 1, you mean the first 7 pages?
That's section 1.
Yeah, what we're going to do is, we're going to come back, but we're going to resolve that before we have our next break, so that we can't keep doing this, okay? We got to, and folks, y'all need to talk. I mean, if you think you got stuff that is similar, do a sidebar, do something, so we can move the process along. So we're going to move on to the next section, which is create good-paying jobs. As Democrats, we're committed to investing in infrastructure, manufacturing, clean energy, jobs, research, science, and technology, small businesses, and youth jobs in this country. In the create good-paying jobs section, we emphasize the importance of creating jobs that can support a middle-class life and provide workers with dignity and a sense of purpose. I'm assuming that you've read the section? Yes.
Just let me ask a question. Have we received the updated draft of this section?
Is that,
It's what we got this morning, Barbara.
is that page,
I didn't
is
get
that page
anything.
6 of the newer version?
On page 6.
So this is what we have now to work
Yes,
from?
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Great.
All right. Amendments to this section, section 2. Mr. Gutierrez, what are you doing? You all right? I was looking for you over here. When we have an amendment that is offered, let us know if it's whether the language is drafted to the original draft or to the manager's amendment, all right? All right, do we have any other amendments to the section create good-paying jobs? If there are no, you all need time to look at that, or what? If there are no amendments, we will move to section 3, the next section. But we don't have it yet, right? We don't have it.
Well, that takes us through page 7, right?
So that includes trade, so we can come back to trade. Do we have,
Mr. Chairman,
we have copies of our trade amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
In this section on the new version, I guess, the new draft on page 7.
Fight for economic fairness.
Yes, and I don't have amendment to this, but just maybe a technical as we're writing, when we write the final. It says finally under youth jobs, and I just would think maybe we don't want to say finally.
Where are you? You got to tell us where you are.
Oh, I'm on page 7 of the new draft, I guess. Yeah, page 7, line 37. It's under youth jobs.
Yes.
It's very minor. I didn't get to type it up, but I just thought our youth are so important. I wouldn't want to say finally, if maybe we can.
You have an amendment?
I can get an
Well,
amendment.
if it's with the consent of
Yeah.
body, we'll just make that a part of the
Yeah.
managers. We'll just
That'd be
change that.
great. Thank you.
You got that? The staff have that? You got it? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We are now under the section Fight for Economic Fairness and Against Income Inequality. This section deals with today's extreme levels of income and wealth inequality, and that is indeed bad for Americans and bad for our economy. In this section, we discuss how to fix our broken financial system, stop corporate concentration, make corporations and wealthy Americans pay their fair share, and enter into trade deals that benefit American workers. Discussion. Amendments, I'm sorry, Mr.
I do have an amendment at the desk. It's,
Wait a minute, there's some questions. Did you have a question? Did you have, I thought you said something. Mr. Ellison has an amendment. This is on transactions? Yeah. Okay. It's been distributed, ladies and gentlemen. It says Ellison Financial Transactions Tax Amendment. All right? You may proceed, Mr. Ellison.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we would do, what we propose is to add at the appropriate place under the Wall Street section the following sentence. We support reinstating a financial transactions tax on Wall Street to curb excessive speculation and high-frequency trading that has threatened financial markets and use revenue it would raise to reduce poverty and rebuild the middle class. Now, just so you know, the United States has had a financial transactions tax in the past. People like Bob Dole have supported it. We had a financial trans tax for years, and from 1914 to 1966, and we had a 0.02% tax on all sales on transfer stock. We got rid of that, and I think it's time to revisit it again. There are at least 29 other countries, including Australia, Hong Kong, Switzerland, and the UK, that currently have some form of an FTT, and the U.S. still has a very modest FTT, which is used to finance Securities and Exchange Commission and Commodity Futures Trading Commission. The UK has had a tax on stock trades for decades, and the UK's volume of trading has grown robustly. Some detractors say, well, this will diminish the volume of trading. There's no sign of that from the UK, and the US has the largest stock market in the world. The FTT is also supported by Larry Summers, George Soros, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Paul Krugman, Joe Stiglitz, Jeffrey Sachs, and Robert Pollin, all noted economists. And after the 1987 Wall Street crash, an FTT was endorsed by Bob Dole, as I mentioned, the first President Bush, George H.W. Bush. A financial speculation tax would not touch regular bank transactions. It would also make very little difference to a person who intends to hold on to stocks as a long-term investment. And it would generate several $billions a year. And we could, now, you know, we struggle to pay for meals. I've been in Congress at times where we were struggling to pay for Meals on Wheels and Head Start. This transactions tax could give us added revenue to make sure that we cover these essential costs, and it would also help Wall Street do what I believe is a patriotic thing and to help the American people meet our budgetary pressures. And I'll say finally, I'm firmly convicted that our problem in the United States Congress and in the United States economy is not that our taxes are too high. The problem is, and they should be as low as we can get them, but the problem is we don't have enough revenue coming into the budget. And we find ourselves making difficult choices all the time. So this is a way to help solve some of that budgetary pressure and really help solve some of the key infrastructure needs and other things of our economy. So I yield to anyone who would like to speak in favor.
Only 12 seconds left. Oh, it's gone. No, you went over your time. Anybody opposed?
and in fact, I don't really feel like opposed is the right term, because I think there's a lot of agreement on the need to end speculation, and we obviously agree on the need to raise revenues in a variety of ways. So, when appropriate, I'd like to offer an amendment that simply describes that there's a diversity of views on this, but we all agree that we need to end high-frequency trading. We need to ensure that our financial transactions are not leading to harmful speculation. And obviously, in a variety of mechanisms, we recognize the need to raise revenues. So I'd like to offer that as an amendment, if we want to perhaps post this discussion.
You know, if I could look at the language quickly, I wouldn't take a long time to make a decision.
It's around.
Oh, is it around?
Circulated.
Right there.
I'm sorry, we don't have a copy on this side either.
Oh, it was just.
No. It's Nara has it.
We don't object, so if,
So we're going to have, is it an amendment to the amendment?
Yeah.
Is that it?
right.
Is there a second? This is it's basically a substitution?
No, it's an
Okay.
addition too.
Wait a minute, hold on.
I thought it was an amendment to
Oh,
the
I
amendment.
see what you're saying.
I thought you
Let's
were adding
figure it,
on to.
Oh, no. It's an alternative, I guess.
Oh, all right. I mean, because, all right, well, look, if you wanted to add on to, and then we could make the language look more elegant, but if your basic point is, you'd like to say that, acknowledge that there's a diversity of view on it, there is, I don't deny that, and that, if there's a diversity of view on whether it should apply to all transactions or targeted, I think it should be on all transactions, but I'm not going to sit here and say that there's not a diversity of opinion on it. There is. So if that's what we need to move forward, that's what we need. But I'm not really okay with a substitution, but I think that you're adding something that is not included in what my amendment says. So if you want to acknowledge the diversity of view and say that maybe some of these transactions the tax could be targeted at particularly harmful high-frequency trading activities, I wouldn't have a problem. If you want to take a minute to see if we can come to an accommodation, we could do that as well.
I'm happy to try and work out something.
All right, well, I guess we don't have.
I don't think you're that far apart, to be frank with you.
Yeah.
I mean, you sound like you're 30 miles apart and you're about 2 inches.
Yeah.
So can we kind of talk?
Yeah, we'll do
please?
that quick. We won't take long.
All right, thank you. All right, and by the way, when we're talking about sections, please make sure you say what section you're talking about, okay? There's actually called, the reason why I say that is that Michelle said the Wall Street section, and I just want to make sure so that everybody's on the same page, because several people didn't know what we were talking about. All right? Further amendments to the fight for economic fairness and against inequality section. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. West.
Thank you so very much. We come to the issue of Wall Street. We know that Wall Street has been at or near the center of so much of the public conversation in the last year or so. And even given the understandable concerns that we have in regard to unity, I think we need not deceive ourselves that I think beneath that quest for unity, there's still certain tensions and conflicts between the corporate wing of the party and the populist wing of the party. And the issue of the identity of this party, is it a party disproportionately shaped by corporate power and influence, or will it be a party disproportionately shaped by those Sly Stone called everyday people, ordinary people? And that's a fundamental wrestling. And so when we talk about Wall Street, we really are talking about something much grander and bigger. We're talking about what kind of people and nation we really are. So I submit this amendment that banks should not be able to gamble with taxpayers' deposits or pose an undue risk to Main Street. Democrats support a variety of ways to stop this from happening, including an updated and modernized version of Glass-Steagall, and breaking up too big to fail financial institutions that pose a systemic risk to the stability of our economy.
Is there a second?
I second.
There is a second.
I second.
I want to hear those in favor. Who's going to speak in favor?
Oh, is that okay? Yes, I want to speak strongly in favor and also most fundamentally agree with Professor West about how important it is to Democrats to ensure that that financial institutions never again threaten the financial well-being of Americans who've lost so much wealth in the financial crisis. And so I strongly agree with this amendment.
Just one quick thing, hold the clock. Just want to, there's one slight typo. We'll make sure we,
With the
institutions, right. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just want to make sure everybody's got
absolutely.
that.
No, I appreciate that.
All right. Ms. Lee.
Yeah, no, I just want to first thank both the Sanders and Clinton appointees to this committee for this, because this is extremely important. It's so important for all the reasons we know, but when you look at what happened in terms of the wealth loss, the equity in homes, especially with regard to people of color, and I'm glad we have a section in there on the racial wealth gap, but when you look at what has taken place as a result of what took place on Wall Street, this party needs to go on record big time, and I think this is big time, supporting what this amendment says. So I just want to thank you all for getting this worked out, because it is so important to our country and to people who have suffered so long and to people who could suffer if we didn't have this in here. So thank you.
Anybody else? No, I got. I just want to, if I can get my mic on. I need to say what I got to say. I too thank the parties for this. This is so important. It's so important. I've seen so many people lose everything they had. And I was one of the people who railed against a lot of these companies that were too big to fail, and next thing you know, we had folks taking the American people's money and then going off on yachts and doing all kinds of things, and the people in my neighborhood were losing their homes, losing their savings, because people were gambling with their hard-earned money. I think one of the reasons, ladies and gentlemen, why the people of our nation are so upset is because they feel like people don't care in government and don't hear their cries and their pain. And I think this sends a very strong signal that we get it and we want to do something about it. With that, we will take the vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hands. All those opposed? It's unanimous. All right, amendments, please. Any amendments? Do we have anything that we've cleaned up yet? Yes.
Thank you.
Are we,
Mr. Chairman.
now what section are we going to be in, Mr. Booth?
Okay, this is the trade section, and we will find that on page 9. Trade section is on page 9, starts at line 38.
Trade section, page 9, line 38.
In this, in the spirit of the discussion that was initiated right at the beginning of our session some hours ago, I'm going to propose an amendment to the current language in order to really make clear how the trade language relates to the currently pending Trans-Pacific Partnership. There are different views in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, what line?
Up, line, it starts on line. Yes, this would be inserted, well, honestly, I leave it to the scribes to figure out where you insert it, but it goes in that section.
I'm sorry, we don't have a copy of that. There's an amendment that Mr. Booth is offering.
Okay.
Okay.
The amendment is being distributed now.
Well, they did this morning. I mean, he tried to, yeah, he tried to do that. But they were, well, anyway. Do you want him?
You have an amendment, any amendments?
I should not preempt here because initially Representative Ellison had this morning proposed language on this subject. And, you know, my motivation is to be an alternative approach to that. But
So you're holding up on, you're not offering the amendment?
I don't want to preempt him.
Fine.
So should I go?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, my amendment is very simple. It just says, oppose Trans-Pacific Partnership. This is line 7 above the header minute. No, you know what? This is the old one. Yeah. Okay.
Just say it at the appropriate section.
In the appropriate section, oppose Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is the policy of the Democratic Party that the Trans-Pacific Partnership must not get a vote in this Congress or future sessions of Congress. Now, the reason that I'm taking this position and our urge support is because, first of all, both candidates oppose TPP. Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders have been saying that they agree that this is not the right policy, this is not the right trade policy for our country. And again, as I mentioned in the first round, the tariffs are not really what this whole thing is about. The tariffs are already low. But what it really is about is investor-state dispute resolution systems which usurp national sovereignty. It's about food safety, U.S. food safety rules on pesticides, labeling additives that is higher than international standards will be subject to illegal trade barriers, affordable medicines. The TPP would extend monopoly drug patents that would allow drug companies to raise prices for medicines that even allow monopoly rights over surgical procedures. Human rights. The TPP would grant Malaysia, one of the world's worst human traffickers, also known as slavers, privileged access to the U.S. market. I mean, our workers wouldn't be competing against low wage, they'll be competing against no wage. It also includes Vietnam, and despite Vietnam's jailing political dissidents, systematic anti-union repression, and widespread use of child labor. So we've had moving testimony about how our trade policy, particularly in the aftermath of NAFTA, has really inflicted real pain on real families. I'll never forget the gentleman who testified who's losing his job from Nabisco in Chicago. And so I just think that this is a policy the Democratic Party should oppose. And let me just say this in all candor. I do know that not everyone in the Democratic Party agrees with the position I'm setting forth. I'm aware of that. And some people who have promoted the TPP are fairly highly placed in the Democratic Party. But I can tell you, as a member of the Democratic Caucus, and I have colleagues here who can agree or disagree, but I think they would agree, there's substantial concern about the TPP in the Dem caucus. In fact, I would expect most votes would, if we voted on it, would come out of the Republican caucus. I would imagine that a substantial majority would come out of the Republican caucus, and I bet you we wouldn't even get half the Democrats in the Democratic caucus in the House. So I think that we should take this position, and I urge a yes vote.
13 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I know there's 13 seconds left. This was
Oh,
one
that's
of the...
right.
Oh,
Just
I'm
calm
sorry.
down.
Okay.
Calm down. Calm down. The chair made a mistake, all right? I forgot. Trust me, okay? This is an 8-minute situation, all right? So instead of, I told everybody, this is the first time we got into one, all right? That this is one of the issues, instead of 3 minutes, it's 8 minutes per side, all right? Fine. Go. Sir.
Thank you very much. Again, I think this is one of the fundamental issues, and I appreciate the time that you've given us, Mr. Chairperson. My dear brother Paul Booth, in his formulation, is descriptive and not normative. It describes a diversity. We need to take a stand. We want to make ought claims, not is claims. And this is why I support my dear brother Ellison. And you've been very polite about this. I think we had to be very candid about this, that our beloved president is on a different side from you and I. And we can agree with him on some things, disagree with him on others. I think he's wrong on this issue. This is really about corporate power. And those of us who are very suspicious of corporate power and fundamentally committed to democratic accountability and transparency, not secretive operations and fast tracks and so forth. And the party's broad enough to have this kind of conversation. And so I want to speak very, very strongly in support of Brother Ellison, Representative Ellison's amendment. And I think that it says much about who we are as a nation, as a party in terms of TPP. It's not just some fetishized policy, but it's a fundamental expression of who we are vis-a-vis people's power and corporate power.
Yes. Mr. McKibben.
Yes, I'd like to do the same. It strikes me that at least as far as our hearings have gone, and these 114 witnesses, there's been very little diversity of views on this issue. Every interest group that we've heard from, human rights groups, labor groups, and environmental groups, as well as others, have been firm in their denunciation of the TPP. For environmental groups, this has been particularly, these questions have become particularly poignant in the last 6 or 8 months. Some of you watched as some of us mounted a large-scale campaign against the Keystone Pipeline, which turned into the biggest environmental fight in a very long time and a great exercise in American democracy that brought millions of people into play, only to see when we finally reached a decision in Washington, the company at issue appeal the system through the dispute resolution system of NAFTA and demand $10 billion or more from the U.S. government. We don't know how that's going to come out. The mere fact that it's a possibility is a reminder of the deeply anti-democratic nature of these trade agreements in a modern age, which have far less to do with free trade than they do with untrammeled corporate power. And that untrammeled corporate power has a great deal to do with the rampant income inequality that we decry time and time again in this draft platform.
Yes, Ms. Parker.
I too support that the TPP must not get a vote in this Congress or in future sessions. I would also echo that, for decades, unfettered free trade deals have been rigged by corporate America, and it's shut down manufacturing plants. So I not only have concern for our workers here in the United States, but those in other countries, China and Mexico, and we did hear testimony. So I just wanted to echo that and really urge the passage of this amendment. Thank you.
Anybody else for? Anybody against? Yes, Mr. Booth.
I agree that we need to make clear how the trade language and the principles that we've adopted or are going to adopt in the trade language relate to the TPP. We shouldn't be silent on it. There's no question about my position on the treaty. I'm against it. My union is against it. I would add to the list of concerns the problem of the rules of origin, that it relaxes even as compared to what's in NAFTA, so that Mexico, which will be party to the TPP, instead of having to manufacture in Mexico at the amounts in order to import into the United States under NAFTA, they would be able to put much smaller Mexican content and have stuff manufactured altogether somewhere else, including China, and still imported under the benefits of the TPP. So this is a threat to the automobile industry and many of the other strong manufacturing industries that we're trying to preserve in America. Well, but having said that, in answer to Dr. West about normative versus descriptive, which I appreciate your precision of language, Dr. West. There are different views in the Democratic Party, and many Democrats, and let it be clear, both candidates, Secretary Clinton and Senator Sanders, oppose TPP because it fails to meet the standards for trade, fair trade, that we have articulated very well. And I think the standards that we've articulated in the draft are consensus in this room. But the platform language should affirm what our candidates have said, but not imply that Democrats are all in agreement and say that the Democratic Party is now taking a platform position in opposition to what significant parts of the Democratic Party currently hold to. So I do intend to offer language. I don't intend to vote for. I intend to vote against the amendment that Brother Ellison has brought forward, but I do intend to offer language that will capture the diversity of views and the fact that many Democrats are on record against the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, and why.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, I thank the gentleman for the amendment. So the vast majority of Democrats in the House will never vote for the proposal. I know that. I sit there with Keith and with all of my colleagues here. We know how we voted. We have a record on this. We've spoken on it. That's really not the point. I haven't voted for a trade agreement since I joined the Congress in 1993 when I had to deal with the North American Free Trade Agreement. So nothing in this language is going to have me vote for a trade agreement. Having said that, there are Democrats who believe in the trade agreement. And I could say to them, you're not important. I could say that because I've done it. I said, I'm going to disregard that portion of the Democratic Party. I've done that in the past. But what I don't want to do is leave this place disregarding the position of the President of the United States, who's the leader of our party today, independent of my disagreement with him. And so that's why I would like a broader statement that includes that. I'm going to be very transparent, very clear with everybody. I've been taken away in handcuffs more than once in my disagreement with this President of the United States. But this is the moment to bring our party together, and I don't want to send a message of disunity. So that's why I would prefer to not disregard the opinions of others in my party, for the unity of the party and for what we need to focus next November 8th. Thank you.
Let me say this, that I'm going to vote against this. And it's not because I disagree so much, because the fact is I voted against the trade agreement. I don't think I voted for one trade agreement. I've been in the Congress 20 years. But we have one president And I have listened to him argue his case many times, and I know that he truly believes this. He really does. I disagree with him, but I also know, and I can almost repeat everything you just said, that we got members who feel just differently. We got a lot of people that feel the same way he feels. And I think what I'm hoping for, I don't want to do anything as he ends his term to undercut the President of the United States. I'm just not going to do it. And that's where I stand. And I think, it wouldn't bother me, I think it would be a harder decision if the language that we have in the document didn't already go to what we feel going forward. We're going forward. But in his last 6 months, I'm not going to do that. And so that's where I stand. Howie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 points I'd like to make. One is the deindustrialization, the loss of manufacturing jobs started long before NAFTA and CAFTA and China in the WTO and the Uruguay round of GATT. When I was practicing labor law for unions in the late 60s and early 1970s in LA County, there were 5 automobile manufacturing plants and 6 tire manufacturing plants. Every one of them was gone. Nothing left by the late 1980s, well before NAFTA passed. It's a profound, serious discussion with a lot of things, but the notion that trade agreements are alone has been what's responsible for this. I'm not sure anybody's saying that, but I saw a very different causes and factors and all that. Now, and the second point I guess I want to make is just simply to register that I may be the only one, or perhaps of the folks who is not going to vote it, who is not going to oppose Keith's amendment because while I'm against the trade agreements, I think there are people who are for it. I happen to think on this issue, and I may be alone here, the President's right in what he's doing. There are foreign policy, serious foreign policy and national securities wrapped up in this that really, they were addressed to some extent by Kurt Campbell when he testified here. They haven't been gone into detail, but should also be factored in. So I share, for maybe somewhat different reasons.
Time's expired. Time's expired. Bono.
All I want to say is, since NAFTA, the U.S. trade deficit has absolutely ballooned. I have the exact numbers here. It jumped from over 100 billion to 700 billion, over 5% of national income. So certainly NAFTA has had a profound and negative impact on working people. Let me also say, look, I admire the president. I was an early supporter of the president. I still admire the president. And what he did on the Iran deal, Cuba, all these things are awesome. But to me, the undercutting of the American working class is more important than any individual, even if it's an individual I support and admire like I do the president. This is not about, I hate the idea of, I never like taking a position against the president, but there are certain things that are just a little bit more important. And seeing our working class just erode, in part because of the trade deals, is something that I don't want to stand for. And then I'll also say, you know, I've seen Paul's amendment. I think I'll probably vote for it, but I think it's like the least we could do, in my opinion. and I'd like to do something strong. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Rebuttal has, Mr. West said, I'm going to let you share rebuttals, okay? Because usually it's just for the person.
And that's very kind of you, though, and we appreciate the fairness that you have proceeded these number of days. But I just want to raise a question about this profound loyalty to the president. It strikes me that in many ways it's salutary. I can understand it, what it means to be a member of a party and have a leader going through what President Barack Obama has had to go through in 8 years. But it just strikes me as well that in the end, we're citizens. And a citizen has a fundamental commitment to truth and justice even beyond a party or a leader. And that's, one can argue back and forth in that regard. If my dear brother Bernie Sanders were president and I thought he was wrong on an issue, I would tell him candidly in private and directly in public, but with a support, but a critical support. And so when I hear the expressions of the profound loyalty, that I'm moved on an emotional level when it comes to truth and justice, the suffering of working people and poor people and so forth, it just strikes me that in the end, that's our fundamental loyalty.
I don't want anybody to, go ahead and finish, because I must answer that. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, let me be clear. Let me be clear. Because I think maybe some things have been misconstrued. There's nobody that fight harder for poor and working people than I do. I mean, every day. I live in the inner city. And the president has presented, as I said, maybe you missed his piece. He presented his arguments. He truly believes in those arguments. And whether I agree or disagree, this is a situation where he disagrees with me. But at the same time, you got to take everything I said in total. There are other people who feel like Howard feels, who are Democrats. So it's not a thing of abandoning anybody for the president or anything like that. But I also said that when in that situation, having heard him, heard his passion, Barbara, you've heard him make them arguments over and over again. I may disagree, but I believe that he believes what he's doing. So at this point, this is a decision that I make in good conscience, and I'm going to go, when I leave here, I'm going to go right back to the inner city. I'm going to go right back to fighting for people who've lost a lot. I'm going to go right back for standing up for folks and trying to make their lives better. And that's who I am. So I don't want you all to get confused about that. We've got 26 seconds left on the rebuttal.
Just to say that I'm remembering your remarks earlier, Mr. Chairman, about how this document is less about the current situation than about going forward and about thinking about, as you said, even future generations.
That's right.
I think in this case, if we don't adopt this resolution, we miss a real opportunity for party unity. This is one of the issues on which Secretary Clinton and Senator Sanders agreed. It was an important moment in the campaign when Secretary Clinton was willing to say that she was against the TPP. It was one of the reasons, or one of the things that has been held up in her favor by people. And I think that if we do not ratify this as part of the platform, it will help those many people feel suspicious in ways that people across our political spectrum feel suspicious about political leaders. I think it would be an act of support for the party going forward to agree on this thing that they have actually agreed on.
Time, I don't know what happened with the time, but it's actually expired, right? Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, she said we're over time, that's all. All right, we're going to take the vote. All those in favor of the Ellison Amendment, please raise your hands. All those opposed? All right, any other amendments? Mr. Booth?
Yes, sir. I'd now like to put forward the amendment to which I referred, and I think people have copies of it, and I've already alerted you to where it would go. This is more, I hope that this is taken as more.
I'd like for this to be 3, all right? Mr. Booth, I'd like for this to be 3. A 3-minute instead of 8.
Oh, trust me.
All right.
I'm 2. Hold me to it. I think it's more than descriptive because it gets us to the question that was just raised about unity. We need 2 things going forward this year. If we're going to achieve the very ambitious things that everybody's trying to achieve and trying to express in this platform, it has to be compelling so that people will want to support it, and we have to be unified enough so that we can win not just the presidency, but the state legislature in Minnesota, the House of Representatives, the Congress. We have to have in all 50 states, we have to go out of this together. So by describing, I'm trying to do more than that. I'm trying to say we Democrats and our candidates have expressed strong views on this subject, and the American people can trust us. There is no question in my mind about the trustworthiness of what has been put forward by our 2 candidates on this subject. They believe it, and they will pursue it, and let us, by passing this amendment that I'm offering, affirm that fact. Thank you.
Pros? Yes.
I'm voting in favor of this because it does specifically say TPP, which I think is important. And I'm voting in favor because it does acknowledge that for many of us, the TPP does not meet the standards set out in the platform for what fair trade should mean. And many of us do believe we have to protect workers and the environment and not undermine access to critically needed medical prescriptions. So I'm going to vote for it. And thank you, Paul, for working with us on this. But I'll tell you this could be stronger, and I wish that it was.
Yes, Mr. West. Dr. West.
Yeah, I don't think I can vote for it because anytime we use the language of party unity, and if some of us are convinced that a particular policy has a devastating impact on working people, we're then talking about a form of unity that's predicated on the backs of working people. And there's no way of any conscience that I could vote for that. And so I'll be voting against it.
Mr. Gunnels. Mr. Gunnels.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I really think that we've had a very strong debate here. I can just recall this. It would be one thing if this was the very first trade agreement that we were debating, Trans-Pacific Partnership. We had one side take one position, another side take another position. The problem is we've been down this road before. We were told in 1993, 1994, that NAFTA would create 1 million jobs over the first 5 years. And we all know, we've had over 20 years of experience now, that NAFTA has led to the loss of over 850,000 jobs. And then in 1999, we were told that permanent normal trade relations with China would create jobs in the United States. It would be a 100-0 deal in favor of this country. What happened was the United States ended up losing 3.2 million jobs because of permanent normal trade relations with China. Now the experts tell us if the Trans-Pacific Partnership passes, the United States will lose about another 500,000 jobs. So I think we need to stand against this trade agreement, and we need to stand up, support American workers. and listen to what the AFL-CIO is saying, listen to what the environmental groups are saying, listen to what the human rights groups are saying, and do everything that we can to defeat this trade agreement.
Mrs. Ogby.
In line with Dr. West's concern expressed on the earlier resolution about the normative versus prescriptive. There's an interesting concept that Mr. Booth introduces here, and I might say I'm in favor of it, in the sense that if we're going to start passing resolutions that say we're not in agreement and some of us feel this way and some of us feel that way, there are some issues that I'm going to be raising later on when we get into other sections of this platform. I might want that included there as well. But I don't think we'll have agreement on that. I think that, in other words, there are areas where we want to admit we have differences, and there are areas where we don't want to admit we have differences. And I think that in this instance, I find it not acceptable to fudge it in the way that we are, especially when we have agreement among the candidates and we have agreement among the majority of our Democratic constituency, not just in Congress, but across the board nationally. This is an issue around which there's consensus, broad consensus, and I think we owe it to ourselves and to the principal to be firm on it.
Time. Okay. What do we got? Okay. Anybody for? Anybody else for? Yes, Senator.
Just to respond to Warren's comments, I take all your comments, and I think a lot of people around this table oppose the TPP, and I think that the issue with the previous amendment was just frankly about the president's position. But I don't take away any of the statements you made, and I want to just articulate, many of us are in wholehearted agreement with your criticism of TPP and other trade deals.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what president calls me. Clinton called me. I voted no. I mean, Bush called me. I told him no. And when Barack Obama called me, I told him no. I'm always going to stand against trade agreements. It's a question of what we're doing here today vis-a-vis the president. It's as simple as that. Not going to change anybody here. There's very little support in the Democratic caucus for this. Everybody knows that. That's not going to change.
The rebuttal? No rebuttal. All those in favor, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of the Booth Amendment, please raise your hands. All those opposed? 10 to 4. Is that right? 9 to 4. Is it 10 to 4 or 10 to 4? Sorry. Any other amendments? I didn't vote.
I think we have an amendment that we have some agreement on. This Ellison amendment on millionaires surtax. Add the amendment, add the appropriate place on taxes section.
On the, what's that, tax?
Tax section. We will ask the most fortunate to contribute to our country's future by establishing a multi-millionaires tax to ensure our millionaires and billionaires pay their fair share. But again, I'll yield my time to Ms. Tannen.
I want to second this amendment because, I'm in wholehearted agreement with the congressman that our tax system today exacerbates inequality, and we need policies to reduce that inequality, asking the wealthiest among us, millionaires, multimillionaires, and billionaires to pay a surtax to help us invest in our future is a critical step forward, and so I'm in strong and vehement agreement with the congressman.
Opposed? Anybody want to speak in favor?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Mr. Gutierrez.
It's an excellent amendment. It reflects the values of our party, and is another instance, just like the amendment that we had 2 amendments ago by Dr. Cornell West, that shows us that we can bridge the gap. And the campaign is over. It's time now to bring the unity of our party, and these kind of fundamental things are going to bring us together. So I thank my colleague Keith Ellison for bringing it and uniting us.
Any more in favor? Anybody want to speak against the amendment? Nobody wants to speak against the amendment? Let's vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hands. It appears to be unanimous. Yeah, it was unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I got another one we agree on. On a roll, man, you got to take it when you got it.
Ellison.
All right.
Roll the union on.
This one is styled Ellison Transactions Tax Amendment Consensus. Add at the appropriate place in the Fixing Our Financial System section, quote, "We support a financial transactions tax on Wall Street to curb excessive speculation and high-frequency trading that has threatened financial markets, acknowledging a diversity of views on a broader financial transactions tax." We mean that not everybody agrees with it, but it was in the Democratic budget, as you may recall, Chris Van Hollen. And it's got some support, so I'll again yield to Ms. Neera Tanden.
I want to second this amendment because I just agree wholeheartedly with Congressman Ellison's views that we need to, that a financial transaction tax to address high-frequency trading and to address excessive speculation is needed, and something that we can move forward on right now. And I think this is an important initiative to address the power of Wall Street and to reduce the power of Wall Street. So I join this wholeheartedly.
Anybody else would like to speak in favor of the amendment? Anybody opposed to the amendment? Let's vote. All those in favor, raise your hands.
Congressman Gutierrez, do you favor this? Can you vote?
Seems to be unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ellison. Any other amendments? Do we have anything else we need to go back to? Can we
We have a model employer one, but I think that they're doing some research on that. As soon as that's done, we'll get it. We'll take.
All right.
Still working on Social Security as well.
Multi-employer, we have multi-employer. We're going to have 2 versions, but we could move that. Okay.
What's the next section?
More sections, right? Do we have any more sections? Is that done for this? Yeah.
Listen, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Yes.
10 minutes. Bring Americans Together. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please, I want to move forward. Section 4. We're stronger when we are united and everyone has a fair chance to get ahead. This is an immense responsibility, and that is why we have this section, Bring Americans Together and Remove Barriers to Create Ladders of Opportunity. In this section, we will discuss topics including, but not limited to, the racial wealth gap, immigration, social justice, faith, poverty, and sovereign nations and territories. We will come back to the other. We have a number of amendments that are out. We're going to go back to those after we finish some items here. Then around, hopefully around 6:30, there will be a dinner break so that people can do some more negotiating and get something to eat. So now we're going to go to the section 4, and I understand that that Mr. Zogby has an amendment.
We do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We do have an amendment which had originally been submitted, but in consultation with Mr. Gutierrez, we have modified the language, and so he has written it, I have worked on it, and we're submitting it together. On page 11, at the start of the immigration section, which is line 39. Line 39, it reads, these are insertions, there's no change or deletion. The Democratic Party supports legal immigration so that people come to the United States with visas, not smugglers, within reasonable limits that meet the needs of families, communities, and the economy, which maintains the United States' role as the beacon of hope for people seeking safety, freedom, and security.
Hold on. Has the amendment been distributed?
Yes. Oh.
No.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was submitted. No. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'll wait then if you want.
Is that what you're giving out, Andy? It's being distributed. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Immigration is not a problem to be solved. It is a defining aspect of the American character and history, to be supported and defended against those who would exclude or eliminate legal immigration avenues and denigrate immigrants. Those immigrants already living in the United States, who are assets to their communities and contribute so much to our society, should be incorporated into our country completely through legal processes that give meaning to our national motto, E pluribus unum. Then, on page 12, after line 16, at this point we've already talked about the deportations of children and of families and the situation in Central America. We then add, quote, we should consider all available means of protecting these individuals from the threats to their lives and safety. We should strengthen in-country and third-party processing, expand the use of parole authority, and grant temporary protected status.
Would someone like to speak in favor of the amendment?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Zogby for, he introduced one. He's been very good at, and then I went to him and following the direction of the chairman to work things out on a sidebar. That's what we did. We worked it out so that we could come back. Look, what this does is it gives an imprimatur, which I think Mr. Zogby's intention was to really speak to the strength of immigration and make it clear and unequivocal about where we're at. But at the same time, it speaks to Central Americans who are fleeing, just like Syrians are fleeing. We need a hemispheric approach to world events. We want and encourage people to seek refuge in the United States of America. And so I'm excited, Doc, that you and I work together on it. Here's why. Because you see Keith Ellison and I, and you, Barbara Lee, Elijah, you, and Deb, we've had to challenge our own party. I mean, this language was language that never would have been accepted in the Democratic Party 10 years ago. No, it just wouldn't have. It's a new, we had to fight the Democratic Party in many of its phases in order, but it is the Democratic Party we have today, and one that we should be proud of. And there isn't a better moment in our history than having Donald Trump and having the kind of unity that we have. As Donald Trump threatens us, we are at the best moment, I believe, Keith, in the last 15 years. We're ready because we fought and we've built and we have a foundation, and this is the foundation. So there's a whole page on immigration in this platform. I think that speaks volumes about where the Democratic Party is gone and what we represent in terms of the future voice, the current and the future voice of this nation. And let me just say,
time is running out.
Can I?
Thank you,
I
Mr.
also
Chairman.
wanna-
I'll end
I'll
with
do the
this.
rebuttal.
Thank you. Think about it. We're saying no to deportations to those people who do not represent a threat and those that come to crime. And we're saying that when children come to our shores, they get a lawyer. Because the gangbangers, the criminals, they get lawyers. But they flee those gangbangers and criminals, and then they don't get lawyers. No wonder they get deported back to their country. They get a lawyer. That's what the Democratic Party says. Justice for children. Children from all over the world. Thank you so much. I know.
Anybody opposed to the amendment? We are out of town on the pro sign. Out of town.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
So when I read the language on page 11, line 39, and it states expand the use of parole authority, I just have a question to what that involves.
Luis? Question about parole authority.
The expansion of, to expand the use of parole authority, what does that include?
It's not a criminal term.
Parole authority. The President of the United States. Sorry. The President of the United States, through Homeland Security, has broad discretion to grant parole. You can parole in place to people of different types of conditions, of immigration conditions. So what we're saying is, look at all of them. Originally, when Mr. Zogby brought this, it was stop the deportations and give everybody TPS. I say, we can't just give everybody TPS, but what we can do is say, let's use TPS where it's appropriate, let's use parole in place, let's use everything we have in our arsenal to protect immigrant communities. So whereas we started with parole in place, which would be limited, only one avenue, and it's an avenue that the only way you access it is if the government asked us. So we have to wait for Honduras and we have to wait for El Salvador and Guatemala to ask us, and we have diplomatic, and the President of the United States doesn't grant temporary protective status. It is the Secretary of Homeland Security in consultation with the Secretary of State. So this is much broader, and I want to make sure that we understand that is our goal. And so I just want to make that point to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, to further expand, I just want to make sure that expanding parole authority doesn't mean abusing powers that limits the justice for those.
I think Mr. Berman has an answer for that. Mr. Berman.
It's a confusing term.
Yeah.
Here, parole authority means the ability of the president to keep the traditional operation of law that would force somebody to be deported, allows them to stay in the country. I mean, there are all kinds of examples of victims of trafficking. There's a whole series of categories, but this gives more general discretion to him to apply parole authority, as I take it, which is a way to allow them to avoid deportation.
Sparker.
It's a positive term
Yes,
in
sir.
this case.
Okay, no,
All right.
I just have to make sure, because that
No,
is
it's
a
fine.
concern. Thank you.
Fine. Listen, we're out of time. Sorry. Rebuttal.
So we're going to consider including.
Rebuttal, Mr. Lagby.
Just to add, I thought when Mr. Gutierrez used the example of Syria that it was a compelling one, and for the following reason. Our president will host a major international summit this September on the international refugee crisis. For Europe, it means Syrians. But what Americans need, Syrians and Afghanis and people from the continent of Africa, but for Americans, that same refugee crisis are people from Central America. And just as people are fleeing for their lives from conflicts in Afghanistan and Libya and Syria, people are fleeing for their lives from Central America. The homicide rate is extraordinary. The child murder rate is extraordinary. The murder rate for women is extraordinary. And we both, out of the simple decency of what is required for people fleeing for their lives coming to our borders, owe it to them, but we also owe it to the principles that America stands for, that if our country is going to take the lead in defending migrants and refugees coming to Europe, we certainly can do the same for people coming to our borders.
Very well.
Question, a technical question back to Mr.
Quickly.
Zaki. Thank you. Could we just, Doctor, could we just insert including strengthening in-country third processing, expanding use, parole in place, and granting of temporary, so that there are a litany of things versus saying we are going to grant them temporary protective status? It is
We're not, though.
of
We're actually
several.
saying that these are 3 options, and we want to strengthen this one, and this one. And I think I would actually prefer it to stay as it is, if you don't mind.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, time has expired. All those in favor signify by raising your hands. All those opposed? All right, let's do this again.
I think we got more.
Yeah, we have people going up and down here. All those in favor? Looks like it's unanimous. All right. Mr. Booth is not here. All right, next amendment, please. Who has an amendment? Immigration 2. Who? Good, oh, all right. Oh, okay, Ms. Reese, criminal justice, number 1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to strengthen our criminal justice component. We heard the testimony of former Attorney General Eric Holder, and during his testimony, he talked about the importance and the need to have criminal justice in this platform. I think it's, we've seen all over the country, we've got thousands of young, older, black, white, brown, who have been in the streets protesting for justice and reform of our justice system. And so many of those folks are Democrats and have voted for our president that we have now, and we certainly want them to participate in the process. But many have lost faith in the criminal justice system. And so my amendment would reflect in some way a strong statement at the beginning to propose on page 10, line 42, to insert at the beginning to reflect those movement of the modern day freedom fighters, Black Lives Matters, and many others who have hit the streets in this country. It would say we have been inspired by the movements for criminal justice that directly address the discriminatory treatment of African Americans and other people of color. And it's a typo, there's a to rebuild trust in the criminal justice system. It goes on in our platform to go into more detail on some of those items, but I think we need to have a strong statement and highlight the movement of those who have went in the spirit of you, Mr. Chairman, and others, Mr. John Lewis, and hit the streets to reflect that movement within our party.
Ms. Barbara Lee.
Yeah. Thank you so much for introducing this amendment. It is critically important. I think I raised the question with regard to young people now in terms of their party affiliations, and as a Democrat, as a progressive Democrat, you know, I personally think that we need to do what we can do to make sure that young people, especially young people of color, embrace the Democratic Party and our platform and our agenda and help mobilize so we can, of course, defeat Donald Trump. But I think this will help us tremendously in doing that and make it real for so many people in our country where the Democrats have not been for real for some constituencies, understanding why. So I think this makes the case.
Yeah, I also want to just speak strongly in support of this amendment and to really thank the member for adding it, because I do think it helps bring an important voice that we didn't really, in some ways, hear enough of in the process into the party platform.
So Ellison, 13 seconds.
We didn't get voting rights because the Congress passed a bill and the president signed it in law. We got voting rights because people were in the street for years and people got their heads knocked, but they didn't stop. It was the popular struggle that did it. And I am grateful to Representative Reese for putting this forward, because it acknowledges that we get this positive progressive legislation because people are in the street fighting for it. So I want to commend you, and I look forward to voting for your.
Voices in opposition. Voices in opposition? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a friendly amendment. I'd like to include, after the discriminatory treatment of African Americans, American Indian and Alaska Natives.
That has to be accepted, is it?
So should we also then include Latinos and?
Well, we're sovereign nations, so when people of color, often we're not in there, and we have specific rules and regulations within our reservation. So I just want to make sure that we're included in this discussion.
Accept the amendment?
Yes, and I would like to have Latinos in that case. I know what you're saying, but people may take that as but I would accept it, yes.
Okay.
So so we now have 4 categories, is that right? We have how many?
3.
3. Okay. What'd you say?
You put in Asian Pacific Islander. Oh, you do, yeah.
All right. Any opposition to the amendment? Let's vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hands. Unanimous. It's unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Reese. Reese, number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staying in the area of criminal justice reform, in our platform, we talk about body cameras and we talk about training. And one of the things that, with the strained relationships between police and community, and certainly we have folks like Donald Trump trying to further divide that. I come from Cincinnati, where we were divided, and we came together through a collaborative effort, and we're a model now for police-community relations. So I'd like for us to, on page 11, line 5, to explicitly put the words "encourage better police-community relations," because that's what we're trying to get to, where police trust the community and the community trusts police. And we've seen where in Cincinnati, where we once did not do that, we now are working together, and I think that our party has been a leader in that.
Is there a second? Second. Anyone wants to speak in favor of the amendment? Let me say that I fully support the amendment. It is very important. I think that we have a situation where we reached a point Well, I think we have to make sure we're very sensitive to these things, and I just want to thank you. Anybody else want to speak in favor? Ms. Elson?
I'll speak on it.
Yes.
I agree.
Thank you. Anybody want to speak who's opposed to the amendment? All those in favor signify by raising your hands. All those opposed? All right. How many opposed? I'm sorry. Opposed? All right. Unanimous. Next amendment. Are there any other amendments?
Okay, page 11, line 14, insert the words, "We will refocus our drug policy by removing marijuana from the Controlled Substances Act and allowing states to set their own policies."
Is there a second? There's a second. Mr. Ellison, well, I'll let the maker of the amendment speak first if he wants to.
I'll speak just for a minute. This is one of these issues where society has largely made up its mind, like gay marriage, and now it's time for politicians and political institutions to catch up with them. The idea that marijuana is maintained in the federal policy as a drug equivalent to heroin or cocaine or methamphetamine is not only silly, it's also damaged millions of lives at this point as people have had to cope with the repercussions of that unsound federal policy. We've begun to see real experimentation in states with good effect, and it's important that the federal government let that experimentation continue in full without any of the problems that are caused by marijuana continuing to be a federally scheduled drug.
Ms. Lee.
Okay, I support this amendment. I come from a state which has been dealing with many for many years now, and there have been raids. Medical marijuana dispensaries have been shut down. Legal marijuana cannabis industry, which is in California now, which for medicinal marijuana, they're not able to engage in regular banking. They have to take money in cash, you know, and put it somewhere, pay taxes, they do. And the reason that they're not allowed to operate based on the state law is because the federal policy preempts in many ways what the state policies do. This would take care of a lot of those problems, and I think we should support it.
Yes, Ms. Browner.
Are people still speaking in favor?
Yeah, we're talking in favor.
Okay.
This is favor. Ms. Ellison.
You know, I tell you, as a person who would not recommend marijuana usage personally, I'm strongly in favor of this proposal, because in Minneapolis, we have found that black males are 21 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana than white males, and our health department says they smoke weed at the same rate. They smoke the weed at the same percentage of the population, but the law enforcement goes after one and apparently doesn't go after the other one. So I think that this is going to help us really get off the whole war on drugs. And I would really favor treatment over this incarcerarial system we have.
Ms. Browner, opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I think this will be considered friendly. We would like to table this. We are in conversations right now. We may be able to find common and higher ground. If it would be acceptable, we will work our hardest to do that in the next few minutes.
That's fine.
Very well, we'll table that.
Thank you.
Next amendment. Who has an amendment? Does anyone have an amendment?
I have an an amendment?
Mr. Zogby has an amendment.
It is on page 11, line 14. We want to insert a new paragraph that we will abolish the death penalty, which has proven to be a cruel and unusual form of punishment which has no place in the United States of America.
Is there a second to the amendment? There is a second. Speaking in favor, Mrs. Zogby.
Mr. Chairman, the countries that currently have the death penalty, it puts us in a rather unseemly group. Over 120 or 102 have abolished it. 19 states in the U.S. have abolished it. 31 states still have it on the books, but only 6 have used it. And we continue to read of horrific cases of situations where people are put to death in torturous means. It does not succeed. It's done again and again. It is no longer a deterrent to crime. People don't see it that way, but they do see it as cruel and unusual. We now even have a situation where the drug manufacturers who are producing the drugs are refusing to provide them. I just think that decency as well as smart politics, a good combination when you can find it, calls on us to make clear that we are strongly opposed to the death penalty.
Yes, Ms. Schaefer.
Just for clarification, because
This is clarifying, okay?
Yeah.
John Gieber.
I'm
Some clarification.
Okay. I'm under the, I think that Utah and Texas, those 2 states, still have death by firing squad. I don't know if that's true.
I don't know.
I read that somewhere, but, okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
We're going back to the pro arguments. Ms. Lee.
Long overdue, disproportionately affects people of color. There's so much unfairness in the application of the death penalty, and we should go on record supporting this amendment.
Ms. Gutierrez, did you have? Very well. Yes, Ms. Ellison.
You know, I was a trial lawyer for 16 years before I ever got to Congress, and I did death penalty cases. Even though Minnesota doesn't have death penalty, we would do post-conviction cases in Texas, Louisiana, and Alabama. I had a defendant by the name of Albert Burrell who was on death row for 13 years for a crime he didn't commit, and this guy was not only mentally ill, he was also had been found to be incompetent to stand trial when he was a teenager. Anyway, he was actually innocent. He just had no way to explain that he didn't do it. His lawyer incompetently represented him, and he was in Angola Penitentiary in Louisiana on death row, and I can tell you that there's many, many more like him. There have been well over 100 people released from death row, and we got to believe that we've actually executed some people who are innocent. So it's time to do this, and I'm for it.
The opposition. Opposition to the amendment. Mr. Booth.
Thank you. So a caution. Again, I find myself speaking to the diversity of opinion within our party. I've been active in trying to get people off of death row for, well, it goes back to trying to free Carol Chessman in 1957 and 58. What has intervened since then? Well, mass killings. This is not about death penalty as deterrent. I'm totally that's been clearly a false justification for decades and decades and decades and universally acknowledged. But I know people who have been longtime foes of the death penalty who, in light of the perpetrators of some of the mass killings that our country tragically has had too many of and lived through recently, have said that they would make an exception in case A or case B. And I know it's a very slippery slope, and that's why I don't have an alternative language or anything else to offer. But I do offer the caution that by taking the position that we are for the complete abolition of the death penalty and removing it as a possible punishment for that kind of terrible, terrible crime, we put ourselves at odds with many people of goodwill in our party.
Anybody else, anybody want to speak in opposition? All right, we will take the vote. All those in favor of this amendment signify by raising your hands.
Yeah, it's good. So I'd like to now vote.
All those opposed? Abstentions? You got 6. Nays? All those opposed? This is the death penalty. All those opposed? Again, I'm sorry. All those opposed? Again. Wait. Raise your hands high so we can see you.
It's fine.
She's counting 6.
3. No, Louise, you voted for it. Keep your hand down. I'm happy to. Yeah, really.
I'm sorry, did you want to table it for a minute? What do you want? Is there a second for the tabling?
We won,
We can
sir,
come
the
back.
vote was done, and it won, and I see no reason to table. What are we tabling? No, the vote was taken. It was 8.
We were still counting, trying to figure it out.
I-
The people kept, Mrs. Ogby,
Yes.
I understand what you're saying. What was happening is that people were going up and down. We couldn't get a vote. I was trying to get a vote. I never got a vote. We never got an official vote because they kept... Yeah, well, see, these are the people right here that they're doing the counting, and I'm listening to them. And so they weren't able, I'm not watching Michelle's, but anyway, you hear me. So if we can table it, if there's a second for the tabling. All right, there's a second for the tabling. All those in favor of tabling? And that doesn't mean we won't revisit it, okay? All those in favor, did you have something? There's no debate on the table.
There's no debate.
All those in favor of tabling it, please raise your hands. All those opposed, You counted 8. All right. All those opposed to tabling it. All right. 8 to 6. All right. Whew. Okay. We will come back to that in a few minutes. Whatever you're going to do, Mr. Berman, do it. Okay? All right. Who's next amendment? Any other amendments?
That was painful.
Any other amendments? Hold on.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Regarding the last vote to table, I guess I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
I'd like to ask if the parliamentarian has an opinion on whether a vote was taken to affirm or not.
Parliamentarian? I think the parliamentarian was still trying to count too. But go ahead.
Perhaps, but...
No, but go ahead. No, I want her to, no, that's a great question.
The chair had not announced the vote, Mr. Ellison, because it really is not easy when folk are doing this to determine what they want to vote for or against.
I recall distinctly, tell me if I'm wrong, as we were going around the room voting, when the chairman put his hand up, it was 8. That made 8. In my way of counting, 15 votes, 8 is a majority. Whether or not those who voted nay, that's where the hands up, down confusion took place, it doesn't matter. Can't get more than 7 if you got 8-4. And so the issue is, if we're reconsidering, then maybe we ought to reopen some other issues as well. I don't think we do. I think let's just, we won it, it's done, finished, and let's move on. I don't see the need for a recount or arm twisting after the vote.
Just wait a minute, hold on. Back up. Madam Parliamentarian, I guess the question is, when is the vote considered done? That's the question. When is it considered done? Is it when, no, you go ahead, you tell me.
It's considered done when you announce it, Mr. Chairman.
So a vote was never announced. The vote was never announced. And when we say the vote, Madam Parliamentarian, does that mean 8-6 is the vote, or does it mean just half of 8 and not the other opposition? I just want to be clear.
One expects to hear from the chair something like 8 in favor, 6 against. The amendment has been adopted.
All right, I'll make sure I do that. Yeah, I'll make sure I do that on every single vote. All right. Right now, the matter is tabled, ladies and gentlemen. That does not mean we won't visit it. And let me tell you one other thing. I think we have to be careful by using things where it's like arm twisting. I don't think that that's appropriate, and I don't think it moves us towards.
One more question, I'm
yes.
sorry. This is what does it take to get the vote, to retake that vote? I mean, in other words, I absolutely plan on coming back to this. I saw what I believe the vote was, and I'd like members of this committee to go on record, whether they're for the death penalty or not, on the Democratic platform. How do we get it back?
Madam.
The simple motion to take it from the table, Mr. Ellison, brings it back, and that's a majority vote.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, yes, sir.
To ask our colleagues what their argument is as to why they tabled if there were already 8 votes and there's no way to win because we only have 15.
Well, this is not debatable. We're going to move on. Amendments. Any other amendments? The next amendment is Mr. Ellison and Ms. Lee. Who's going to talk on the amendment? Mr. Ellison, Ms. Lee, somebody.
Okay, I'll bring it up. This amendment is it goes under the section Poverty Communities Left Behind. I believe it's page 13. Yeah, page 13, line 39, at the end of the paragraph. It says the earned income tax credit should be expanded for low-wage workers not raising children, including extending the credit to young workers starting at age 21. The child tax credit should be indexed to inflation to stem the erosion of the credit. This is very important in terms of making sure that those low-income individuals who may not have made it into the middle class, that we give them an opportunity to rise and work their way into the middle class. And these are some of the proven tax credits that work, that help people with children, without children, move from poverty into the middle class. And so I hope we are able to adopt this. All of the surveys, data, reports show that this is the way to do that.
Just a second. There is a second. Dr. West. Oh, I thought you wanted to speak. Mr. Ellison.
You know, in this economy, there are so many people who work hard every day. They do work, they earn income, but they just don't earn enough to get above the poverty line. I think the earned income tax credit really should be expanded to low-wage workers who don't have kids. I think this is an important thing to really minimize and reduce the income and wealth gap in our country. And obviously, this would help a lot of women workers, a lot of workers of color. So I urge a yes vote from all the members.
Anybody else want to speak in favor? Let me say that I think this is an important amendment. In the words of Beyonce, you got a lot of folks working 9 to 5 just to stay alive. And it's true. I mean, if you think about it. And some of them are working jobs that, you know, they may have a college degree, but they can't find a job that is commensurate with their degree. And people really, really struggling, and we talk about income inequality and all the problems that people go through every day. So I'm very supportive of this amendment. I think it's a good amendment. Anybody want to speak in opposition? We will therefore take the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All right. The vote is 15-0. The amendment passes. All right. Got it. Amendments, please. Any amendments, please? Any amendments? Where are we, Andy? Do we have any amendments? Do we have anything we can go back to? Are there anybody here working on? What page is that?
Could I ask when it might be appropriate to to ask that the motion be taken off the table? The death penalty motion?
You can do it at any moment, but I want to do one thing.
Sure.
And then you can, welcome to do it.
I think so. Double check on that to say,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come back to section we just did, and we're going to go to the section entitled Fix Our Broken Campaign Finance System. And in the Fix Our Broken Finance and Campaign System and Restore Our Democracy, we emphasize the importance of the right to vote as the basis of an expanded democracy. In our fight to preserve the longest-standing democracy in the world, it is imperative that we fight for real campaign finance reform, appoint judges who will defend constitutional principles of liberty and equality for all, and support the D.C. statehood. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear amendments. Ms. Reese, do you have an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first amendment is, I guess, Reese Amendment number 3. It's on page 15, and it moves to change our title to say the following. It should say, to protect voting rights, comma, fix our campaign finance system, comma, and restore democracy. And Mr. Chairman, the reason why I wanted to have protecting voting rights included and boldly stated in naming this section is, as you know, there has been a constant attack on voting rights in our country. And it has moved from the south to the north. And Republicans are full throttle in trying to take us back and take away voting rights, which many have died for and shed blood. And so Democrats across this country have been fighting in courts, have been fighting with constitutional amendments. We've been fighting in state legislatures against all of the voter suppression tactics. And so it's been our party at the forefront of protecting the vote. And I just would like to see protect voting rights to be boldly stated in the beginning of the title of this section. And so this First Amendment deals with the title, to have protecting voting rights added and boldly stated, as we have been standing on the front lines as a party to make sure that all voting rights are protected.
Thank you very much. Those who want to speak in favor, Ms. Sherman.
I'm going to speak strongly in favor of this suggestion. I thought one of the most powerful pieces of testimony we heard was from the Reverend from North Carolina, who could barely get here because he has such terrible arthritis, and he was extraordinary, and I think reminded us all not only the importance of voting rights, but building the fusion coalitions necessary to ensure access. And we have just seen overnight the power of a vote in what took place in Great Britain. It's not the way I would have wanted it to turn out, but it was a powerful statement of participation, and we need to do everything we can to ensure that right for every American citizen. Yes,
Mr. Gibbon.
I would just add the same thing. For me, the single most compelling moment of the entire platform process was listening to Robert Moses testify and to understand that some of the same barriers and some new ones that existed 50-some years ago exist today is as great a shame as the United States suffers. And so I think everything we can do to highlight, bold, and otherwise underline this situation, we should, and we should do it way beyond the platform. And I particularly thank Alicia for her work in the real world in all of this, and I hope we all keep on this particular fight.
Let me say this, that I support this amendment, and the reason being that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to accept as normal, people not being able to vote in this country. People standing in line 5 hours after the polls are closed. 600,000 people at a minimum in Texas not being able to vote. And it is, as far as I'm concerned, this is me speaking, it's criminal when you take away a person's ability to control their destiny. When you take away their ability to control their destiny. That's a theft. And we talk about the pursuit of happiness. If you have no control over your destiny, then there is, to me, that is stealing a significant part of a person's life. And so I wholeheartedly support anything. And we have to call it what it is. People are, they just, it's almost like, it's in your face. It used to be kind of, people try to hide it a little bit, but now it's in your face. We're going to take your vote, and you can't do anything about it. Then we're going to argue something about voter fraud that everybody knows is not truthful. So anyway, opposition. We will now take the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Ms. Reese, are you going to vote today?
They calling me, I'm sorry. Republicans trying to take my vote away.
Yeah, I want to make sure you get your vote. vote is 15-0. The amendment passes. Ms. Reese, I know you're trying to fix your other amendment. You got it straight? Huh? You got it straight?
Yep.
All right, let's roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that. Keeping in the theme of voting rights, I have another amendment to add to page 15, line 21, to add a paragraph that would say Republicans have enacted various voter suppression tactics from Ohio to Florida, which Democrats and even federal courts have fought against to preserve the fundamental right to vote. As Democrats, we support efforts to defeat ill-motivated voter suppression tactics, and we support efforts such as Ohio's proposed Voter Bill of Rights amendment in Ohio and North Carolina's Moral Mondays and similar initiatives to permanently safeguard this inalienable right. Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me. You corrected this. You made there's a difference between what you're reading and what's on there.
Oh, yes, they added, and we support.
Okay, it's more than that though, right?
That was it.
Okay.
The language on there says such as Ohio.
Such as.
Changed it to and we support.
Oh, and we support, okay. So you took out the such as, and we support, and substituted and we support, is that right? You see online?
Yeah, the such as was added on our typed up version, such as is not.
What I heard what I heard her say is, and we support programs such as Ohio's proposed Voters Bill of Rights.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman, or do we need to?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, in states across this country, and I was touched to have the opportunity to speak at the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington, something that I had only read about. Never thought in my lifetime that I would have to defend voting rights. And so as we talked about the Voting Rights Act and getting that restored and trying to build upon that, the question is, how do we continue in various states to be on the front lines to move Dr. King's movement to a permanent position? And so with that, I went back home to Ohio, and thousands of average, everyday citizens petitioned our government for a constitutional amendment for a Voter Bill of Rights. And they went out and got over 100,000 voters throughout Ohio, and they're still collecting. North Carolina started just everyday citizens with Moral Sundays. And these are all Democrats who are in the spirit of Dr. King, trying to take Dr. King's movement to the next level. And so I think as our party, and many in our party have traveled across the country for these initiatives. In our party, I think we must stand and recognize these initiatives, build upon them, and say that we support them and we will continue to fight, as you all have done in the Congress. This connects the White House to the State House to their house. And I would hope that we could have this in our platform to let them know that their efforts are not unnoticed, and we're in this fight together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those opposed? Ms. Reese, Ms. Parker, are you opposed?
I'm not opposed,
Right.
but I just have a question of clarification.
No problem.
I don't understand, or I haven't heard of Ohio's proposed Voters Bill of Rights amendment, so I just would like a little explanation of what that entails. I understand the Moral Mondays, and I think it's great. I've never heard of the Voters Bill of Rights amendment.
Thank you for that. Voter Bill of Rights declared it's a constitutional amendment that the citizens of Ohio have petitioned to put on the ballot. They have 100,000 signatures, started with $3,000, with 1,200 people being trained through churches, through nonprofit organizations, and it's young, it's old, it's white, it's black, it's brown, who've come together to say that we're tired of every other week there's another bill to be debated. In there, it identifies souls to the polls, it identifies early voting, It identifies voting as a fundamental right. Should this get on the ballot, the people will have a voice. They won't have to wait on Clarence Thomas to hope he do the right thing in the Supreme Court. They would be empowered to go to the polls and vote for their own voting rights and cannot be changed unless they come back to the people. And so other states are calling to find out how to do those kind of things in other states around the country. But it's just starting in Ohio. It's kind of what Moral Sundays is for Ohio, but through Moral Mondays, I'm sorry, is for Ohio.
Ms. Reese, as I read your amendment, it makes me feel very sad because I think about my 89-year-old mother, and I think about she fought the same fight that you as a young person have to fight today. And it shouldn't be that way. But I really do thank you for what you're doing, because some of us will be dancing with the angels, but you and your generation may be the last line of defense for this democracy. And with that, we'll take the vote. All those in favor of Ms. Reese's Fourth Amendment, please raise your hands. 14. All those opposed?
Louise is gone, I think.
Oh, Mr. Good. Okay, fine. The vote is 14-0. The amendment passes. Amendments. Yes, Mr. Berman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go now to another vote on Mr. Zogby's amendment, and I'm ready for that.
Very well. Mr. Zogby wants to revisit. You have a motion, sir? You can second it. Well, he can second yours. Somebody do something.
I'll second yours.
Okay, right, got it. All right. All those in favor to take the death penalty issue that we had a little bit earlier off the table and put it back into consideration, please raise your hands. Is it 14? It's 14 to nothing. Therefore, it is now being considered.
Call for the vote.
I call question.
I would, unless the parliamentarian tells me any different, I want to give people, if they have, and in fairness, if they want to have any discussion, no discussion? Oh, fine, no problem. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
What did you vote for?
14 to nothing.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Abstention, right. Is that right? 13-01. Ladies and gentlemen, the vote is 13 to no, with one abstention. Therefore, it passes.
I want to thank Mr. Berman, and I want to thank my colleagues for their reconsideration. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Chairman.
I just want to make one comment. I think that some of the confusion was that for many of us, this is a vote of conscience more than anything else. This is not so much about the platform or about the campaign, though it's certainly pertinent to all of that. And we're well aware that there are heinous crimes that are taken in this country, but there has been so much that has happened to people put on death row who we now know do not belong there. That I think many of us were glad to have this opportunity to table this, reflect on it, and have the vote again. So I thank the chair And I thank Mr. Berman, and I thank Dr. Zogby for putting it back on the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. West.
To thank my dear sister Ambassador Sherman for giving us a sense of what the counter-argument was and the transformation of shifting from 8 to 14. That kind of transparency and integrity, I think all of us appreciate, not just around the table, but around the country. Similarly so, Brother Howard, appreciate that.
All right. Amendments. Ladies and gentlemen, amendments. Do we have any amendments? Mr. Ellison.
I do have a voting rights amendment, but I think Mr. Grossman mentioned that the model, we're not ready yet. Okay, so we'll go to the voting rights one. First of all, I'm so honored to be able to vote for Representative Reese's voting rights amendments. They were spot on and excellent. But there's another part of the problem. Even if we fight legally and within the legislative realm, we still got a problem, and that is just participation. We have a participation issue that we've got to work on, and my amendment simply says that it is a core principle of the Democratic Party to maximize voter participation for all Americans. Our democracy suffers when nearly 2/3 of our citizens do not or cannot participate, as in 2014. Now, look, we know that the Republicans have identified voter suppression as a core strategic initiative. They are doing this. It's not just happening, they're doing it. And in fact, one of their foremost leaders, a guy named Paul Weyrich, founder of the ultra-conservative Heritage Foundation Moral Majority American Legislative Exchange Council, right? ALEC, he helped found ALEC. He said this, I don't want everybody to vote. As a matter of fact, our leverage in elections, quite candidly, goes up as the voting populace goes down. They said it. They admitted it. What more do we need to know? If it is the right-wing perspective to suppress the vote, it must be liberty-seeking people to increase the vote. I love what you said a moment ago, Mr. Chairman, which is to take somebody's right to determine their own destiny away is somewhere approaching sin. It's wrong. It's immoral. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Here's a few quick factoids about the importance of voter turnout. Look, in 2014, we had the lowest voter turnout since World War II. Democrats have lost 910 state legislative seats since 2008 and have only 18 governors. The state is so important. It's where voting rights are often determined. If you can vote as a felon, it's because the state says so. If you got same-day voter registration, it's because the state says so, not Congress. Republicans have the biggest majority in Congress since the Truman administration, and in 2012, congressional Democrats won 1.5 million more votes but lost seats because Republicans dominated redistricting. The year before, in 2010, we got beat bad on redistricting. If we maximize voter turnout and make this who we are and what we're about and put the voter first, it'll serve us very well. This, of course, goes in with fighting the legal battle that Representative Reese talked about so well, but also just making sure that all of our campaigns prioritize turnout and not just winning the election. You can win with 20% of the vote, but you cannot maximize turnout.
Time. Opposition. No opposition. All those will take the vote now, ladies and gentlemen. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Abstentions? So everybody's in favor of this? Because apparently we missed some hands. No. Okay. The vote is 14. 12. Did you have my hand?
We're missing Rep.
We're missing.
Gutierrez. we're missing Rep. Gutierrez.
Me. 14 to 0. Passes. Amendments. Mr. Zogby.
It's not, I don't know if it needs to be an amendment as much as it is a word addition that I'd like to suggest that I missed the first time around, and that is in the section on DC statehood. I would like to add the words finally. Oh, it's on, in the copy that I have, the one that is marked, is page 16, line 5, but in the, I'm sorry, it's 18, line 41, but in the updated version, it's page 16, line 5. And all that it says is, it is about restoring our democracy also means statehood for Washington, D.C. What I'd like to have it say is that restoring our democracy also means finally passing statehood for Washington, D.C. This is my 9th convention, I think, and I think we've had resolutions on D.C. statehood, which we pass and we ignore, and I would like to say that enough is enough. I mean, D.C. deserves statehood, and I would like to see us sort of act as a prod to move this issue forward. So I would like to insert just the words, finally pass. I would hope that that would be something that the drafters would consider friendly.
Is there a second? Second. Dr. West seconds the motion. Is there a discussion in favor of the amendment? Is there opposition with regard to this amendment? Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. I'm sorry? 14 to 0. It passes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now, we're going to take a dinner break. And during that break, though, I'm asking the people, because we've done all that we can do, we kind of got to catch up with some of the negotiations. But it's probably going to go anywhere from an hour.
Did you win?
All right. Good day's work. Do we want to do this Social Security thing before we go to dinner?
Deborah going to do the...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a break. It's going to probably go at least an hour, at least, and somewhere between an hour and a half. During that period, although dinner is not ready yet, I'm sorry? Ma'am? We will, the problem is that we got to get paperwork going out and negotiations, so we're trying to do two things at one time, so that we don't, while people are having dinner, they can also try to resolve some of these issues that we have. So let's look at somewhere between an hour and 15 minutes to an hour and a half, all right? Thank you. We'll recess. Okay.
Apparently, some folk are working on climate change and they want to skip it and go on. This is the next part. Go on to the next. See where they are on climate change.
It's my understanding that we have some agreements, ladies and gentlemen. Some items that were tabled. The first item that we will take will be Mr. Ellison on the model employer.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just reminding members that earlier in the day, we had a proposal, I had a proposal for Democrats support a model employer executive order to promote the procurement power of the federal government to employ and improve working conditions for workers. Mr. Booth recommended that we broaden it to vehicles other than just a model employer executive order. I agreed to that proposal, and so now the document reads, Democrats support a model employer executive order or some other vehicle to leverage federal dollars to support employers who provide their workers with a living wage, good benefits, and the opportunity to form a union. The $1 trillion spent annually by the federal government on contracts, loans, and grants should be used to support good jobs that rebuild the middle class. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Booth.
Mr. Booth?
Okay, I got it. Everything that Representative Ellison said is exactly right. This is something not only do I support this is something that I would love to work on this and try to make this really come about, because I do believe that the government's power to really affect people's lives in a positive way through the path that's envisioned here could make a real big difference once we win this election in November. So I'm pleased that we were able to come to a meeting of the minds.
Wonderful. Ask unanimous, is there any opposition? Ask unanimous consent that we adopt this amendment. Is there any objection? Number 2. This would be Ms. Tandon on Social Security.
I think this is a joint amendment with Bill McKibben on Social Security, in which we agree on ensuring Social Security is there for the future, and we rely on the wealthiest among us to make sure that's possible. And I think we're doing this in agreement between the two campaigns.
Thanks to Ms. Tandon for excellent drafting that came up with a good and rigorous solution to this problem.
Just tell us, what does it do, please?
We will make Social Security's guaranteed benefits continue for generations to come by requiring those at the top to pay more, and will achieve this goal by taxing some of the income of people above $250,000.
Is there anybody want to speak in support? Anybody want to speak against? Any objections? As unanimous consent, by unanimous consent, unless I hear objections, we'll pass that one. Number 3. Number 3 will be Mr. Booth on pensions. Is Mr. Booth ready?
No, we're going to go with Keith.
Yeah, I think we're going to go.
Mr. Ellison will speak on that.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving us time to try to work this out. We did earnestly try, but we just didn't quite land in the same spot on this one. And so I'd like to move my amendment on multi-employer pension plan amendment, just to remind members. Page 9, line 34, my motion says strike. Democrats will also fight to protect the earned pension benefit of Americans in multi-employer pension plans, and insert the following. Democrats will also fight to enact legislation to make sure that the earned pension benefits of Americans in multi-employer pension plans will not be cut. This legislation would be paid for by closing tax loopholes that benefit millionaires and billionaires. And I just want to note, Mr. Chairman, more than 10 million Americans depend upon multi-employer pension plans for their retirement security. While most multi-employer plans are well-funded, some plans, including the Central States Teamster Pension Fund, are facing significant funding shortfalls over the next 15 to 20 years. The multi-employer pension Reform Act of 2014, which I did not vote for, allowed for trustees to cut already earned benefits, including benefits of those people already retired. As many as 1.5 million Americans who worked hard for their entire career and gave up pay raises and other benefits for the promise of a pension are now vulnerable and have their benefits cut by as much as 60% for some. This includes truck drivers, pipe fitters, nurses, grocery store cashiers, and others, and their widows and their widowers. Balancing the books on the backs of the most vulnerable isn't right, and I urge adoption. Oh, it should be here.
One of the first passed out.
Yeah, it was early on.
Just looking for the language.
Where's the language? We have any? I thought we had it passed out.
It was passed out this morning, but they're reprinted.
Yeah, yeah.
So it is not what's on the screen.
No.
Not what's on the screen. What's on the screen is not the correct.
Yeah.
Could be taken off.
So just to say, Mr. Chair, the main difference is that what we want to say is that the Democratic Party wants to make sure that their benefit plans will not be cut. They should get what they expected based on the work that they did, and that's what we're asking for.
I don't even have that anymore.
And Mr.
See
Chairman,
this sheet? It's on here, they tell me.
Mr. Chairman, may I add that, when Wall Street got themselves into a big, giant jam, the American people stepped up and bailed them out. I think that something on that order must certainly be entertained in this situation. These folks didn't do this. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Amendment, the document. Anybody got to? Can we just hold this one just for a few minutes? Okay, and we can come right back if that's all right.
Again, with the excellent,
Mr. McKibben, is this the marijuana?
Yes.
All right.
with the, again, with the excellent drafting skills this time of Ms. Browner, we've reached a useful agreement, I think, on marijuana. It states, we believe that the states should be laboratories of democracy on the issue of marijuana, and that those states that want to decriminalize marijuana should be able to do so. We support policies that will allow more research to be done on marijuana, as well as reforming our laws to allow legal marijuana businesses to exist without uncertainty. And we recognize that our current marijuana laws have had an unacceptable disparate impact, with arrest rates for marijuana possession among African Americans far outstripping arrest rates among whites despite similar usage rates.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there a discussion in support of the amendment? Ms.
Yes.
Lee?
Thank you very much. Very good amendment. We should pass it.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Brown.
I just want to thank all the folks who worked on getting this language to where it is. I urge that we vote on it as quickly as possible.
Any other discussion? Let me just say this, that I support this amendment. I live in a neighborhood where I hear African-American men almost on a daily basis ask the question, why are we getting arrested for marijuana when we turn on the television and in Colorado, they're selling it, on television? I mean, they can't understand, it doesn't make sense to them. And so it certainly, that was just one other thing. The other things were mentioned earlier, but that's something else. There are a lot of people who feel that our system of justice is just so unfair. And you can go to jail in one state, and the other one, you're getting rich, and everybody know it. and it's legal. So anyway, hopefully in time this will even out. Is there any other discussion? Is anybody opposed? Anybody want to speak in opposition? All right. I think I'll take a vote on this one. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Looks like it is unanimous. All right. So that was a unanimous vote. That's done. All right, what do we got? Back to you.
You've already given me an opportunity to explain the amendment. I don't think I need to do it again. I just urge members to vote in favor of my amendment on multi-employer pension plans.
Mr. Ellison, okay, I just have a question.
Yeah.
I know that one of the reasons why these plans are suffering so much is there's been an attack on unions, and the union membership is going down. And then, so you had less people contributing, right? And what would your amendment do with regard to that?
Well,
it's basically to try to have a firm safety net, is that it?
Yeah, it's just a statement that the Democratic Party recognizes that even given those dynamics of decline in union membership, that the people who worked all their careers, I mean, if there's a time when the American people should help some folks, it's retirees who are pushed close to the wall. There's got to be a better way than cutting people's pensions 60%. There's just got to be a better way. And if you look at the legislation we passed in 2014, it kind of said, well, you know, you can reduce your benefit, but the government's not going to help you. But wait a minute, that's not what we said, you know, in 2008 when some other folks who, you know, didn't need the money nearly as much. So it would be a safety net. It would be a way to say the Democratic Party stands for the idea that these folks should not see their pensions cut. And I think that's what we should say.
Anybody else want to speak in favor of? Ms. Gunnels?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say we had a tremendous victory on Social Security. We're all unified on expanding Social Security. Right now, I think that we need to be unified to make sure the earned pension benefits of over 1.5 million workers will not be cut. Senator Sanders has introduced legislation on this to make those pensions whole. Congresswoman Kaptur has introduced companion legislation. There is a way to save these pensions without having them to be cut 30, 40, 50%.
Anybody else want to speak in favor? Anybody else want to speak in favor? Mr. Booth, in opposition.
Thank you. The analysis of the problem is certainly correctly stated. The goal is exactly the correct goal. It's also expressed in the language that's currently in the draft, which you see in front of you. Democrats will also fight to protect the earned pension benefits of Americans. So the question only comes down to the means of reaching that goal. And the proposal here does not reflect the current position of many of the, I don't want to say most, but that it might even be the case of the multi-employer pension plans themselves. The means for bringing about bringing the resources to bear to bulk up the assets of these funds. There's no consensus as to that, but there are several proposals out there. This one puts forward a proposal to provide, well, the word bailout was used, but to provide a subsidy to these plans by closing tax loopholes and transferring the funds into the plans as needed. And it sticks out like a sore thumb, in my opinion, that it just invites an attack from the GOP that this is a special interest kind of bailout kind of thing when the people involved here should should not be burdened with that. They should get the relief that that Representative Ellison and I both want to see happen, but there needs to be a greater consensus on the path to getting there than currently exists. So I think we're getting ahead of the game here by specifying to the extent that it's specified here, and we're better off with the general in-principle language that's already in the draft.
Anybody else in opposition? Anyone else in opposition? Anybody want to speak? Calling for the vote. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. Six. All those opposed? Six. Yeah, well, I will vote for it.
Carol.
Yeah. Vote is 7-6. I was going to vote if we didn't know what she had, yeah. 7-6. 7.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
7 against, 6-4.
Mr. Chairman, but
Yeah, 6 or 7. Yes.
But did you say if you were going to vote? It
Yeah,
would
well,
be
no, what happened,
7-7?
I don't vote in every situation. I thought we had a tie, and we didn't have a tie because Ms. Browner.
Oh, but we'd love to have your vote.
And you would have another tie.
Still lose. Very clever, very clever.
Oh, okay. It's your time. Oh, I see.
It's Dr. West meddling again. Just kidding. All right, next. Congresswoman Lee.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Congresswoman Lee.
Page 15, line 34.
Campaign finance, page 15. Yeah.
I think the base draft is strong. It's very clear that we've got to get money, the influence of money, out of politics. It's eroding our democracy. It's preventing young people. It's preventing women, people of color. It's preventing people who should be part of this process from even wanting to be part of it because of the influence of money. And finally, and I know some have been supportive of public financing for many years, but I think now it's extremely important, given the influence of dark money, of corporate money, of the type of money that people have to raise just to run for public office. It's obscene. So it's time we just say public financing in our document. And so all I did was, in this, which I think is a very strong statement in the base document, is we need to amplify the voices of the American people through a small donor matching public financing system.
Is there a second?
I'd like your support.
Is there a second? There is a second. All those wanting to speak in favor of the amendment, please speak now. Anybody opposed? Let me just say this. I think it's a very, 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 very important amendment. We who have to run for office know that so many of our colleagues spend phenomenal amounts of time trying to raise money, making the television stations rich and the consultants rich. At the same time, we see so many instances where we try to figure out why things don't happen in Washington, and money has a lot to do with it. And if anybody was honest, they would say that. So I think it's a wonderful amendment. I also might say that I couldn't even discuss this without letting you know that I talked, and Barbara Lee and I had an opportunity to talk to my colleague from Maryland, Congressman John Sarbanes, who has spent a phenomenal amount of time on this issue. I mean, it just, he must spend an hour or two a day. But he was just elated with what we're trying to do in our platform. And so I just gave him some general information, but he felt real good about it. Is there any opposition to this? Is there anybody? You seconded. Thank you. Can we do this by unanimous consent? Is there any objections? Then the amendment passes by unanimous consent. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to we're going to move to climate. As we're trying to gather documents, let me just tell, as we are trying to gather the documents, let me say to the committee that we're going to do everything in our power to finish this tonight. Some of you all may want to hang around St. Louis. It's a wonderful city for the next 3 or 4 days, but I won't be with you. I love the city. I don't want you.
Cardinals will be back.
And yeah, we had a hard time getting there. All right, how are we doing?
We've already done one on climate. one a week is enough.
Just need like a second to get all these.
On the climate, by the way, they tell me we have eight amendments, and we're going to, yeah. You are about to get a new, this is going to be new? That we're going to be working from? Okay, all right. Do everybody have this? Do they have this? Oh, good. Well, I didn't see anybody handing anything out. You all have that? It starts with page 16?
They don't have the amendments yet. Then I'll look at it, okay. Maybe you should.
What's coming next? Climate?
Climate. Yeah, you can, yeah, I'm going to, just so we can move along and be as clear as you can, considering the fact that everybody doesn't have documents in their hand.
The First Amendment is actually slightly different from the one that we sent in earlier, so it's just as well that I read it anyway. Page 16, line 39, after the word jobs. There's a little bit of wordsmithing to make things in the right place, and then some addition. After the word jobs, insert reducing greenhouse gas emissions more than 80% below 2005 levels by 2050, and meeting the pledge President Obama put forward in Paris to hold temperature increases well below 2 degrees Celsius and as close as possible to 1.5 degrees. We believe America must be running entirely on clean energy by mid-century.
Somebody make the screen bigger. We'll have,
This is
there we go.
actually not the one that, this is wrong. We've changed it. I've changed it, so I wouldn't put that on the screen for the
Okay.
moment, because it's going to confuse people.
Why don't you
But
do
Andy
me,
has the new version and should be up momentarily, I think.
Do you want to go to another amendment?
If someone wants to move it, second it, I
no,
can speak to it.
I want you to just say it again. I'm sorry. I got to.
Page 16,
Go
line
ahead, just-
39, after the word jobs, insert reducing greenhouse gas emissions more than 80% below 2000.
Give your voice up.
Below 2005 levels by 2050, and meeting the pledge that President Obama put forward in Paris to hold temperature increases well below 2 degrees Celsius and as close to possible as 1.5 degrees. We believe America must be running entirely on clean energy by mid-century.
All right. Is there a second? Is there a second? Oh,
let me begin with, since there's going to be a number of climate things, I'll in some ways address some of the rationale as I go along. This is a very strong and well-written platform. Much of the section on climate change is sort of boilerplate that repeats things that have been in previous platforms. The pledge, for instance, that we're making here today about keeping emissions 80% below 2050 levels is now almost 10 years old. It was reflected in the 2008 and 2012 campaigns. In the intervening 8 years, the price of a solar panel has dropped about 80%, so the engineering possibilities for going much further, as we heard in testimony from a number of witnesses, is very clear. What's also happened over that decade is our sense of the acuteness of the climate crisis that we face has grown remarkably. Over that 8 years, we've had 5 of the warmest years on record. The 3 hottest years on record are the last 3 years. Each of the last 12 months has broken the record for the hottest month of its kind. Those have resulted in remarkable changes, the highest wind speeds ever observed on our planet, the massive die-off of entire ecosystems like coral reefs across America, remarkable instances of flood, of drought, of fire that are occurring even as we meet today, people losing their homes and being evacuated and everything else, even in the course of the last few hours. The good news is that we have now, as we heard from witness after witness, the engineering prowess to go much further than we would have thought we could even a few years ago. There's absolutely no reason not to aim for 100% clean energy by mid-century. And so we are capable of doing that. That's why that is in there now. And I will just say that the temperature, adding the goals of that President Obama agreed to in Paris, those numbers, 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees as our targets, are the most important targets that the world has yet set on climate change, and they should be reflected in this document.
Time. Anybody want to speak in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, I
Ms.
don't.
Browner.
We've been back and forth on this language, and Mr. McKibben and I have given it a lot of effort. I think we are really, really close. I just need a second to digest this particular amendment. We do have other amendments. So if, Mr. McKibben, if you wouldn't mind, maybe we could briefly table this one. We've made a lot of progress. I think we may be there. I'm checking one thing.
I'm happy to table, and we'll go on to ones that we don't agree on.
Very
so
well, we'll do that.
Time. The second, I don't have the new pagination on the climate section, but this amendment comes at the second paragraph of the...
What's it called? I mean, do we have it? Is it Browner? Is it under the name?
No, they're, Bill, I don't know that all of yours are.
I don't know whether, I don't know, Andy, are they all out, those?
No, see, I think we're missing some of Bill's.
I sent them in
This is a
several
friendly-
hours ago, but,
But I think we could probably, do you want to do the fracking one? It's pretty.
well, I did carbon tax right
Carbon
now,
tax,
second
okay.
one, yeah. So
I think we
that's
can
the
do
second
this
one.
without it in writing.
All righty.
So, but are they not in writing someplace?
I don't,
Did we not know? Okay.
No.
Carbon.
They're someplace in the system.
Okay.
Second Amendment.
Those are different.
Now falling at line 46 on page 16. Carbon and other greenhouse gases should be taxed at a rate high enough to spur the transition away from fossil fuel, consistent with the temperature goals agreed to in Paris in 2015.
Okay. So you've moved that as an amendment?
I'm waiting for someone to second it, perhaps.
Second.
You've got to tell us, is this climate for
It's,
all corporations O? No?
no. It's a separate, it's not on the paper. It is, it's his amendment. We're going
It's in your mind?
No, we've been doing this, I mean, I sent these in hours ago, and Carol and I have been negotiating them talking about them for hours, so I don't know why they're not available.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think this particular one, we will be opposing it, and we will explain why. It's pretty straightforward, the language that Mr. McKibben read, which is to add language to the platform calling for a tax on carbon.
Fine.
Okay?
All right, Mr. McKibben, I'm going to let you go forward with explaining it and speaking in favor of it.
Excuse me. There are many methods by which to meet the goals that we have set forward. One of the most important, one that economists across the ideological spectrum have agreed upon now for a quarter century, is a price of some sort on carbon. That reason that a price on carbon is important is because there are so many millions of decisions made each day that affect our use of energy that it's very difficult to govern all of them by other kinds of regulation or other means. A price signal has a useful effect. This is not an effort to solve this with price signals or market signals or anything else. It's an effort to help the process. You'll recall that the witness who spoke most forcefully about this was a young woman from Oregon, Camilla Thorndike. In fact, as she was talking about it, one of the things she remarked on was the number of her peers who were weighing whether or not even to have children because they are so deeply worried about the climate crisis that we face. And I don't know whether this is one of these, I've been told that there were a couple of these where we could talk for a few more than 3 minutes, and carbon tax maybe, is that one of them, Andy? It's worth, I think, talking not only about the tax itself, but also about the context in which it occurs. Millennials are now the largest voting population, they have the largest percentage of our population in voting age is now millennials. Their list of concerns is different from the list of concerns of other voters. It features as one of the top concerns in poll after poll after poll dealing with climate change. That's because, for obvious reasons, they will face this crisis in the course of their entire lives, not like many of us who will deal with it only as our lives are drawing to a close. And so I think that it's worth thinking hard for a minute about what it means to be a party and what it means to be writing a document, as you said earlier, for future generations to be looking at. I've been part of other institutions that were big and at one time very vital. For instance, in my case, the Methodist Church, where I've been a Sunday school teacher and lay leader and things in my life. And I've watched that institution wither on the vine, like many of its fellow denominations, precisely because of its inability to continue to bring young people along and into the fold. And so taking lukewarm or half-hearted action on incremental action insufficient to meet the demands of the moment on the issues that young people hold most dear seems to me not only physically unwise, but politically unwise as well. A carbon tax is something that over time will produce real results across a question that people are, maybe the question that people are deeply, deeply concerned about. And it will also allow the rapid adoption of precisely the kind of technologies that we always talk about and understand are the technologies of the future, the technologies that bring with them the jobs that we want. When we were talking before about 100% clean energy, the motion that we'll go back to in a few minutes, one of the things that was most appealing about it for young people was the fact that, as witness after witness pointed out in their testimony, it will create a net gain of several million good new jobs over the next 30 and 40 years. In fact, if you think about it, there's probably nothing else on our horizon economically that will serve as the same kind of economic engine as the rapid transition away from fossil fuel. So for that reason, and because it's been very clear to almost everyone economist who's looked at this, that there's something ludicrous about allowing the fossil fuel industry to be the one industry on earth that doesn't have to pay to throw away its waste, I think it's time we move on this. Everyone else has to do this. The restaurant where we ate downstairs at the end of the evening is going to have a big pile of garbage. The cheapest thing for them to do with it would be to simply shovel it out into the middle of Washington Avenue and walk away. We don't do that because it would draw rats, and one of the definitions of civilization is that we clean up after ourselves unless we are the fossil fuel industry, in which case we pour what's now the most dangerous substance in the world into the atmosphere, using it as an open sewer for free, and it is time for that to come to an end.
There's a minute and a half left in support of this amendment. Let me remind you, this is an 8-minute amendment. You took 6:36, all right? Dr. West.
I would just want to say, given that high-quality eloquence, and Quintilian and Cicero define eloquence as wisdom speaking, that I would hope that he has presented persuasive arguments for us to vote to support him.
Ms. Lee.
Yeah, I support this, and I want to thank you for this amendment. Taxing carbon, it really is the most effective way to reduce carbon emissions while providing the needed resources which we need to address the cost of unchecked carbon emissions. A carbon tax, and we've debated this in Congress a lot, it will offset the massive societal costs of unchecked carbon emissions, and I think we should support it.
Got about half a minute. Right now, I mean, this is a very markety kind of proposal. And the reason I say so is because right now is that companies are not internalizing all their costs. They're externalizing them onto the rest of us. Shouldn't they be responsible for covering the cost they imposed on the rest of us? I think so, yes, and I urge adoption.
15 seconds. Anybody? In favor? 15 strict seconds. Mr. Gunnels.
I just wanted to remind people, we heard testimony from Dr. Michael Mann, and he also said that really the only way to achieve the sorts of reductions we will need to avoid catastrophic warming of the planet is for there to be a price signal. We need a price on carbon. We need to listen to the scientists and enact a carbon tax.
Time. Now we will hear voices in opposition. Ms. Browner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Mr. McKibben for all of his incredible leadership and work on the issue of climate change. Both he and I have been involved in the environmental movement in one way or another for most of our adult lives. This is the toughest issue that we've ever seen, and it is not just an environmental issue. It is a social justice issue, it is a fairness issue, it is a global issue. And we believe it is hugely important that we have all tools available in this fight. The good news about this election is we're going to have a national debate on what to do. We haven't really been able to have that. Climate deniers, Republicans, Mr. Trump, they're all out there saying no. We're saying it's real and we have to do something. The concern we have about a carbon tax, and you heard this from Mary Nichols from the state of California, which has the most aggressive carbon reduction program in the country today, is that it won't necessarily achieve reductions. It will generate revenue, but it won't necessarily achieve reductions because some companies will simply pay the cost.
And what we want and we think is absolutely essential are measurable reductions of carbon pollution in the air. And so I think we share the same goal here. We have different ways of getting there. The state of California used a combination of regulations, similar to what Mr. Obama is doing, and a fee that did generate some revenue. They had an auction system. But this particular amendment is not something we support. But the most important thing to leave this committee with is that I think both Mr. Sanders and obviously Secretary Clinton do believe this is a profound, troubling issue deserving real attention and debate in this election.
Anybody else want to speak in opposition to the amendment? Anybody else? Anybody else? All right, we will now take the vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. All those opposed? There's 7 opposed, 6 in favor. Goes down. Next.
I think the next amendment is the other one for which we had 8 minutes scheduled, perhaps the one on fracking. After that, they get shorter. This comes in the same place as the other one would have come last line of the page 16. And it's a very simple amendment that says we call for a full national moratorium on fracking. Fracking is an interesting question. And the rapid spread of fracking, particularly for natural gas, is something that the Democratic Party and, in fact, all the national leadership have been quite complicit in over the last 8 years. And the reason for that was because at its start, people thought that this technology held promise for dealing with climate change. People used to routinely refer to natural gas as a bridge fuel that would help us overcome our climate woes. And the reason for that is because when you burn natural gas in a power plant, it releases about half as much carbon dioxide per BTU as if you burn coal. So it seemed like a good thing. You would replace coal with gas, and therefore carbon emissions or greenhouse gas pollution would go down. That's why it spread very rapidly, and leaders of this party and boasted about its rapid spread over the last 8 years. As with many things, this turned out to be much too good to be true. The story of fracking is very interesting. Beginning in local communities about 6 or 7 years ago, as this technology spread quickly across the continent, local people began to be very upset with what was going on. They were noticing direct health impacts, and they were noticing impacts on water, on communities, on all aspects of their lives. And in response, a very powerful movement arose in many parts of the country in opposition to fracking, against great odds, against the richest companies in the country. People mustered with tremendous gumption about this task. This first set of local impacts is largely what drove many places to begin putting the kind of moratorium on fracking that I'm calling for here. The most powerful example of this being what Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo did in the state of New York, where he put large reserves of frackable gas off limits with a moratorium that applied across the entire state. On the day that he announced it, his health commissioner, who had done the most thorough survey of the effects of fracking, a 6-year, 2,000-page report, said at the press conference, "I asked myself, would I allow my family to live near a fracking well? And the answer was no. That being the case, I can't ask anyone else to do so." Those local impacts are very important, and by themselves would be enough to call this technology into serious question, but they have been joined in the last 3 years by perhaps an even deeper problem. You'll recall that I said that when burned in a power plant, natural gas produces less carbon and hence less greenhouse gas pollution than coal. The problem is that if it escapes unburned into the atmosphere, each molecule of methane, CH4, is, depending on the time frame you measure it on, about 86 times more powerful greenhouse gas, molecule for molecule, than CO2. That means that leakage rates that exceed a couple of percentage points are enough to make natural gas worse for the climate than coal. And the leakage rates we have discovered in recent years, concluding with a really mammoth and sort of path-breaking Harvard satellite study earlier this year, the leakage rates are higher than that. And methane rates, emissions from this country are beginning to soar. What that means is that though America's CO2 emissions have gone down during the Obama administration because of the things we've been doing around automobiles and around coal-fired power plants, it's entirely possible that our total greenhouse gas emissions have actually gone up, and at the very least, they've gone down much, much less than we've been claiming because there is so much methane going into the atmosphere. It's useless to try and point fingers back at the past and blame people for their support of fracking in the past because we didn't know very much about it. We would have perhaps been wise to study the effects before we committed large parts of our land mass to this technology, but that's not something we normally do. We normally just go ahead and do things and wait to see what bad thing comes, and in this case, a very bad thing came. And so now is the time to not point fingers, but to figure out what to do going forward. And the logical thing to do going forward is to halt the rapid advance of fracking where it is and not allow it to continue to expand out across the continent, endangering people's homes and lives and endangering more powerfully even than that the atmosphere all around us and the climate on which we depend.
We have now 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak in favor of the...
I want to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zogby. In those who are supportive of the amendment. Ms. Parker.
Yes, I'm in full support of the amendment, and to our indigenous peoples, water is one of the most sacred elements that we have on earth, and it is something very much worth protecting. If we're serious about safe and clean drinking water, and if we're serious about clean air, and if we're serious about protecting the health of our children and families, and if we're serious about combating climate change, we need to put an end to fracking all over this country. And so I strongly support this amendment, and I hope our colleagues will send a clear commitment to protecting our waters and our natural resources. It's very important to me as an Indigenous person. It's important to my family, and several other Indigenous nations across the country support a ban of fracking as well. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else in support of the amendment? If there is no one, we will now hear opposition if there is any.
Yes.
Ms. Browner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Mr. McKibben's important explanation of fracking. It is a technology that has been used and has contributed to the significant increase in natural gas, which I think we both would recognize has had a role in reducing dangerous carbon pollution. We need to go much, much further, but it has played a role in that. We believe it needs to be regulated. And one of the reasons it is not currently regulated, this particular activity, is because when Mr. Cheney became vice president, he sought to have EPA's authority to regulate it eliminated. It's sometimes referred to as the Cheney Amendment, the Halliburton loophole. We believe EPA should be firmly, that authority should be firmly reinstated. You heard from one of the witnesses, California,
that they have not banned fracking, but instead have chosen to regulate it and to regulate it to ensure the kind of safeguards that we are all talking about. We certainly support governors and states that make decisions based on their natural resources, based on their science, to do the kind of things that Governor Cuomo has decided. But we do not support a national ban on fracking. I think some of my colleagues would like to speak to this.
Yes, Mr. Booth.
Thank you. I want to explain why the AFL-CIO and many of the trade unions in the country are opposed to a fracking ban. There are significant numbers of jobs at stake. These are family-supporting jobs. They're involved directly and indirectly, transportation, et cetera, other aspects of the natural gas industry. And to risk those jobs, in the opinion of the unions, when the environmental gain in terms of the climate impact, the global warming climate impact, is either a negative because of natural gas being producing less carbon emission than coal by half, and because 2/3 of all natural gas now that's produced in the United States comes from hydraulic fracturing. At a time when that is questionable at best and negative very likely as well, to put that ban into place and cost all those jobs occasions great resistance that we've seen, and that carries over here. Many of these jobs are in the most significantly important battleground states that we have to carry in order to win the election that's coming up. And we therefore recommend that this proposal for a ban be set aside.
Anybody else want to speak in opposition to the amendment? Anyone else? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see him. Dr. West. The rebuttal will be with Mr. McKibben, but certainly he can
I speak for 2
allocate
minutes and then
some time to you.
A few seconds to lead into, because I do want to give Brother McKibben a chance to give the counter argument. But it just strikes me that the argument about jobs and the argument about states does not reflect the depth of urgency, impending catastrophe that was putting forward, because I discern a pattern. The pattern is, well, Brother McKibben, you're speaking truths. We're so glad you've been out there breaking your neck for 30 years in the movement. But when it comes to these kinds of considerations, we've got some counter factors, jobs, states' activity as opposed to federal activity and so forth. And it just doesn't strike me that your insights are informed by the unbelievable sense of us being on the edge of an abyss as a species vis-a-vis nature. And if that's unkind, let me know, but I want to just say that as a lead-in to Brother McKibben.
Thank you, Dr. West, and that actually is correct. I will add on the facts that the argument from jobs is ironic, given that one of the things that's very clear about fracking is that while it has displaced some coal-fired generation, it also displaces large amounts of renewable energy, and renewable energy is far more labor-intensive than the capital-intensive fossil fuel industry. That is, if you're interested in jobs, you should be interested in helping drive us towards solar and other renewable energies. And I will just add, too, that we heard restated precisely the argument that I explained was incorrect in my original thing, the idea that this has played a role in reducing, quote, dangerous carbon pollution is precisely the justification under which we adopted fracking years ago, but it is the justification that science has now shown to be wrong. That is that as carbon pollution goes down, methane pollution goes up, and that is more than canceling out the net effect. So it's very important to pay attention to scientific reality, and in this case, it's changed the verdict in recent years on fracking. That is why there are so many people who are so impassioned in so many places. And I will just add that the offer that states can, that we won't interfere with states' ability to decide on this is not much of an offer. What it's basically saying is, if you can somehow figure out in some state after another to figure out how to build to use the endless effort to build the movement necessary to overcome the fossil fuel industry and get a ban on fracking, and I can tell you the work that it took in New York was endless, then we won't come in and undercut you. That's not much really of an offer to give to a movement that's now a powerful and proud movement.
I allowed you to go over 1 minute.
Sorry.
I saw Ms. Browner, her head is almost coming off her shoulders. So I'm going to give you a minute with unanimous consent. Ms. Browner, you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't think anyone here intends to suggest that folks are not committed to these issues. Many of us have fought a very, very long time on these issues. The disagreement is over what are the next steps we take. But make no mistake, we are absolutely committed to reducing carbon pollution and to doing it in a cost-effective manner, to bringing renewables to scale, to making sure that we create a clean energy economy for this country. And we can do that. And so what we have here is not a disagreement of passion and commitment. That would be really unfair to suggest. What we have is a disagreement about what next steps we take. Thank you.
Very well. All right. I want to compliment all of you on a vigorous, respectful debate. Now we will vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands.
Where's Keith?
Are we missing someone?
He's coming.
Here he comes.
All those in favor, signify by saying, raise your hands. Raise your hands again since Mr. Ellison came in running. 6. All those opposed? Sir, I mean, I've been very liberal with the audience. I just would ask that you refrain from your comments, please. Thank you. 7 against, 6-4.
The next amendment would go in the same place. This is a 3-minute discussion, and we're through the long ones, so thank you. This would read, Democrats believe that the United States should lead the global community in keeping over 80% of all known reserves of fossil fuels in the ground. Democrats agree that the next President of the United States should not grant new leases for fossil fuel extraction on federal lands and waters, nor renew existing leases at their expiration. This amendment, oh, I'm sorry, I should wait for someone to second it, I'm sorry. This amendment allows us to consider the question that's also emerged since the last platform was written, the scientific understanding of what is called the carbon budget and how much carbon we can burn. Scientists have made it very clear that we have roughly 5 times as much coal, gas, and oil in our known reserves as we could burn and have any hope of keeping the temperature below those 1.5 to 2 degree increase that we guaranteed at Paris. That means 80% of the stuff we know about now needs to stay where God put it underground. The government does not have, obviously, control over all the land in the United States, but it does have control and through executive power over federal lands in terms of leasing them for coal, gas, and oil development. At the moment, a great deal of that land is leased, and there is far more coal, gas, and oil underground left to be had, and we shouldn't have it because we simply, physics doesn't allow it. This so-called Keep It in the Ground Act is codified in both houses of Congress. It was introduced in the Senate by Senator Merkley and with support from senators like Senator Gillibrand and Senator Leahy and Senator Boxer and others, also in the House, I believe by Representative Huffman, but I'm not sure. It's common sense legislation now that we know the math about climate change. And one of the things that I think we need to just remind ourselves from time to time when we're dealing with climate change, and this sort of builds on what Brother West said about the abyss, and after it I will stop for a minute. One of the things we need to remind ourselves is this is not a political problem of the sort that we're used to dealing with. Most political problems yield well to the formula that we've kept adopting on thing after thing. Compromise, we'll go halfway, we get part of this done. That's because most political problems are really between different groups of people. They're between industry and environment, they're between environmentalists, they're between. That is not the case here. The fundamental disagreement in this case is between human beings on the one hand and physics on the other. And physics is a very poor negotiating partner. It does not compromise. It is uninterested in what battleground states are or what it is interested in is how much carbon and how much methane we're going to pour into the atmosphere. And we know now how much we can do. So it is an act almost of vandalism to continue to pour more in than science tells us that we can.
Time. Those in opposition. Anybody want to speak in opposition? Ms. Browner.
Mr. Chairman, what we care about is not putting the pollution in the air. We have in the document before us a commitment to an 80% reduction of getting the pollution out of the air. That's what is absolutely essential to us. I will offer, I don't think as a substitute, but I will offer an amendment after we vote on this about phasing down these activities.
Anybody else want to speak in opposition? Anybody in opposition? Rebuttal?
Just to say that if we're ever going to meet any of those targets, we not only have to set the targets, announce them, and speak virtuously about them, we actually have to go out and do them. And the problem is, and here I will just say, there are moments when, since I wrote the first book about all of this 30 years ago, there are moments when I feel like saying and try to restrain myself from saying, if only you had listened to me then. Because 30 years ago, we had a number of easy trajectories by which we could have accomplished these targets. We're out of easy trajectories, so the things we're trying to do now are tough, and it will be the measure of our political system whether we're actually able to do tough things or whether we always just take a half measure and say we're going to slowly phase it out or whatever else.
Dr. West?
Yes, indeed. At first, I just wanted to speak directly to my dear sister and say I in no way wanted to call into question your commitment. What I was really saying was that I could feel in both the tone and the content, given your genuine commitment, a kind of reform incremental orientation as opposed to what Martin Luther King Jr. called the fierce urgency of now, appropriated by a president that we know. And it's precisely this fierce urgency of now which requires what seems to be more radical than incrementalism that I was accenting. So in that sense, I do believe in some ways we're on the same page, but in another sense, we're in a different vibe in terms of what it is to be on that edge of the abyss. Because when you're on the edge of the abyss, or when you're on the stove, to use the language of Malcolm X, you don't use the language of incrementalism. It hurts, and the species is hurting in that sense. And that's what I detect in Brother McKibben in terms of tone. I'm not calling into question your commitment. I want to be clear about that, because I don't believe in personal attacks, but I believe in being very honest and candid in terms of what I discern regarding tone.
Mr. Chairman, very brief.
Sure.
Dr. West, thank you. Trust me, no one has ever called me incremental when it comes to protecting the environment, ever.
No, I like but I get the impression that Brother McKibben is calling you incremental now. Is that right?
I'm not making, I will say, since I'm not making any reference to anyone except to say that if we talk about if the choice is between doing something now or phasing it out over time, that seems to be almost a dictionary definition.
Time is up. Let's vote. It's time to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Although, do we have six? Is it six? All those opposed? 7. 7 opposed, 6 in favor. The motion is defeated.
I've got several more, but I didn't know whether you wanted to offer the other motion at the...
Ms. Browner.
Thank you, Mr. McKibben. I will offer number 2, which is on page 17, line 44, strike while, the sentence that begins while making, and insert, we can phase down extraction of fossil fuels from our public lands, starting with the most polluting sources, while making our public lands and water engines of a clean energy economy, creating jobs across the country.
I would second that.
It has been moved and seconded. Anybody want to talk in favor of the motion? Anyone want to speak?
It's on the, it's on the screen.
It's also been distributed.
It's been distributed. It's
You may be on the
Climate 2
pile. It
Browner.
was distributed earlier.
Yeah, it's in your pile.
All right. Ms. Browner,
We have a
Ambassador.
I think the only thing I would add is I think this is a, I think this is a,
No, it's not bad.
They can't hear you. The people back there, you can't.
oh, there it's on, sorry. I think this is a terrific amendment because it tries to ensure the safety of our public lands while we're phasing down the extraction of fossil fuels. And that is a difficult thing to do along the lines of the discussion we previously had about how you balance things while making substantial progress along the way. And I think it's a very good and strong amendment. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak in favor of the amendment? Anyone want to speak in opposition to the amendment? Then we will take the vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Two. We have abstentions? Eight in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstention.
I have an amendment.
The motion carries. Go ahead.
I have an amendment in the same basic place, I think. This is, it's, Democrats believe
It's number 9, is that what? Which
page, lost my page here, I'm sorry. Page 16, page 16, may as well go page 16, line 46. Democrats believe government should not aid private companies by using eminent domain to build new fossil fuel infrastructure in the United States.
Yeah.
Is there a second? There's a second.
This is a slightly different one, and it arises out of the fact that though eminent domain is an important power for public purposes, it's now being widely misused by companies in the pursuit of putting up infrastructure that's dangerous, as we've said over and over again, to the public health. Fossil fuel infrastructure fits that category nicely, and as farmers and ranchers across the country have been discovering in recent years, their land is being suborned for private purpose in these ways. This amendment was put forward to me by the new chair of the Nebraska Democratic Party, Jane Klebb, who was responsible for the really remarkable organizing feat across the middle of the country of putting together in very red states a remarkable coalition of farmers and ranchers and others to stand up to things like the Keystone Pipeline. And she has said, and I think demonstrated now, that this serves as for those who are politically minded and talking about battlegrounds and things, serves as a remarkably good wedge issue with voters who are concerned about the level of government intrusion in their lives. There are moments when government intrusion is unavoidable, but this is not one of them, since it is imperative that we not be putting up much more of this infrastructure anyway. This is an easy way to appeal to a deep instinct in each of us that we should be safe in our homes and our lands.
Anyone want to speak in support of the motion? Therefore, anybody opposed? Mr. Booth.
Let's start with eminent domain. I'm glad to hear my friend, Brother McKibben, talking about politics, because we should be really thinking about politics. But for a moment, let's talk about eminent domain. There's eminent domain, an important, as he says, power that the government has to promote public purposes. Let's not make such a quick assumption that public purposes and private purposes are all determined by whether the company that carries it out is public or private. There are public purposes that in our country and in our system, we leave to private companies to carry things forward. Much of our infrastructure, electricity transmission lines, as a very obvious example, railroads is another one, are almost entirely privately owned and operated, but they are, eminent domain applies because they are the sole means of, you have to have such structures in order to fulfill public purposes and provide public goods. But let me go a little to the question of infrastructure more generally, because I don't think you can I don't think there is any real legal way to thread the needle and ban eminent domain for particular kinds of purposes of this kind, and not at the same time ban it for transmission of solar produced energy or wind produced energy. And we had in an earlier section that we dealt with this morning a very ambitious infrastructure program to create, and it's in fact core to the jobs promises that we're putting in this platform. And so to hamstring we already have very lengthy and careful regulatory systems for the granting of permits and for the exercise of eminent domain and all the things that are connected to it, to further create roadblocks to carrying out this other pledge of the platform is creating an internal contradiction in this document that I don't think we want to do.
Yes, rebuttal.
Just briefly to say that government makes distinctions all the time between different classes of things that are in certain ways similar and in certain ways aren't. We just had a discussion of which schedule different controlled substances should be considered under. We now understand in a way that we didn't a decade ago how dangerous it is to be building new fossil fuel infrastructure. That's why I laid out that discussion of the carbon budget. So in this case, it would be a useful distinction to make between those things.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Can I just, with that qualification, I mean, because in other areas, progressives has defended the right of eminent domain
Yes, I
from
did.
conservative attack. So I'm just, is there a categorization here we'd use? It's just, because obviously the right is using it for
We're not writing-
property, let me just
I'm sorry.
finish, then you can answer. The right has been using it for property rights establishment, a whole host of issues. So I'm just trying to understand, is there a
thought
broad category by which we would?
I thought I'd laid
affect
out the broad category. Infrastructure, I mean, we're not writing legislation here, but infrastructure designed for the,
But the right could use what we say there.
production and transportation of fossil fuels, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Yes.
So, a note here that, you know, it just strikes me, I'm getting a little depressed about this pattern because, I mean, you have Brother McKibben. McKibben has no monopoly on truth, capital T, but he's one of the great prophetic voices in the 21st century dealing with the state of emergency. And he's presenting these very powerful arguments and insights and frameworks, and each time it's unconvincing to my fellow colleagues around the table. And I accept that. I do believe in the voting. Voting doesn't mean truth, but it means that we have to accept the vote. But I just register this deep sense of despondency that I'm wrestling with, because it seems to me it's rare to have someone of his quality sitting around the table and to have to him and us to
The good news is the
continually
next
go.
one's going to go much better.
Is that right? But that's just one out of X or Y, you know what I mean? But that's just a register, that, and I don't say that to put anybody down, because we're dealing with trying to reach some kind of consensus, but I just want to be candid about the state of my soul.
Let me say this. Let's hold up. I think we all, it is getting late, but I think we all need to keep in mind that we all are very passionate people, all of us. And all of us are here for a reason. We don't have to be here. And I would hope that we would respect the motives and the experiences and the opinions of our fellow folks here. I don't know Mr. McKibben, but I'll tell you one thing. I have gained a lot of respect for him just listening. I've gotten a lesson just sitting here, and I respect that. And I would hope that all of us would realize that we all bring our own experiences, our expertise, our feelings to the table, and we're all just trying to do the best we can with what we got, in the words of Thurgood Marshall. All right? We're going to take a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. All those opposed? All those opposed? 7-6 opposed. 7 opposed. 6-4.
I predict with this next amendment that we're going to end this string here. Yes, this drought. In the next paragraph, after the word trucks, which appears on line 10, page 17, add the language, "and by expanding bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure across our urban and suburban areas."
There is a second. Would you explain your amendment, please, sir?
We're talking about many, we've done a good job of listing some of the many high-tech forms of change that we will need: electric cars, efficient boilers, so on and so forth. It's worth remembering that we also possess more traditional ways of lowering our carbon footprints. Americans are, when they have the chance, avid bicyclists and pedestrians. Those are very good things, but of course they're also very dangerous things in the places where they haven't been properly provided for. Our urban and suburban landscape has basically been built since the end of World War II for the easy transmission of automobile traffic hither and yon. And that traffic, we now know, has certain environmental costs, but it also has great costs to people who are merely out to enjoy or move by those free or very cheap modes of transportation, one's legs or a bicycle, that most of us have been granted the opportunity of using. And so it would be a very useful and good thing for us to continue expanding that infrastructure at a more rapid pace than we have in the past in those places that have built good bike path systems, for instance. The payoffs have been not only in terms of health and environment, they've also been economic payoffs as property values in those areas have gone up and as those communities have become nicer places to be.
Anyone else want to speak in favor of the amendment? Yes.
I think every single one of us here is a pedestrian, if not a bicycler, and I would suspect that you could move this by unanimous consent.
I would agree. Is there any objection? Then we will move this one by unanimous consent. Congratulations, Mr. Kibben.
Thank you very much. I thought bike paths might be a little easier. The next amendment I was planning to offer was on utilities, but actually Ms. Browner did a better job of writing it than I did, so I'd defer to her if that would be okay.
So it is Browner, I think, number 2? Oh, is it number 3? No. That's it. We can work to expand access to cost-saving renewable energy by low-income households and oppose efforts by utilities to limit consumer choice or slow clean energy development. I think many... Deployment. I think many folks are aware of the fact that we have seen now in several states efforts to interfere with individuals' ability to use solar panels to really help contribute to reductions in measurable carbon emissions. And what we're trying to say here is that those are the kind of things that we oppose and that we do not think are appropriate. There's also impacts on low-income households, and so we speak to that here. I think we're in agreement, so perhaps, Mr. Chairman, this is another one where unanimous consent will work.
It seems to be a question. All right, second. Ms. Tandon, I thought you had a question. Is there any...
I just want to say briefly in support, and I'm sorry to belabor everybody with me taking this time, but one of the big arguments that we hear from the right is that renewable energy movement is going to somehow disadvantage inner city people of color. I've heard folks say this. It's a lie. It's absolutely untrue. And I think that it is important to make this important statement. I just want to say there's a wonderful church in my community called Shiloh Baptist Church, and they have put solar panels on the top of their church. This is a black church in the middle of North Minneapolis, and usually in Minneapolis, God bless them, this kind of stuff goes in the more wealthy part of town. But our community has decided renewable energy is for all, for everyone. and I'm so proud of that effort, and I just want to say that this is a good amendment. I plan on voting for it.
Just to add on it very quickly, I think I may have mentioned it before, but in Baltimore, we're hiring a lot of young, particularly African-American men, who are doing solar panels, and at the same time saving. I mean, there are a lot of them, and it's expanding. And some of these guys have records, but it gives them an opportunity to make a living. They're going into neighborhoods and putting on panels and saving quite a bit of expense for the homeowners. And it's endless opportunities. So it's a lot of win-win-wins there. Yes, Ms. Lee.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, let me just ask you if we could, and I've asked Mr. McKibben if he would accept this. I too just want to reference Mandela Training Center in my district, which young, low-income, kids of color, teenagers really learn how to put solar panels on houses. I think you saw that, Carol. Learn how to insulate homes and, all energy efficient technologies and strategies and building approaches they're learning. And so I was wondering, which lead to good paying jobs. So I'm just wondering if we could just add something there on this amendment where we say energy by low-income households, but add something about leading and also creating good paying jobs, or something that would add the economic benefits of this also.
My apologies. We'd be happy to accept that. I have visited the site in Congresswoman Lee's district. It's quite impressive. So maybe we could ask the drafters to take an assignment to incorporate language in keeping with this discussion as a friendly amendment. Certainly. Thank you.
That'll be fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is there anyone else? Yes, Ms. Mish.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I too really like this amendment. This also responds to testimony that we received during our hearings, where we actually had testimony from someone who actually moved and was able to get employment opportunities, take care of their families. There also was testimony about making it affordable so that credit check, et cetera, they could get in and be able to have access to this. So I think this is one of those amendments that directly impact based on the testimony that we heard through this process.
Thank you very much. So we move this by unanimous consent? So is there any objections? Then we will, there's an objection?
No, gosh, no.
We will move it by
Thank you.
Unanimous consent. Next amendment.
I have I'm sorry.
I made a mistake, so can you just bear with me for a second?
Let me go back. Let me just ask. Let me do this. Let me take care of this right now. I need a motion for the staff to make technical and grammatical changes. Can I have a motion? Just a second. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I made a mistake, and so I want to see if I can fix it right now. Ms. Parker and I had conversations and agreed to some changes in the language. I think I accepted responsibility for getting the amendment printed, and I failed to do that. We agreed on the language. I think I could read it. If not, we can try and get it printed and come back
Just
later.
the amendment we just did?
No, it's a different amendment.
Have we done it yet? I mean,
no. I was going to offer it verbally. It's my mistake. I forgot to get it printed.
Well, I've got two more, so maybe in the moment that
Okay,
I'm
I
doing
will
that,
get
we
it
can do
printed
it.
while you're talking.
Yeah.
I apologize for I've only got two more, and then we can leave behind the problem of the end of the world.
Yeah,
and
because-
I'm going to expire at that point anyway. So,
Let me just, so that the committee will know what is going on. Staff had asked me that immediately after we finish yours, Ms. McKibben, and I guess Ms. Browner now, that we take a short break just so they can get the paperwork together, and then we'll be coming back. I just want you to be aware. what we're doing, all right?
This amendment falls on page 17, line 18, after the words Keystone XL Pipeline. And it would amend it to say Keystone XL Pipeline dash dash. And we believe the same test that he applied in that case, whether or not new infrastructure would, quote, significantly exacerbate, unquote, global warming, should be adopted across federal agencies. If someone seconds it, I'll explain.
It has been moved and seconded.
So,
why don't you explain it?
This goes to the question, in a sense, of movements that we were talking about earlier. And I want to just very briefly remind people of the story of this movement that's arisen basically since the last Democratic Convention. And that movement, in certain ways, had its birth around the start of this fight over the Keystone Pipeline. At the time that we began, nobody thought that we had any chance of prevailing. The National Journal polled its 300 energy insiders in the summer of 2011, and 93% of them said that these were people on the Hill and K Street, said that TransCanada would have its permit for that pipeline by the end of 2011. Instead, it became the biggest battle that the environmental movement has fought in many years. More people went to jail than had gone to jail about anything else in almost 30 years. More emails were written to the Senate in a single day than on any other topic in history. More public comments were filed with the State Department about an infrastructure project, and it culminated in many ways with the great climate march in New York City, with more than 400,000 people walking down 6th Avenue in what was probably the largest demonstration about anything in this country for quite a long time. That movement succeeded in some way when the Keystone Pipeline was, when President Obama decided not to build the Keystone Pipeline. And that was a great victory, and it was a victory that belonged, I think, most of all to indigenous communities that really led the fight on both sides of the border, and to farmers and ranchers in the middle of the country. But it also belonged, and most of the numbers came from people who would never live anywhere near the Keystone Pipeline, which after all was running through fairly unpopulated parts of the country. Instead, it was mostly people who understood that this was a proxy battle over climate change, and at the time had come to take significant action. So the victory that was won primarily came when the president said that he would make his decision about that pipeline on the question of whether or not it would significantly exacerbate global warming. And having made that was the great moment, and we were very, very glad when he made that decision. And it has given birth to and given heart to a widespread movement around the world. The head of the American Petroleum Institute said not long ago that the biggest problem they now faced was what they called the Keystoneization of every other project they were trying to build, as indigenous people, as local people rise up everywhere to fight it. Simply saluting the victory of saying that we're opposed to the Keystone Pipeline in the platform is at this point fairly empty. What would not be empty, and what would in some way give recognition to that movement that arose, would be to say that that same test that we won in that case would now apply as other federal agencies from whatever they are, FERC, Interior, so on and so forth, examine other new fossil fuel projects, whether we'd meet the same standard.
I'll let you run over.
I'm sorry.
Voices in opposition. Any voice in opposition? Yes.
I just want to be really clear about the record here, just so everybody understands. I have tremendous admiration for what Bill did to lead this movement and to make people pay attention to the Keystone Pipeline. Having lived through this at the State Department for some time, I think it's important for everybody to understand that the President's words mattered for sure, but what we were trying to do was go through a very, very, very complicated legal process in the appropriate way so that we'd be able to test this in court. And so I think that we should, I'm a little concerned about this language because it in some ways, I think, Bill, undermines your own argument because it doesn't set the very careful process that one put in place and that you were very much part of making happen, that created the basis to be able to withstand a legal test. And that really was what got to the end of this story. It was excruciating, excruciating.
Anyone else in opposition? We will now hear your rebuttal. There is no rebuttal.
Just very briefly, to say, the process was indeed excruciating, but for other reasons. It was not a straightforward process, but by the end, we'd gotten to a good place, and that good place was precisely what the president said here. We're not writing legislation here, but what we are saying is we want to figure out how to enshrine this test going forward because it's precisely the right test that the president put forward.
All right. We will now take the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. 6. All those opposed? 7. The motion is defeated. Next.
One final one before we get back to the one at the beginning that I think people have been working on. At the end of current paragraph 5, which falls on, I guess, line 19. Democrats agree that the U.S. Department of Justice should investigate alleged corporate fraud, and here I'm editing a little bit to take out the name of the particular company and say should investigate alleged corporate fraud by fossil fuel companies for any efforts to deceive the American people about the dangers of climate change. We respectfully request the department investigate these allegations and take appropriate action should the investigation yield evidence of wrongdoing.
Do we have that motion?
I believe
Amendment,
so, but I took out the ExxonMobil. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I read the one that was on the thing, but that's right. You've added the.
Is this something that you all have sat down and gone over?
It is.
Are you in agreement on this?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, good. Yeah, what he's about to present to us.
Find it. I'm sorry. All corporations owe it to their shareholders to fully analyze and disclose risks they face, including climate risks. Those who fail to do so should be held accountable. Democrats also respectfully request the Department of Justice investigate allegations of corporate fraud on the part of fossil fuel companies accused of misleading shareholders and the public on the scientific reality of climate change. Thank you, Carol.
All right,
Let me just speak it. Let me just speak to it for a few seconds, just to say this is a place where the Clinton and Sanders campaign have been in agreement in calling for this kind of investigation and these kinds of disclosures. The story that began to emerge 10 months ago in the pages of the Los Angeles Times, Inside Climate News, and from the Columbia Journalism School is a shameful story that ranks with or may exceed the story that we learned over long, painstaking time about the tobacco industry. It appears that some of these corporations knew all that there was to know about climate change 40 years ago, took that information used it in the conduct of their own business as they climate-proofed their own businesses against what they knew was coming, but then spent money in large sums to build the architecture of deceit and denial and disinformation that has kept us engaged in a sterile and fruitless debate about the reality of climate change for a quarter century.
Ms. Brown, did you have something? Let me say.
Thank you.
Let me say this in support of the amendment. Sitting on the Oversight Committee, we see a lot of how companies deceive the American public. And I think that one of the reasons why the American public is so frustrated one of the many reasons, is that they feel like people get away with deceit and hurt them, literally hurt them badly. And then government either turns ahead, or when they do see it, don't do enough about it. Or it's like the guy said in my block in the middle of inner city of Baltimore, if he steals a bike, he goes to jail. But the guys, in the big companies steal, and cheat people of millions and billions, and nothing happens. That frustration is deep. And again, I think, but I'm going to go back real quickly before we end this whole subject to something that Barbara Lee really struck on when we had some of the young people coming before us. We must always keep in mind that young people get this. This whole climate situation, and that's where they are. And they are very, very concerned about it. And as a party, I think we have to be very cognizant of that. But I think you summarized it quite well, Ms. McKibben, when you said some of us are towards the end of our lives. They're at the beginning. And they know they've got to deal with all of this. So I just want to put that in there, so you just keep that in the, in your computer. I forgot where we were, Ms. Tandon.
Yeah, I'll just say briefly that I would, I strongly support this amendment, and also just want to call attention to the committee that, we have a situation where we have some attorneys general, New York, elsewhere, who've been very strong on this, but we have a whole series of Republican attorneys general who are taking action right now to protect the oil companies from precisely this kind of litigation, and that it's really vital that we fight against those efforts at the state and local level. So I want to thank Mr. McKibben for bringing this amendment, and Carol Browner.
Yes, Mr. Howard. Chairman. Mike.
Bill, could I take 30 seconds to explain the first part of your description about what they did for their own companies to avoid the problems they knew were I don't know enough about this to know what you're referring to.
So Exxon is the one for which we have the most documentation. It appears that not only did they use their knowledge of what was coming to plan their strategy for bidding on leases in the Arctic that they knew would be melting, but they also, in essence, climate-proofed the infrastructure that they were building, equipping their drilling rigs, for instance, to deal with the sea level rise that they understood was in the offing.
Very well. We will now, yes, Dr. West.
Yeah, just briefly that, because I do support the amendment, but it just strikes me that we have to acknowledge that it looks as if the Department of Justice has not already engaged in this kind of investigation, given the hiding and concealing going on with ExxonMobil and others. And that raises the issue of, on the one hand, we support the amendment, but these kind of neoliberal rationalizations of corporate power are upsetting. Because here we already have to deal with the crisis, given the possible criminality going on in the same way Wall Street crimes are de facto never rendered accountable. So the age of impunity goes on and on and on. I think we have to be very honest and candid about this, even as we support this kind of language and the coming together of these two sides, because I think we can't downplay the role of social movements. That President Obama would not have done what he did, given all the legal complexity, without the social movement in the streets, without the pressure brought to bear. Same is true in terms of a whole host of issues that we could go into, and we just need to say that for the record, and I think it's very important to say.
Time has expired. We will now vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have one more amendment to this section, Ms. Parker.
Yes, Ms. Parker.
Yes, on page 16, line 38 through 45, should reflect the bolded and underlined changes below. Democrats share a deep commitment to tackling the climate challenge, creating millions of good-paying middle-class jobs, meeting the pledge President Obama put forward in the landmark Paris Agreement, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions more than 80% below 2005 levels by mid-century. We will take bold steps to slash carbon pollution at home and protect our air, lead the fight against climate change around the world, ensure no Americans are left out or left behind as we accelerate the transition to a clean energy economy, and be responsible stewards of our natural resources, public lands, and waters. Democrats reject the notion that we have to choose between protecting our planet and creating good jobs, good paying jobs. We can and we will do both.
There is a motion and there is a second. Anybody want to speak in favor? Yes. Ambassador.
I just want to commend Deborah and Carol for offering this. I cannot tell you how important this has been internationally. As I traveled around the world, the fact that the U.S. took leadership in Paris, that Paris happened, that it was successful, not all that we all wanted, not as fast as we all wanted, but still quite a remarkable achievement. So I'm very grateful that you've included this. This leadership on our behalf and holding to these commitments is absolutely critical to meet the emergency that we all face. Thank you.
Ms. Bellner?
We should all vote for it.
Very well. Any opposition? Very well. Can we do this by unanimous consent?
Yes.
Do you have any objections? So it passes by unanimous consent. Let me do...
Mr. Chairman, we had tabled the very first amendment. If they can put it back up, I think we have worked out the language. I'm going to read it. No, keep going,
Keep
no.
going back further.
It's the first McKibben. Keep going. We like the artwork. No. There it is, okay. So it's,
No, that's what you just did.
oh no, sorry.
Just read it.
I can read it, okay? No. On page 16, line 38. I'm sorry, line 39, after jobs.
Yeah, it's climate number 5.
Here
it is, right here, Carol, it's up on.
Yeah, it's up there now.
Okay, so it will now read, and this is, we've agreed, reducing greenhouse gas emissions more than 80% below 2005 levels by 2050, and meeting the pledge President Obama put forward in the landmark Paris Agreement, which aims to keep global temperatures increases to well below 2 degrees Celsius and to pursue efforts to limit global temperature increases to 1.5 degrees Celsius, period. We believe America must be running entirely on clean energy by mid-century.
And that's completely congenial to me.
So, okay, so that's the amended.
Yeah, it's a friendly amendment to that,
Very well.
I guess.
All right. Is there any opposition to that? Very well. We will do that by unanimous consent unless you have objections. All right.
May I just say thank you very much for your forbearance.
I want to thank you. I want to thank all of you. Thank you. We're about to take a 15-minute break so the staff can pull together. So let me just do something before I forget. Ladies and gentlemen, our job is very difficult, but the people who have the most difficult job are the writers. You all are driving them absolutely crazy. And I would not want their job. Let me introduce them to you, Y.J. Fisher and Jessica Schumer. They have been working 24, hours a day over the last few weeks trying to make all this happen. And I want them to know publicly that we truly appreciate all that you have done, all that you are doing, and all that you are going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a 20 minutes, okay? All right, recess. We're going to now move to the, education section. Provide quality and affordable education. Ensuring access to high-quality, affordable education is a top priority for the Democratic Party. The next section, provide quality and affordable education, traces our commitment to providing educational opportunities from early childhood to graduate school, tackling issues of student debt and for-profit schools while maintaining our commitment to minority-serving institutions. Amendments.
I have an amendment.
Shandon.
I believe this is being distributed. It is a series of amendments that are all underlined in the early childhood pre-K, K through 12 section. The amendments are really designed to support our public schools, ensure that they have adequate resources, that testing informs but does not drive instruction. If you really look through the flavor of these amendments on the first and second page, they're really designed to support our public schools and ensure that people understand them as community schools. And so I hope that they will have support from the committee.
Is there a second? Anyone want to speak in favor of the, has that been distributed? Anyone want to speak in favor of the amendment? Shannon, you don't have to if you don't need to.
Yeah, I'll just say that they are designed to support, more broadly support our public schools.
Very well. Can we have unanimous consent on this one? Is there any objection? We will pass this one by unanimous consent. Next. Ms. Lee.
Go ahead and go with someone else. Mine's coming through right now.
Oh.
My amendment.
Mrs. Ogby.
As is mine, it's on Medicare for All, and the difficulty is that I don't, oh, here it is. Page 21. We're still on education. All right, we're going to, should we go to the Medicare, or do you want to stay with education? Okay.
We're going to do Medicare first. We'll do Medicare first. And then we'll come back to you, Ms. Lee.
I'm sorry, we don't have amendments over here?
Mr. Zogby has an amendment. I assume it's been printed and is being distributed by our trustee, distinguished gentleman Andy Grossman.
Yes. Thank you.
Notice he has a wonderful technique for kind of expensive, but all right.
Okay.
Mr. Zogby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 21, line 5, we would like to add the following amendment. It is the policy of the Democratic Party that we will put people before profits by fighting for a Medicare for All single-payer health care system to guarantee health care as a right, not as a privilege, to everyone in this country. Working together, we will end the greed of health insurance companies. That's the motion.
Is there a second to Mr. Zogby's?
Second.
There is a second. Now, would you like to explain that?
I would like to explain it. We heard quite compelling testimony during our session that dealt with this issue. In particular from nurses who told stories of patients who could not receive adequate care because they lacked insurance. One nurse in particular told of her personal story of how, even though she is insured, because she has a son with autism, she could not get treatment for herself. The cap on what her insurance would cover was exceeded by that, and so she herself was doing without health care. That is unacceptable in our country, and I believe that what this amendment calls for is an aspirational goal to which we must, or toward which we must work, and that is that health care is a right and that we place it above profit. It is not a business. It is the business of America should be caring for our people and making sure they all have health care. It's been a goal of our party since FDR, and in successive administrations we've tried. We passed the Affordable Health Care Act under President Obama and a Democratic Congress, and I will tell you, I wept the day it passed. I have a daughter who has a granddaughter, I have a granddaughter as a daughter of my daughter, who has Down syndrome and leukemia. The thought that she would forever be able to get health insurance because even though she had a pre-existing condition, she could not be denied, was very significant. And when the Supreme Court affirmed it, I wept again. It is important that it passed, and no doubt, there's progress there. More people now have health insurance than ever before. Kids under 26 can continue to get coverage by staying with their parents. And we do have advances that have been made, but we're not far enough along the way. If people in Canada, the UK, Germany, France, Scandinavia, Holland, Japan, etc., if they can have health care as a right, we can in the United States as well. When we pass a Medicare for All plan, every American will have the freedom to go to a doctor when they need it without worrying about premiums, deductibles, or fighting with insurance companies. To me, it's unimaginable that we've gotten to where we are today, that when my daughter would get the bills from the hospitals, that they'd be in the $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 range for just a few days' treatment. Thank God the companies were covering it, but what if you don't have coverage, as many people don't? And how much money is being made by the companies and the hospitals in this system that has gone completely out of control. Parents shouldn't have to worry about how to take care of their kids. People who are under 50 should have the same assurance of coverage that folks over 50 can have because of Medicare and Medicaid. The fact is that we need to consider this. Now, there's a lot of arguments that we've heard on our side and on your side about why this may not be able to be done and why we ought to stay with what we've got and continue to tinker. What we're proposing is an aspirational goal, where we ought to be, where we want to be, the target that we ought to be shooting for. It is Medicare for all, it's insurance, it's putting people before profits, and it's making sure that all of our people receive the coverage that they deserve because there are people.
With unanimous consent, I'm going to make this a 5-minute, I'm going to make this a 5-minute, Andy, 5 minutes. You have a minute and a half for the pro. Mr. Ellison. I'm sorry? No, I said you got a minute and a half.
No, I'm asking this, we need to second his motion.
Oh, he got one,
sorry.
yeah.
Sorry about that.
Ms. Lee. Are you?
No, what I wanted to just say very quickly, look, one of the proudest moments of my life is when I got to vote for the Affordable Care Act. It was great. It was awesome. I'm so proud of it. But here's the thing. It is based on a private insurance system. It's based on that system. And many of us fought hard for a public option. That didn't prevail. And I think that, the reality we live in today is there's a 6.5% inflation projected for 2017 in medical inflation. We don't see the double-digit inflation we saw in the past, but we do not see the declines that we should. And this is because we're still tethered to this private insurance system, which I think creates a real problem. And personally, I think this is a laudable goal for us because at the end of the day, if medical inflation just keeps going up, it's going to strengthen the hand of those people who want to attack ACA. I think if we're not moving forward, then we're going to be moving back. And every time and because we don't have a public option, a single-payer goal, we are subject to whatever the private sector wants to do. So with that, I'll vote yes, and I urge other people to do the same.
Anybody in opposition? Opposition? Anybody in opposition? Ms. Tandon? Opposition now has 5 minutes, and then I can go to you, Ms. Lee, because you come under the party.
So first of all, I don't really want to couch my comments in opposition, because everyone in this room, every single person in this room has fought for healthcare as a right. We all fundamentally believe healthcare is a right. We all believe that we should put people before profits. I will offer an amendment as well. And I really want to acknowledge what Congressman Ellison said, which is that the Affordable Care Act was an accomplishment, but I also want to acknowledge that the question before us is not just the Affordable Care Act or some other goal. The questions before us are how to accomplish the task of ensuring everyone has health care. For example, we have language on a public option. There are steps we can take to build on the Affordable Care Act to meet the goal of ensuring health care for every American. And there has been important steps on costs, on savings and costs, but there are other steps we can take, which is what the language in the platform has today. But I want to say that I would like to offer language acknowledging that Democrats all agree that health care is a right and that it's not a privilege, that it is something that every American should have, every person should have. I completely agree that this has been a right that we have fought for, presidents have fought for year in and year out. And it is a true accomplishment. And I acknowledge the voices that we heard from who are concerned about the current system. But I do have to add the voices that I know we all care about, voices of people who are alive today because of the Affordable Care Act. But I say that recognizing that I assume most people in this room support the Affordable Care Act. It was a proud accomplishment. And my view of this is that we should not accept the status quo, that we should, all of us, work together to actually pass a public option, ensure there's an option of people to buy into Medicare, steps we can take to improve upon the Affordable Care Act, to reach our shared goal of universal health care and health care as a right for every person in the country. And so I speak against this amendment, but I really share the goal of ensuring that we do cover every person and that they have the assurance of health insurance that works for them whenever and wherever they need it.
Anyone else in opposition? Anyone rebuttal? Yeah, Ms. Lee, I'm sorry. Ms. Lee.
Thank you very much.
You oppose?
No,
I'm just curious.
I'm in support.
All right.
I'm in support. First of all, let me just say I agree with what has been said by both sides tonight. I did help negotiate the ACA, and I'm very proud of what it has accomplished. I wanted to make sure that whatever amendments came forward did not affect or exclude those who were covered under ACA, and this amendment, I think, is a good amendment. It builds upon the ACA. We've got to do more. And you know, my late mother told me, where there's a will, there's a way. And so I think this is very clear here. I think it states very clearly, not necessarily how to get there, but it is aspirational where we want to go. And I would just ask that instead of saying in the greed of the health insurance companies, say of the big health insurance companies, if that's okay with you, Mr.
Is that a
Zuckerman.
friendly amendment?
That's a friendly amendment.
I
just-
accept.
Just the big health insurance
I
companies.
accept the friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is a good amendment, and we got to do this. It's a matter of life and death for so many people, and we've got to go further. So thank you very much.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right.
Is rebuttal time?
I thought we did.
No.
Yes, Stogby.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the amendment you're going to propose. And it reminds me a lot of the same way that we approached the environmental issues, which is we agree, it's important, it's got to be done, but any effort on our part as Democrats to define a way forward, i.e. Medicare for all in this instance, or a single-payer plan, we won't talk about. And so I urge you to consider voting for this, because I believe that it is not only an expression of where we want to go, but a way forward to get there. And I therefore rest my case.
Can I just, can I respond, or do I do that in my amendment?
You can respond. Go
Is
ahead.
there rebuttal to the rebuttal?
I'm going to give her just 30 seconds.
I would just urge you to look at the language within the platform and consider the steps within the platform that also try to reach our goals. And I appreciate that we might have different manners by which we get there, but I hope you recognize that many of us have been working on this together. I have worked with members of Congress on the ACA and other steps, and that we have steps here in the platform to not just accept the status quo, but move beyond it to get to health care for every American that is affordable, reliable, and something everyone can be secure in.
Ladies and gentlemen, time has expired. Time to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Seven, 6. 7 against, 6-4. Next.
I'd like to offer my amendment that just simply, it takes some of the language from Mr. Zagaby's amendment and places it at the beginning of the section on ensuring health and safety of all Americans. So that would be on page 20, line 8. We believe as Democrats that healthcare is a right, not a privilege, and our healthcare system should put people before profits.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded. Anybody want to talk in favor of the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Question from Mr. Ellison. Turn on your mic.
Does your amendment address drug prices?
My amendment doesn't, but I am happy to address drug prices, and I believe we do address.
There is something in there, I
in
know.
the platform on drug prices.
In the platform
but I'm
about
happy
drug prices.
Does it say does it say allow Medicare to negotiate?
Yes.
I just don't have it all memorized.
It does.
Yeah.
The platform does.
Okay.
And I would like to completely stand in agreement with Medicare negotiating drug prices and a whole host of actions to address the gritty behavior of the pharmaceutical companies.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Page 21.
Ms. Lee.
Yeah, let me first say I support this amendment, but I want to read directly from what the platform, just a couple of sentences from what it says already, just to put it in some context, because I think it is very strong, very good language, even though I believe the amendment that failed, took us much further. But in our platform, we already say Democrats will never falter in our generations-long fight to guarantee health coverage as a fundamental right for every American. As part of that guarantee, Americans should be able to access public coverage through Medicare or a public option. And so, along with your amendment, I think at least it strengthens what we have in the platform. While it doesn't go as far as I think it should go, I think it's worthy of support.
Mr. Gunnels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, the Sanders campaign strongly supports Medicare for All. It's something that we've been fighting for a long time, and something that we will continue to fight for. I do want to recognize what Neera has said and what Congresswoman Lee has said. There is some very good language in here about Medicare and a public option. I would also want to recognize something that hasn't been discussed yet, and that is the very strong language on community health centers. And Mr. Chairman, I know how hard that you've worked to expand community health centers, and I thank you very much for that effort. We of course, worked in the Affordable Care Act for a substantial expansion in community health centers. We're able to get 6 million additional Americans into high-quality primary care, and many of them include dental care and mental health care. And I think if we can get to that place where we can have universal primary care, dental care, and mental health care, we'll go a very long way. We still have a long way to go. Health care must be a right, not a privilege. We need a Medicare for All plan, but I did want to recognize some very good portions of the platform dealing with this issue.
Well, I appreciate you doing that, because, you know, one of the reasons why I recognize the writers is because sometimes I think when you get into the amendment process, you forget about what's already there. Mm-hmm. And they really did try to capture, and I thought they did a very good job of what we heard in the testimony. And I got to tell you, I was extremely impressed when I read it. So I just want to thank you for what you said, because sometimes I think we forget that.
Can I just say one quick word, as I've said before, but I really do want to acknowledge the incredible leadership Senator Sanders has shown. He showed in the Affordable Care Act, but has shown over many, many years around community health centers and other healthcare issues. But I want to acknowledge that the incredible achievement that we reached in the Affordable Care Act around community health centers was because of his strong leadership, and it is just another reason, Warren, I love the Affordable Care Act so much.
But you cannot, let me just say this about, I can tell you from personal experience that there's nobody who's worked harder on the prescription drug issue either. You know, I've done a lot of good things together. We made some real progress with regard to just abuse of these folks jacking up the price of prescription drugs, life-saving drugs. And so I mean, I really appreciate that, because it's helped a lot of people. But we still got a lot of work to do. Then Dr. West.
No, I just think it's very important that we don't sanitize and sterilize what Brother Bernie Sanders talks about when he talks about health care as a right, as opposed to a privilege. See, voting rights was a privilege for a long time. You had white brothers with property and white brothers without property. Women didn't have the right to vote. So it remained sanitized. It was an abstraction for a small group. But it functioned as a privilege. Black folk didn't get it until 65. So this language is so abstract that when Bernie Sanders says it's a right, he wants to specify the ways in which voting rights is universal. The right to join your own church, mosque, synagogue, temple, universal. The right to express yourself critically, universal. Right now, given the magnificent breakthrough of the Affordable Care Act, it's not a right. It's still a privilege of 29 million fellow citizens do not have access to it. That's what women were told in 1918. Voting rights is a right, but you don't have it. Sorry about that. But it's coming. It's coming. It's going to come because we organize and fight for it. But that's what Bernie Sanders, I think, has in mind. It's very clear. I think it's very important to be clear about that. So when I hear the language of, we thank Bernie Sanders for working so hard and doing so and so, that's not what he's ultimately after. He's after our universal right in the way that voting rights are right. It's not market-based. And we're not there yet. And we just voted against it.
Now, I'm gonna Ms. Lee, and then I've got a,
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to, I can't say.
Yeah, I'll give you 30 seconds.
I just want to clarify the fact that the base document does say guarantee health care as a fundamental right for every American in the base document.
And we will get there, all right?
But there's no mechanism.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
So what do we vote, which particular version?
My amendment.
Yeah.
Your amendment? Ooh, no, I'm gonna hold off on that. I think I'll abstain on that. Yeah, I know that we don't always agree. We don't always agree.
All those opposed? All those abstaining?
Abstain for
So it's 12 for, none against, 2 abstentions, it passes. Next amendment. Ms. Lee, Ms. Lee.
Under this section.
What is it, what's your amendment entitled? What do we got on the sheet?
Ensure the health and safety of all Americans where appropriate in all of the sections. But basically, does everyone have a copy of it?
Yes.
Okay. What this amendment does is it adds language expressing that we should disaggregate data collection for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders because disaggregation of data is a necessary step in fully understanding the needs of the AAPI community. Realizing the disparities, disaggregating data on subgroups within the AAPI population is important throughout the government. And I'd like this throughout the document where appropriate.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Sheldon.
You know, I'm really honored to represent diverse Asian communities in my district, but they really are quite diverse. You have some folks in the Hmong community in particular who are very working class refugee community, and their numbers are quite a bit different than, say, you know, Indian communities who tend to be more middle class. And so given that wide disparity, to just say Asian is just, you know, it just doesn't really reflect what the needs of some communities really are. And so I think it would make good sense and it would help us serve community better in terms of a whole host of issues, from refugee issues to, you know, public schools to health, to a whole range of things. And so I think it would aid in service delivery. So I would support it.
Anybody else want to speak in favor, Ms. Tandon?
Just briefly, this has been a historical challenge for the AAPI community because the government has historically lumped all groups together when measuring AAPI at all. And so, as we all know, it's hard to know where you stand if you can't measure things. And so disaggregating this data is an important way to recognize the contributions and differences within the AAPI community. And I want to thank the Congressman for offering it.
Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Booth.
When we win this fall, very urgent that we restore proper funding to the Bureau of Census. There's not many years left before the 2020 census. They've been starved by the GOP over the last, you know, years that they've been in power, and we shouldn't wait. We don't have to, I'm not saying we should amend the platform to put that in there, but some of you are going to be in Congress then, and I just want to call it to your attention that it's something that has to be done day one, or we just lose a chance to do it right.
Sagby.
As someone who comes from a community of Arab Americans that range from Morocco across to Iraq and include the Gulf, our relationship with the census is at best testy and at worst just bizarre. I mean, we're white. If you're from Sudan, you're white. If you're from Upper Egypt, you're white. And the fact is that they do not have a category. They do not have a category that covers North Africa, we're the one group that's left out. We're Caucasian by default. And I think that the entire census issue needs to be revisited because it's pegged to minority status. And our argument with the census is, we're not a minority group. We do not want to get into the affirmative action game. The pie's too small, and we don't need to be competing in that way. But we do need an accurate count. And we don't get an accurate count. We need it for social services. We need them for a whole range of activities in local communities. I mean, the only people counting us right now are the FBI. And that's not appropriate. We want to have a count so we know who and where we are, and the issue is we won't get it in the census because they don't know what to do with us.
All right. We will now vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. Is that unanimous? We'll do it by unanimous consent. Done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another amendment.
Yes.
Okay. First, let me just say once again, our Democratic Party is a big tent party, and the AAPI community is a very important Democratic constituency, and so I want to thank everyone for their support for this last amendment. I have another, I am privileged to co-chair the Asian American Pacific Islander caucus in Congress in terms of the task force on health care. I'm the co-chair of the task force on health care. And I have an amendment, and I'm not going to read all of the language that we're going to try to put in, but the amendment says, the health and safety of all Americans, in the health and safety of all Americans, the section language expresses that Democrats believe that all health care services should be culturally and linguistically appropriate. A couple of things I want to just mention with regard to some of the elements of this. We need to support culturally and linguistically competent outreach, enrollment, and access efforts for the Affordable Care Act in Asian and Pacific Islander languages. We need to support the creation of standards to assess the quality of health interpreters and translators. We need to support, actually, the efforts to collect and report disaggregated race and ethnicity and primary language data to identify health disparities among AAPI ethnic subgroups. We need to make sure that initiatives are encouraged as it relates to ethnic diversity in clinical trials in order to measure the safety and effectiveness of drugs and therapies in a broad range of individuals. And so we have a complete list, and I think everyone probably would agree with. I just don't want to read it all right now, but I want you to know those are examples of the provisions of the platform that I'd like to see incorporated in this amendment.
Has it been seconded? It has been seconded. Discussion. Anybody want to speak in favor? We will move this by unanimous consent unless there are objections. So be it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all very much.
We are go to your student loan, student debt.
Okay, does everyone have a copy of this
Yes.
amendment? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'll just read this, and hopefully we'll get agreement on it. Democrats will allow those who currently have student debt to refinance their loans at the lowest possible rates possible. We will simplify and expand access to income-based repayments so that no student loan borrowers ever have to pay more than they can afford. And we will significantly cut interest rates for future undergraduates, thereby preventing the federal government from making billions of dollars in profit from student loans. Democrats will also fight for a student borrower Bill of Rights to ensure adequate information to borrowers about the options on how to avoid or get out of delinquency or default, and will hold lenders and loan servicers to high standards to help borrowers in default rehabilitate and repay their debts. Finally, Democrats would restore the prior standard in bankruptcy law to allow borrowers with student loans to be able to discharge their debts in bankruptcy as a measure of last resort.
The Is there a second?
Second?
Any discussion? Let me say this, that I wholeheartedly support this amendment. Elizabeth Warren and I have been doing something over the last 2 years called the Middle Class it's a project to deal with the income disparities and problems that the middle class is suffering, and that the middle class seems to be dwindling. But one of the issues that we have had hearings on across the country is this whole issue of student debt. And it has been I've heard some of the most wrenching testimony I've ever heard. I mean, people unable to pay it. I mean, just basically being hounded by folks trying to collect it. No peace of mind, unable to buy a house, unable to actually start their life because so much of their money is being taken in student debt. I know both candidates have spent a lot of time on this subject. I think this language goes a long way towards us trying to help students. We have to give our young people an opportunity to launch and move forward in their lives. And as one young man said to us to Elizabeth Warren and I at a hearing, he said, "You all had your chance. You had yours. Now it's ours, and we just want an opportunity." And so I hope that we can support this amendment. Can we do it by unanimous consent? Very well. So be it. All right. Is that it? We are now moving to Ms. Parker's amendment. Ms. Parker, what we're going to do is, because of the, the extent of your amendment, we're going to give you we're going to do 5 minutes for the pro, 5 minutes for the con, all right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'd like to offer a substitute honoring tribal sovereign nations section on page 14 with the following. We have a profound moral and legal responsibility to the Indian tribes. Throughout our history, we have failed to live up to that trust. That is why the Democratic Party will uphold, honor, and strengthen to the highest extent possible of the United States' fundamental trust and responsibility grounded in the Constitution and treaties to American Indians and Alaska Native tribes. We recognize the inherent sovereignty of Indian nations and will work to enact laws and policies that strengthen, not reduce, the powers of Indian nations over people who interact with them in Indian country.
We will work on government-to-government basis to continue to empower Indian nations and to provide sufficient and meaningful resources to Indian tribes to increase economic development and self-determination. As Democrats, we will constantly seek to ensure that Native American communities are safe, healthy, nurturing, educated, innovative, and prosperous. As Democrats, we will restore tribal lands by continuing to streamline the land into trust process and recognize the right of all tribes to protect their lands, airs, and water. We will continue to work on a government-to-government basis to address chronic underfunding and provide meaningful resources and financial investments that will empower Native American tribes through increased economic development and infrastructure improvements on tribal lands and culturally tailored tribal education for Native learners.
Mr. Zogby, I can continue.
Okay. Sorry, I was going to.
Thank you. We will strengthen the operation of tribal housing programs and fully fund the Indian Housing Block Grant Program. We will increase affordable and safe housing and fight to significantly reduce homelessness on and off of Indian reservations, especially among Native youth and veterans. We will invest in Indian education from early childhood through higher education. We will fully fund the Bureau of Indian Education and strengthen self-determination to enable culturally tailored learning unique to each tribal nation and help to retain qualified teachers for Native learners. Democrats will continue to support President Obama's Generation Indigenous program that has made important strides in promoting new investments and increased engagement with Native American youth, including by continuing efforts to reform the Bureau of Indian Education Reform, BIE, to provide students attending BIE-funded schools with a world-class, culturally based education. We will also support the elimination of school and sports mascots that reflect outdated stereotypes that perpetuate racism. We will strengthen tribal sovereignty and tribal jurisdiction by enacting laws and policies that enhance the ability of Indian nations to govern their territories, keep their communities safe, and prosecute crimes committed on tribal lands. And we will back these efforts through robust investments in effective tribal law enforcement and tribal courts. We believe that healthcare is a core federal trust responsibility, and we support a robust expansion of the healthcare provided by the Indian Health Service. We will work to fully fund the Indian Health Service, tribal, urban Indian health care system, and to ensure that Native Americans have adequate, safe, and affordable access to primary care providers, including oral health, mental health practitioners, and substance abuse treatment options. We acknowledge the past injustices and the misguided, harmful federal and state policies and actions based on outdated and discredited values and beliefs that resulted in the destruction of the Indian nation's economies, social and religious systems, the taking of their lands, and the creation of intergenerational trauma that exists to this day. We believe that we have a moral and profound duty to honor, respect, and uphold our sacred obligation to the Indian nations and Indian peoples. We will protect tribal sacred sites and empower tribes to maintain and pass on traditional religious beliefs, languages, and social practices without fear of discrimination or suppression. We also believe that Native children are the future of tribal nations and that the Indian Child Welfare Act is critical to the survival of Indian culture, government, and communities and must be enforced with the original intent of the law. We will strengthen the Indian voting rights, including improve access to polling locations. We will build on federal programs to reduce the disproportionate incarceration of American Indian and Alaska Native men and women, to reduce disparity in prison sentencing, protect the religious rights of Native prisoners, reduce barriers to prisoner reentry, and offer access to housing and employment upon reentry. We are committed to principles of environmental justice in Indian country, and we recognize that nature in all of its life forms has the right to exist, persist, maintain, and regenerate its vital cycles. We call for a climate change policy that protects tribal resources, protects tribal health, and provides accountability through accessible, culturally appropriate participation and strong enforcement. Our climate change policy will cut carbon emissions, address poverty, invest in disadvantaged communities, and improve both air quality and public health. We support the tribal nations to develop wind, solar, and other clean energy jobs.
Second.
We're going to have limited debate. I just gave, listen to what I just said, but we went over, so, and I'd already extended it, so please,
Yeah.
briefly.
Mr. Chairman, first, let me just say thank you for going over. I think, and I've been to every convention with the exceptions of one since 1972. I was a Shirley Chisholm delegate then. I have never seen any provision or plank in our platform that acknowledges the First People of the United States. So I'm glad you read this. I want to thank you very much for it. I hope we all can support it. It's time. It's way overdue that this be put in. Thank you, Deborah, very much.
30 seconds to, this is 30 seconds, Dr. West.
I'll take 15 seconds. One, I
15.
think the very existence of our dear sister Deborah Parker on this committee is historically unprecedented, and the fact that she leaves an imprint with this kind of language, though it is long in some sense, it seems to me it's appropriate, it's defensible, and I think that in so many ways there's so much more to say given the plight.
30 seconds, Mr. Gunnels. Is this pro?
Oh, of
30
course.
seconds.
Absolutely. I just want to commend Deborah Parker for her courageous statement and for this excellent platform. We've been calling for the most progressive Native American platform in the history of the Democratic Party. I think that we have this here, and I would hope that we could all pass it and really celebrate this moment and recognize all the work that really needs to be done.
30 seconds, Ms. Schaefer.
I just want to thank Deborah Parker again and tag on to what everyone else said. I think this is so important, and there's nothing left to say. I think you're amazing. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our diversity is not our problem. It is not our problem. It is our promise. And I thank you. And let me just take a moment. Sometimes there are, I've been in many settings where people get emotional, and then they come up to you and say, oh, I'm sorry, I got emotional. Those are the moments that, in the words of Tavis Smiley, take your breath away, because we know that it comes from passion. And a lot of times passion comes from pain. Pain, passion, and then to do your purpose. And we want to thank you. All right. Anybody opposed? Any comments in opposition? Can we do this by unanimous consent? Are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. Thank you very much. Foreign policy.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a resolution, I'm looking for it, on Syria. It is on page 25, line 39, after the transition that ends Assad's rule. We add. Oh, okay. We add page 25, line 39. You're getting a copy of it right here. It reads, "To this end, the Democratic Party does not support direct U.S. military intervention against the Assad regime, including the imposition of no-fly zones or safe zones, which top officials have warned would require hundreds of aircraft and thousands of troops. Such interventions risk drawing America into another military quagmire. The U.S. must not get dragged into perpetual warfare in the Middle East."
There is a second. Mrs. Zagri, you explain your amendment?
Yes. If you look at the platform as written, it is quite good and clear on the fact that there's not interest in a military intervention. This just makes clearer that language and, in effect, puts some flesh on the bones. The U.S. is already supporting moderate opposition of anti-Assad fighters with training and equipment. We're already coalescing with fighters in the north making progress against ISIS. But there are still individuals and groups that have called for direct intervention in the war to oust the Syrian president. And some of the tactics they've proposed include no-fly zones and safe zones on the ground. The problem is that any intervention runs the risk of only greater intervention. With the Syrian Air Force and Russia continuing to fly, a no-fly zone becomes a source of great danger and conflict. Safe zones on the ground would require at least up to 30,000 troops, with the danger that they engage in conflict, that there be loss of life, and that there be calls then for greater American involvement. The simple fact is that as horrific and tragic as this conflict is, and believe me, as someone whose family hails from that region, I feel the pain of it deeply. Not only are the Syrian people suffering, but the Lebanese and the Jordanians are suffering as well. Lebanon is today, almost 1 out of every 3 people is a Syrian refugee. And the strain on resources, the strain on the civil society, the strain on the very fiber of the country is at risk. And I appreciate that the platform has included language to strengthen and support Lebanon and Jordan in this regard. But there is no military solution to the conflict in Syria. That is clear. It is not a single-dimensional conflict where you put your finger on the scale and it will go this way. You put your finger on the scale, somebody's going to put their finger on the other side of the scale, and it will only continue to accelerate. The process that has been pursued by our president and now by Secretary Kerry in particular is the way to go. We must have more vigorous diplomacy to engage not only the parties in the region, but those who are supporting the conflicting parties, to engage in serious negotiations. More effort must be made in that regard. This resolution only ensures that we, instead of focusing on any effort to deviate from that path toward a military path, that we move in the other direction of more diplomatic engagement, more vigorous diplomatic engagement. Thank you.
I gave you an extra 35 seconds, so I will give you, Ambassador Sherman, an extra 35 seconds.
Thank you. When I was in government, there was probably no problem that was as complicated and as difficult as Syria, nor, as my dear friend Jim Zogby has said, as heartbreaking, given the millions of refugees, the carnage, the use of chemical weapons by Assad, barrel bombs, the horrors of Syria and ISIS. The horrors of Syria are truly astounding. If you've ever driven through that beautiful country, to know that it is all now destroyed is just more than anyone can tolerate. That said, indeed, Dr. Zogby is correct that this platform says that the use of the military should be the last resort, not the first resort. And I think what is very important where Syria is concerned is to do what this platform has done, which is state what we should do. And what we should do is to find a political solution to this problem, to work to deal with the humanitarian disaster, to ensure that we find a political transition, because Assad has lost credibility with his own people by destroying them himself and creating a vacuum for ISIS, which he did. And so I, with all due respect, because I know how personally engaged Dr. Zogby is in Syria, in the region, in protecting all the people, in the tremendous, tremendous weight on the shoulders of Jordan and Lebanon and Turkey and Iraq in terms of refugees, that we not state things the way in which this amendment does. When it comes to the no-fly zone, I think that the platform was very wise to be silent on this matter. Secretary Clinton believes that we need to take a look at a no-fly zone. Many people do. It is complicated. It is difficult. But the reason for it isn't because of military intervention. The reason for considering it is the millions of people who are literally starving to death. And so we have to take a look at it. That doesn't mean we're going to do it, and we certainly have to do it, as we say in this platform, considering the costs, considering the plan, considering the consequences, considering the downstream effects. This is a complex undertaking, and I don't think that we should define such decisions for the future president in this platform, but rather say the need to find a peaceful solution to deal with the humanitarian tragedy, to deal with the tragedy that has been placed on the people of Syria. Everyone in this room knows that 50 Foreign Service officers sent a letter to Secretary Kerry just this past week in what we have at the State Department. It's called the Dissent Channel. It's a very honored tradition at State that people who don't feel policies going in the right direction can have a way, without any jeopardy to their jobs or their futures or their career, speak their mind. And it is really, really important. Those 50 Foreign Service officers who live this every day believe in military intervention. They want to find a solution. But I agree, as the platform already says, force is a last resort, not a first resort. We are working with a coalition of partners, some of whom are operating on the ground. We are supporting and have tried to train the Syrian people themselves, because this is their choice and their decision. So with all due respects, I strongly urge that we oppose this amendment for all of the good intentions, and I know that they are behind it, and for our shared desire to end this unbelievably heartbreaking tragedy.
Thank you. There are 2 minutes, actually 3 minutes for rebuttal, because it took a minute over. You can split, this is up to Mr. Zogby. He can split it with you. I don't care how you do it. Is it another line? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Berman. I didn't even see you. Yeah, I'm sorry. And then we'll go to the rebuttal. That you all split that.
I actually,
We got a time problem.
I'm not really in agreement with the amendment.
Okay.
So I don't know what side I'm supposed to be on this debate.
Well, you're out of time.
All right.
All right. I'm not trying to be smart. I gotta.
I know, but
we got a lot of. Go ahead.
I thought Wendy Sherman made a compelling argument. All I will add, and again, reemphasizing the extent to which the platform, the base platform from which we are drafting, has expressed the Democratic Party's position on the use of military force and direct intervention in this conflict, is to remind folks of the story of Iraq. Not Iraq war, but after Desert Storm, where the United States, an allied decision to impose a no-fly zone over northern Iraq, saved the lives of countless number of Kurds at a level of deployment by U.S. Air Forces that was far less than the numbers provided by Dr. Zogby, by Jim. It's not fair to say that the same situation is involved now. The Russian involvement makes it different. The weaponry that Syria has been provided by Iran makes a difference. It's a more complicated subject. But I think Wendy's only point here was not to preclude the option, and the purpose is really only one purpose. It's about a humanitarian purpose and saving lives. I don't know what extent countries impacted by the current tragedy want to be involved in helping to enforce a safe zone, whether it's Turkey or other countries that directly feeling the impacts of what's happening to the people of Syria. But I don't think the platform should preclude looking at, and if it makes sense, pursuing that option, and so I would urge opposition to the amendment.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
wait, hold on.
I'm going to take a lot less than 2 minutes.
Okay, well, just hold on. Ms. Ellison, you had a technical clarification?
Yes,
My technical clarification is that I actually was not a co-author of this amendment, but that's all I want to say. If the amendment could reflect that this is Mr. Zogby's amendment and not mine,
All right,
that's all I want to say.
fine, that's fine.
Thank you.
Mrs. Zogby?
Mr. Chairman, and Wendy and Howard, I appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate the language that's already in the platform. And I appreciate the gravity of what is taking place in Syria and the fact that there are no good choices, no good options. This was a good faith effort by the Sanders campaign to introduce language about military conflict. It appears that it might be best for us at this point to withdraw the motion, and I would respectfully ask you to withdraw the motion on our behalf.
Well, we'll withdraw it. I want to go back to something very quickly as we move to the next amendment. Again, I want us to really think about what's already in the document. This document is very reflective of it's Big Ten stuff. I'm telling you, they really did pour a lot in here, and I think I just want to remind us of that. All right, next amendment.
It went too far.
Ms. Stanton, you're fine, right?
I'm fine.
All right. What's the next amendment? Ms. McKibben?
Yes,
Is it McKibben?
the next amendment.
Next amendment
Climate
is,
change, we're going back.
it's
Well,
under
what are
the
we doing?
section. We're not. It's
Okay,
under the
fine.
section on page 27, line 39, under the section called Confront Global Threats. And it merely adds, after the words "and adaptation," period, the State Department will cease the promotion of fracking overseas, and the United States government and international financial institutions must phase out their financial support for fossil fuel projects by 2020, while increasing their investment in transformational renewable energy and energy efficiency projects, especially to expand energy access for the poor. And if there's a second, I'll explain.
Second.
The first part is just reflects what I said earlier about fracking. We've learned a lot about it over the last 4 or 5 years since the State Department began promoting it overseas. One of the things, unfortunately, that we've learned is the grave difficulty of preventing leakage of methane. That's true even in this country where we have access to the highest technology. It's still proving almost impossible to dramatically reduce methane leakage. The idea that that we'd be encouraging this practice in countries where that access to that kind of technological reach is not available is obviously counterproductive, since methane, like carbon, is a quickly globally mixing gas that warms the temperature everywhere. The second part of it merely reflects the great need and work of citizen movements all over the world to demand renewable energy, and the great opportunity that now finally exists in country after country to leapfrog the fossil fuel age and go directly to renewable energy. One of the things that the math makes clear we have to do, there are deeply inspiring stories now of countries that the fossil fuel age did nothing for 200 years, getting their first light and their first power from renewable energy, and that is something that we should try to speed up and accelerate through our participation in the international financial institutions.
Anybody else in favor of the amendment who wants to speak on the amendment in favor? We will now move to anyone who wants to oppose the amendment. Master Sherman.
I appreciate the intention here, which is to increase the support that we give to countries for renewables. And as the platform already has, sorry, my BlackBerry, see, I'm used to BlackBerries. As my iPhone says, the platform already commits to helping deploy more clean energy, cut carbon pollution, and build resilience. And President Obama, in fact, as you know better than I do, Bill, already took a really big step, which has caused a lot of problems, but it was the right step, which was to move to end U.S. government support for public financing of new coal plants overseas, which has gotten us a lot of trouble with a bunch of countries, but nonetheless was the right thing to do. However, your call on fossil fuels is a much, much more complicated scenario because it's not only your concern about fracking, but it is not only about fossil fuels, but it is about the entire geopolitics of pipelines and the whole geopolitics of who provides energy. And we have all been focused on Europe today, which is always pressed by Russia. If we do not make sure that there are secure energy sources for countries in Europe and from around the world, we may find ourselves facing a confrontation with Russia as it uses energy and existing pipelines for leverage in geopolitics. So my only point here is I don't think there's a simple answer. I certainly think we should do what the platform says, which is push renewables everywhere we can, and we do. It is a high, high priority. You can well imagine with Secretary Kerry at the State Department that, and given his track record around issues of climate, he has done everything to move this forward. I believe there's a new oceans conference that's about to come up, which has now become an annual event at the State Department. But I would really urge people, with all due respect, to oppose this amendment because I think it goes too far and does not think through in a careful enough way all of the geopolitical consequences here of such an amendment.
Anybody else want to speak in opposition? Mrs. Ogby, rebuttal? No rebuttal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to vote. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry. It's getting late, and I apologize.
It sure is, and I won't belabor it, except to say that there is a very, very well thought through, mature, and large citizens movement in country after country after country that is desperately trying to prevent the establishment of big fossil fuel projects by precisely the same kind of companies that are always trying to foist them on our own shores. And if I could literally sit here for 8 hours and show you picture after picture after picture of those people in the streets in their countries working, in you name a country, and I'll show you a picture of people demonstrating and acting out. They would perceive this as a act of solidarity on their behalf.
All right. Thank you very much. We will now vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Six. There are 6 in favor. Those opposed? Seven opposed, 6 for. The motion fails. Next.
It's on the the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
This is a 8-minute issue.
We want to. Yeah. It had Bill's name on it. He was going to read it. I'm reading it myself. It amends the language regarding Israel-Palestine, which begins on page 31, line 7, to read as follows. And we have it on the board. What we've done is present the text as edited with the edits there so you can see them. I want to let you know that this was worked directly with Senator Sanders. He had direct input into this, and so here is the language that we are presenting. A strong and secure Israel is vital to the United States because we share overarching strategic interests in the common values of democracy, equality, tolerance, and pluralism. That's why we will always support Israel's right to defend itself, including by retaining its qualitative military edge, and oppose any and all efforts to delegitimize Israel, and then we delete including at the United Nations or through the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. The platform, as it's written, continues. We will continue to work toward a two-state solution of the Israel-Palestinian conflict negotiated directly by the parties that guarantees Israel as future as a secure and democratic Jewish state with recognized borders and provides Palestinians with, and here we add our language, an end to occupation and illegal settlements so that they may live in independence, sovereignty, and dignity, and we add, we also call for an international effort to rebuild Gaza, which the UN warns could be uninhabitable by 2020, and where poverty and hopelessness undermine peace and security for both Palestinians and Israelis. The platform then continues, while Jerusalem is a matter for final status negotiations, it should remain the capital of Israel, and we delete an undivided city accessible to people of all faiths. The platform continues, Israel, and we add, and Palestinians deserve security, recognition, and a normal life free from, and we add, violence, terror, and incitement. Palestinians should be free to govern themselves in their own viable state in peace and dignity. That's the amendment.
Second.
Let me discuss. During her opening comments, the chairman at one point used the expression, Chairman Wasserman Schultz, about putting ourselves in others' shoes. And that's what we've tried to do here. We do not often see the Arab-Israeli conflict through the Palestinian eyes. The reality is, as Senator Sanders has made clear, that there are two peoples in this situation, and two peoples who need to be understood, and whose pain needs to be recognized. Language about just a two-state solution doesn't quite go to the point of the reality is that Palestinians are living under occupation, that Palestinian land is being taken by settlements, that Palestinians are enduring checkpoints that are the result of an occupation that deals them daily with horrific humiliation, denying them freedom of movement, denying them employment, denying them the opportunity to give their children free space in which to live. That's on the West Bank. That's in Jerusalem. Gaza is another story entirely. With 60% unemployment, youth unemployment is even higher. Understand that in Gaza, if you're a young man under 30, you most likely have never had a job, no prospect of a job, and therefore no opportunity to build a decent future for your family, to have a family even. And so death even then becomes a more desirable option for some. Suicide rates are up. Mental illness is up. Drug addiction is up. The situation is unsustainable and it must change. Our party has in its platforms, if you review them over the years, historically lagged way behind where reality in the region is. I remember being in this same situation with Wendy Sherman in 1988 when we called for mutual recognition, territorial compromise, and self-determination for both people. It was as if the sky was going to fall. It didn't. We survived, and 5 years later, Palestinians and Israelis on their own came to an Oslo agreement, and unfortunately were left alone, too often left alone, and the process died. But understand, we did not recognize a Palestinian state in our platform until 2004, after George Bush did it. We have an opportunity here to send a message to the world, to the Arab world, to the Israeli people, to the Palestinian people, and to all of America, that America hears the cries of both sides, that America wants to actually move people toward a real peace because it understands that there's suffering here, suffering that is unsustainable. The term occupation shouldn't be controversial. George Bush said that there was occupation. Ariel Sharon said there was an occupation. Barack Obama has said there was an occupation. There is an occupation. It denies people freedom. Our president has said that. We have to have the ability in our politics to say what we say in our policy. We can't think with two brains. It's one brain. If our policy says it's an occupation and settlements are wrong and they inhibit peace, why can't our politics say it? It doesn't make sense. We'll come back and in the next administration behave just as the last one, but our politics won't change. And so I urge you to consider passing this, and to consider passing it because of the message that it will send forcefully and clearly, a message of hope to Palestinians, a message of hope to peace forces in Israel, and a message to the American people that we actually mean it this time, that we're going to make a difference, and we're actually going to help the parties move towards peace. Thank you.
Mr. Ellison.
I want to read to you guys an article from the Jerusalem Post, is an Israeli newspaper. And this article is dated March 17, 2016. It says, Gaza could be a ticking time bomb of disease for the region if Syria's sewage issue is not fixed. An Israeli environmental group warned on Thursday. Gideon Bromberg, founder and Israel director of EcoPeace, told Jerusalem Post that although there is a sewage treatment plant in Gaza Strip, it does not have enough electricity to run. This means some 90 million liters of raw sewage are flowing into the Mediterranean Sea on a daily basis, as well into underground aquifers. This has implications for Israel and Egypt, especially for residents who live closest to Gaza and would be most affected if diseases such as cholera, typhoid were to break out and then enter the region's drinking water. When I was in Israel a few weeks ago, we heard from Israelis and Palestinians that the desalinization plant in Israel, Ashkelon, was having to shut down because of the sewage flowing from Gaza because they can't operate their plant. Now, I know this is a incredibly difficult issue for many of us. I respect that. I appreciate that. But I want to just point out, in this paragraph, we affirm the United States' relationship with Israel, and this is an appropriate paragraph. I'm very pleased it's there. But we also say, you know, that this situation is a little more complicated, and we acknowledge the reality of Palestinians and the situation in Gaza, which I visited Gaza 3 times. And I just want to say, I hope we can urge adoption.
All right, Ms. Sherman, time is up. You have 8 minutes and 15 seconds, which is what they had.
Thank you. I'm going to talk for a few minutes, and then I believe Mr. Berman would like to make some comments, and if we have any time left, Bonnie would as well. This is an incredibly difficult subject, and everyone in this room has very powerful feelings about it. Because we have all wanted to see peace, we have all wanted to see a two-state solution, we have all wanted to see Palestinians and Israelis living side by side in peace and security. Like many in this room, I have been to Gaza. Like many in this room, I have been to Ramallah. I have been with teenagers in Ramallah where I wished I could disappear through the floor because they were so angry and in such pain. And I've been to Ramallah with high school students who saw hope and future and then saw it disappear. I have been with Israeli young people who live with risk and terror and fear every single day. And that is what their life is like all of the time. That is normal. So I share the pain that we heard so eloquently spoken by Jim Zogby, and Jim is right. He and I haven't grown any older since 1988 when we tread this same territory then, and we have both, in our own ways, continued to try to struggle to find this answer, as has virtually everybody in this room. So I understand what we need to do here. I also understand at the end of the day, the leaders of the Palestinian people and the Israeli people have to make these choices and these decisions. We can facilitate it, we can suggest, but the decisions are theirs and they are not for ours to make happen. So I want to just spend a minute talking about how I think the drafters tried to respond to what we had heard from the testimony, what I've heard over the years, what Jim has heard over the years, what everyone in this room has heard over the years. First, and I thank you, Mr. Ellison, for affirming that we need to speak to the special relationship we have with Israel and our concern for Israel's security. And I thank you for affirming the fact that Israel is the country that is a democracy that believes in equality and tolerance and pluralism and rule of law. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. Are we perfect? No, we are not perfect. But they are a democracy and a strong democracy in a very difficult region of the world. And so I thank you for the acknowledgement of the need to do that. Secondly, I think everyone believes that Israel must maintain its qualitative military edge. That is critical to Israel's security and, quite frankly, to our security in the region as well. And there is, I understand, many people who believe that the BDS movement, that actions that the UN take, are an expression of frustration with where things are and a desire to try to leverage change. But when those actions delegitimize Israel, or in fact, whether wittingly or unwittingly, create anti-Semitism, then we must say that that is not a good thing and those things should not happen. And so I think the drafters were very careful here not to say outright we oppose BDS, but basically to say that if in fact there is a delegitimization of Israel through BDS or through the UN, this is not a good thing for anyone. And then, very importantly, in the second paragraph, I completely agree. We have to recognize the dignity, the hopes, the aspirations, and the tragedy of the Palestinian people. And we have to recognize the hope and the dignity of the Israeli people. And so what I think the drafters did so brilliantly here was a parallel construction. Not that everything is seen through the lens of Israel's security, though we all want Israel to be secure, or that everything was seen through the lens of the aspirations and the rightful needs of the Palestinian people, but that we spoke to each on its own and in its own needs, desires, aspirations, and rights, quite frankly. So I really, my hat is off to the drafters. This is the most difficult, and it's sort of ironic that it comes at the end of our deliberations because this is the most difficult language to write. I have written this language and dealt with this language for decades now, as has Jim. So we both know how hard this is. So again, with all due respect to all of the thought that I know went into this amendment, I would urge that it be opposed, that we stick with this very carefully drafted language which respects the Palestinian people and the Israeli people, and that we all join together in hoping that soon, very soon, there will be a two-state solution that is agreed by the leaders of this country and the peoples of this country so that people can live side by side in peace and security. Mr. Berman.
Well, thank you, Wendy. The platform language that's before us does things that, as far as I can tell, our platform has never done before. First, it recognizes that 2 states for 2 peoples is not something that's just comes from a desire to serve what we feel is and what Israeli leaders have come to believe is in their interest, but that also is about the Palestinian people, and it recognizes the Palestinians as people, a little discussion that was raised at our first hearing on this subject, and in a way that our platform has never done before. Secondly, it talks about a viable Palestinian state. It's excellent language, and I urge its support. The amendment goes into some areas that I think would be a terrible mistake to go into at this particular point, because to some extent, it's one-sided. It's about occupation, it's about illegal settlements, but it doesn't cover, it's as if on one side of this terrible conflict is the party that's responsible, and it doesn't accept any responsibility of their side. There's something wrong with the Palestinian Authority, who is led by someone who I've come to believe has internalized the notion that violence is not the way to meet what the aspirations of the Palestinian people are, but in the Palestinian Authority there is a law that it's an entitlement program. If you're a terrorist in an Israeli jail, you start getting paid, and the family gets paid. And when an act of terrorism is performed successfully and the terrorist dies, he becomes a martyr and a reward. I could go on and on about different aspects of this. If the platform's going to start getting into those things, it has to cover all those things. The platform doesn't talk about, I'd like it to, I think it's how it should end, but this is for two parties to negotiate. It doesn't talk about a demilitarized Palestinian state. It doesn't talk about a right of return that is to the Palestinian state. It doesn't try to deal with one exception, which isn't really an exception. It doesn't try to deal with final status issues. That is for the parties to negotiate. The best thing that can happen is to get there to be two willing parties to try and end this conflict, and as soon as possible. I think that's the answer, and that's our goal. This platform language reflects that. This amendment, I think, focuses, to the extent it changes that platform, and I accept what it affirms, and I'm happy with that. But where it tries to draw a distinction is to create, on one side of this conflict, responsibilities that it doesn't choose to apportion to both sides. The one thing I know is every single time I see what happens, even in Israel internally, as more and more people think there's not a partner for peace, more and more people abandon the idea of peace as a possibility. When Anwar Sadat said, "I will go to Jerusalem," everything changed in the Israeli population. They were in the streets to cheer. When King Hussein reached out and said, "I will make a peace treaty," perhaps to a lesser extent, but to a substantial extent, when the parties produced the Oslo framework and came to the White House, Yasser Arafat, Yitzhak Rabin, Shimon Peres, then President Mubarak, when they came to the White House, people's views changed. These acts can change conditions. That's what we need to do, it, not our trying to, I think, select out things which I understandably aggravate many people, but only on one side of the conflict. I think the platform language is superb. I ask the committee to support it.
We have,
Mr.
hold on.
Yeah.
Just hold on. All right, we went way over there. So what I'm going to do is, yes.
I'm sorry. Mr. Berman speaks as a non-aligned person, so I don't know whether the 8-minute rule has to be shared by me and him, or whether I'm the opposition, then a non-aligned person gets 8 minutes, and then we're open for, so I'm not sure we have gone over, Mr. Chairman.
That was the understanding at the beginning, was DNC gets 8 minutes, I thought.
Very well. So in that case, you have not gone over. All right.
Could I yield the balance of my time to Bonnie Schaefer?
Mr. Chairman, that then amounts to 16 minutes in opposition to this, and I would therefore request an additional 8 minutes in support, because I know some of my colleagues would like to speak as well. And since we're done anyway, we might as well just hang out another 8 minutes. We love each other so much.
hold it. The rules from the beginning, which were agreed upon, was 8, 8, 8. As a matter of fact, they were 3, and we went up to 8. And then I've gone trying to do everything in my power to live within those rules, and in some instances, stretch them a little bit so that people could get their comments in. I think I've been very fair.
You have.
And so, in light of that, what I will do is that since we've already, what I'll do is you have actually 3 minutes, and I will give you an additional 3 minutes, all right? Is that all right?
It's fine.
But I'm just going back to, but we will hear from Ms. Schaefer for just 1 minute. I'm sorry, that's right, they have some extra time. Go ahead. Mic on.
No, that doesn't work either.
No, I just heard you.
I'll take 2, because
There you go.
this is a topic that, 8 minutes isn't enough. 8 days isn't enough. This has been going on for so many years, centuries. As a Jew, as a gay Jew, Zionist, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, as we all know. The only place in the Middle East that I can walk down the street with my wife, hand in hand, and not be afraid. Having said that, that's not about this. This is about the peace between Israel and the Palestinians, the Israelis and the Palestinians. This is something I've said before I would really like to see. My father, may he rest in peace, his birthday was not too long ago. He didn't live to see this, and he wanted to see peace in the Middle East. Everybody wants the same thing. But I think that, and I've said before, I really believe that it should be negotiated between the Israelis and the Palestinians under the guidance of the U.S. And maybe I'm wrong, Ambassador, but I agree with everything you and,
Mr. Berman. Mr. Berman. It's getting late. No, go ahead.
No, yeah, Mr. Berman said. But, and there's a lot more I could say, but I know we're running out of time, so thank you for letting me talk.
I'd like to split the 3 minutes that we have between Dr. West and Bill McKibben, and then take the 3-minute rebuttal for myself. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your exception.
Thank you. I'll try to be very brief. The great Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel used to say, indifference to evil is more evil than even it's evil itself. And it seems to me if we don't have the courage to tell the truth, the condition of truth is to allow suffering to speak. It is an occupation. Occupation is evil. I've said before, if there was a Palestinian occupation of precious Jewish brothers and sisters, would have the same moral outrage if there's an Israeli occupation of Palestinian brothers and sisters. And if it's evil, the question becomes, how do we keep track of the evils on both sides? Hamas commits crimes against precious Jewish brothers and sisters. It's wrong. When the IDF kills innocent people, over 500 babies in 51 days, no matter how many shields they say that Hamas uses, it's wrong from a moral and spiritual point of view. That's what Rabbi Heschel is talking about. All we're trying to say is Democratic Party must tell the truth. We can never fully respect the Palestinians unless we can name what they're up against, the boot on their necks. I come from a people who've been hated. And they said, slavery. No, you got a race problem. It's not a race problem, it's slavery. Oh, no, we got a race problem, it's Jim Crow. No, it's discrimination. It's not discrimination. It's terrorizing black people. When would America tell the truth about the boot on our necks? That's all we're saying. In this particular case, I'd say the same thing about Kashmir vis-a-vis another country, and so forth. Occupation is evil. How do we procure the security of our precious Jewish brothers and sisters, tell the truth about the terror coming at them, but then they occupy a people? We must tell the truth about what that structure is. It's not disputed territories. This is not a diplomatic end name. It's occupied territories. It's been said by every nation with the exception of the Democratic Party, because our presidents have said it. That's all we're calling for. Nothing radical, but the truth. And it seems to me if we can't meet that test, lo and behold, how are we going to deal with this ugly situation with precious folk on both sides without some truth-telling, without the empathy that we're all after? And I'm not denying the fact that you don't have a deep commitment to the aspirations and hopes, but if you can't name it, what's coming after them. I recall marching with the great Edward Said just to get the New York Times to call it an occupation. That was decades ago. They did it.
Mrs. Zogby.
Just very, very quickly, I just want to, I agree with what Cornell just said about truth-telling. And I just think it should be noted, the first thing that Jim said was that Bernie Sanders had been very closely involved in the drafting of this. And, you know, we're in a year of historic firsts and breakthroughs and things which we're celebrating, including Secretary Clinton as perhaps our first woman president. It should be noted that Bernie Sanders is the first non-Christian American ever to win a presidential primary. The first person with been bar mitzvahed ever to rise to anything like that level in our political life. And I think it really is remarkable that it was he who chose to tell the truth here, to stop with the words that we've used in the past to keep from having to confront that truth. And I think, though I know what the outcome of the vote is going to be, I think it's a powerful moment just to acknowledge what he did in this space.
Thank you. Bonnie, number one, and Howard, I want to make it clear that Bernie did craft this, much of this, and that he kept the language in. And I told him, it was going to be hard for me to read the first sentence, because as much as I wanted to accept it, you can go and walk down the street of Tel Aviv holding the hand of your wife. I can't get in the airport without 7 hours of harassment because I'm of Arab descent. I'm not even Palestinian. I'm Lebanese American. And because my father was born in Lebanon, I get stopped at the airport. When I was working with Vice President Gore, I almost missed a dinner that he had invited me to come to with him at the Knesset, because my father was from Lebanon, and for 7 hours I sat in the airport being grilled by people about why I was there and what I was doing and what. The treatment of people of Arab descent, just going there, is discriminatory. The people who live there suffer horrific discrimination. We have to be able to call it what it is. It's an occupation that humiliates people, that breeds contempt, that breeds anger and despair and hopelessness, that leads to violence. All that we've done here is accept the contours of the situation. There's an Israel. We accept it. We support it. We want to do everything for it. But there's a Palestinian people living under occupation, being drowned by settlements, and people in Gaza. We have to be able to talk about Gaza. Understand that there is a dynamic, sort of a dynamic going on in the region where the Israelis have one view, Palestinians have another view. The Israelis feel they may be insecure about Palestinians, but they're very secure about America. Palestinians are not secure vis-a-vis Israel, but they're not secure vis-a-vis America either. We have never, I mean, even as in 1988 when we called for mutual recognition, we could not get that done. We couldn't even get the word Palestinians in the platform. We wanted to just say the words of Camp David, the legitimate rights of Palestinians. The platform said they supported Camp David. We said, okay, just add the legitimate rights of Palestinians. Couldn't do it. The P word couldn't be there. We're asking to move beyond this now. Reality has moved way beyond just recognizing they're there. It's hearing their voices, understanding their pain, saying that our Democratic Party understands that this is a conflict that must be resolved by respecting the rights of both peoples. I thank you.
Time. I want to I want to thank everybody for a very respectful and detailed discussion. But as Ms. Schaefer said, this is something we could argue about for a long, long time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Eight to 5. 8 opposed. Ma'am, please. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the... I can't hear you.
Thank you for the way you've helped us through all of these discussions, those that were difficult, those that were not so difficult. And I've appreciated very much
Thank you.
that and your understanding.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. It has not been easy. But I must say that there are experiences in your life that will go with you until you die. This is what has been one of those experiences all the way from the very beginning, to listening to the witnesses, to sitting around this table, and, you know, I was just saying to myself, I'm so glad I'm a Democrat. I mean, that we can even have these discussions and be concerned about these issues and trying to resolve them. The chair will now entertain a motion to approve the draft platform as considered today with the amendments adopted, and to authorize staff to make corrections which are consistent with our discussions. This document will be recommended for approval to the full platform committee when it meets in Orlando on July 8th and 9th.
So moved.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question before we vote on that?
Of course. Is there a second first? I mean, did somebody move? I heard a second.
So moved. I moved.
You move? Is there a second?
Second.
That is to approve the platform. There's a second?
Keith,
Yeah.
second.
All right,
There's a
now,
second,
Keith.
but- So now that we've kind of gone all the way through the document, I wonder if it makes some sense to sort of reflect on what the preamble says, because we've changed it substantially. I don't think we'll have any big changes to the preamble, but I just sort of wonder, should we examine the preamble in light of the fact that there have been some pretty important changes? Just something to consider. Maybe after going through a unified document, there might be some things that could be emphasized. I just raised this as a point. Maybe we could, I don't know, have some motion to leave that open for at least reconsideration at some point, because we've made some substantial changes. And I also would want to point out that there might be some wordsmithing that might be done, and that if they're non-substantive, I think we should allow the writers to sort of, you know, try to make the document a little more elegant if that's possible to do. And I don't think we should have to make motions and to do that if they're non-substantive and essentially stylistic. So I just wanted to make those 2 points.
Let me let Andy explain exactly what goes on from here, because I think that'll help with what you just said. I mean, he deals with these kind of issues. Go ahead.
We think that the...
Nice and loud, Andy, please, sir.
The motion and the second that allows for it to, as a technical correction, to do that, which we will, as a courtesy, go through with everybody individually in the next couple of weeks. So the technical package allows that.
And at some point, Andy, they will get a copy of the document as, with all the technical corrections and everything. And how soon do we anticipate that being? Hello?
10 days.
10
In
days?
the next couple of days.
All right.
Can I just respond to the first point from Congressman Ellison? So I take that point as myself as a member, and I don't know if there's a process by which parties could kind of agree. I mean, we did actually have a lot of agreements today, ended on a kind of sour note perhaps, but had a lot of agreements throughout the day, and I take the point that the document has changed a lot and in really important directions. So if there's a way, you know, the two side folks from each side can really look at it and maybe send ideas or something, I think that's a very important and constructive point.
Andy?
Absolutely. I'm happy to gather input as we have informally, and we'll be responsive to you in any changes that you're interested in making, and we'll make sure that this is reflective of what did happen today.
Ms. Lee?
Are we finished with that?
No.
No, okay,
No, I'm just trying to get this motion done right now.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a comment towards Congressman Ellison's comment. It's getting late. I completely oppose using language adding Mr. Trump into our document. So I just wanted to place that on the record, that I just find it offensive, and I hope that we can come to a higher ground by creating. We have a strong platform, and I just having the language that he uses throughout our platform, I believe, weakens it. So that's just my comment, and I would just hope that we can really re-examine some of that language and take out some of that language that just really doesn't fit some portions of our document.
I think the aim was to show a contrast with regard to where we are as a party and where Republicans are. But let me be clear, you know, one of the things I say all the time is don't concentrate so much about with regard to who you're against, but concentrate on what you're for.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, I heard about your concerns. I literally went through the document to see what the different places. It's not in but so many places, is it, Andy?
I think last night we took out some. I believe did we. Yeah. Actually, we took out quite a bit last night. So,
okay. Right.
So if there's any other, I know I talked to some other members, and so there was some agreement to yes, we didn't want to reference Mr. Trump as much in our document. So, thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
The motion is to.
Mr.
Yes.
Right.
Was there somebody else?
Back here.
Oh, yes.
I just want to say, I have a difference of opinion on that. I think that it is very important because we are in an election, and who is in the White House and who is in the State House is very important. And I think that it has to be a clear distinction. I think we've spent quite a bit of time wrestling with each other. But there will come a time when we have to step into the ring, and I don't want us to knock each other out before we get to the championship. And so I think we need to remind everybody of who the real enemy is, and it is Donald Trump. And I see the platform as a way to show the difference between, I got to take this back to Ohio, where we're in a dead heat right now with our soon-to-be nominee and Donald Trump. So I need something that I can take back and show some stark differences, not Democrat versus Democrat, but Democrats versus Republicans. So I would hope that we could keep those contrasts in, because I think that's the one thing we all can agree, that we don't need Donald Trump in the White House. I hope that we all can agree to that.
I would, one of the things that Parker says is a number of them have already been taken out. I would hope that we would leave it just like it is, if you don't mind. I mean, please, okay? I'm sorry. You want to move? Yeah, I'm trying to get to this. Yeah, we had a motion on the table that is to recommend this to the full platform committee. Yeah. All those in favor signify by raising your hands. Yeah.
No, and I was trying to explain my.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were trying to explain.
I was just going to say that I was going to abstain. I'm very glad that there's more process here. I'm going to abstain, not out of any disrespect for the process, the committee. This has been a tremendous education, Your leadership has been remarkable. And I think that I'm happy that there's time in Orlando and Philadelphia to continue work on this document. I really want to thank everybody for their, as I say, for the education, which has been astonishing, and reaching back into history to see Robert Moses appear almost as if out of the mists of time to talk to us, and then to have young people talk to us, and it's been wonderful, and this debate has been wonderful. There are important issues on which it remains a document that does not yet meet the challenges of our moment, but I think that perhaps with some of the foundation that we've laid in the course of this debate, there'll be possibility for it to do that. And I just wanted to thank everybody immensely for the education that I've been afforded over the last little while. I've been very out of my element, but I've admired immensely all that people who are in their element have brought to this process. So thank you.
You cannot imagine. Let me say, I got to say this. And I appreciate what you just said. But one of the things that we in Congress, one of the reasons why the American people are so frustrated with us, is we can't come to an agreement on anything. People take positions, and they hold those positions. One of the things that I've tried to do in this setting, and I have bent over backwards, and I usually don't brag about myself, but I really have, to accommodate every single person on this committee. Every single person. And I have listened. I've tried to do everything in my power. And I got to tell you, it does bother me that we've tried to meld all of this. We've heard each other's side. By the way, and I do believe it's been a good faith effort by everybody. And so anyway.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I moved that we adopt this platform. I'm going to say a couple of reasons why. First of all, I am a progressive Democrat, former chair, co-chair of the Progressive Caucus with Congresswoman Lynn Woolsey. I've met a lot of the litmus tests over my lifetime in terms of being a progressive. And I understand the fact that 100% is not what anyone can expect out of any democratic process. But I do believe, and I came in as a member of this drafting committee, hoping that we could come up with a platform that was unified, that was progressive. And I want to thank the Sanders representatives here and Senator Sanders for their tremendous leadership in moving this process along in a way that I think really reflects the aspirations of the American people. And there's some provisions in here that I may or may not agree with, but I think, you know, in the spirit of party unity, which we want, because we must defeat Donald Trump. I mean, that's the bottom line. We've got an election now. And so we've got to have a platform that we can mobilize and engage people around. And I think our young people can be proud of this platform. I think our communities of color, our people of color can be proud of this platform. I think our environmentalists can be proud of this platform. I think our working men and women and labor unions can be proud of this platform. I think our healthcare providers can be proud of it. I mean, I could go on and on and on. Not 100% for everybody, but you know, this is a democratic process. It's a democracy, and we've got to recognize that here. And so there's some issues that I may not agree with that are in here as a progressive, but you know, I think it's about time that we move forward and focus, hopefully, on the elections and what we have to do to get our vote out so that we can win in November. And so, once again, as a person who and I just have to say, Shirley Chisholm had to convince me to join the Democratic Party. She had to convince me to register to vote. Okay, I mean, she had to really make a case for that. And I'm pleased that I did, but you know, I could have been borderline. But I'm glad she convinced me of that, and so I'm very proud of this platform, as a progressive, as an African-American, as a woman, you know, and I just hope that as we move out of here, any issues that remain outstanding that some would like to see us work on, I hope we can work on those as we move to Orlando. But my gosh, I hope we really recognize the wonderful work that has been done here and move forward and embrace this, and let's move on and win this election.
Ms. Browner, did you have something, Ms. Browner? Sure.
Voting to do? Are we voting to adopt it, or are we voting to advance it?
To advance it.
So we are simply sending it to the next step of the
That's
process.
exactly right.
In that case, let me say that I will vote for it to send it forward, and with great pleasure, especially above all because of the passage that Deborah managed to insert earlier today.
Yeah, we are presenting, we are the drafting committee.
Right.
So we will present a draft that we have worked on quite a bit.
Yes.
But go ahead.
Out of respect for the work that's gone in, I mean, we lost some, but we won some. And we made some significant changes even in little language. And we got some great stuff in the platform that's never been there before. I will therefore vote to pass it on in hopes that the conversation continues in Orlando. And I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and all my colleagues. I just want to make a point that I think somebody else has made, but I want to make it again. Just Deborah, Cornell, Keith, and Bill. It's been an extraordinary honor serving with all of you, and I want to thank Senator Sanders for adding a whole lot of spice to this group. Now, that is not to say that it wasn't already as spicy. I was just going to say, I'm just going to say, that is not to say that it was not already a spicy brew. But you gotta admit, we got some stuff going for us over here. Come on. And I thank you all for that.
May I say, Mr. Chairman, very quickly? I've enjoyed being part of this process. We lost some, we won some, we were heard. And I tell you, I'm 52. I was 34 before I respected or trusted any politician at all. But I've come to the conclusion that ultimately every activist and organizer is ultimately trying to change the rules to reflect a more just society. And I think we had a chance to really try to impact it. And so I definitely am gonna vote yes, because I believe that we've made some substantial moves forward. I could go through language from a number of people, but I think that if we're going to try to make this world a better place, that we got to be able to say we're in favor of something. And so I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Booth. Mr. Booth.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for just a minute. I've been privileged to play a role here. I've tried to represent the members of, for 50 million members of American trade unions and be faithful to them, but I'm also here as an individual with a history, and at a time when history can really be made, and that we have the opportunity to put our stamp on the future of our country. I was at the convention in '68. I walked away mad. I didn't help Hewart Humphrey. Richard Nixon was elected. I'm not saying I caused it, but I regret it.
Close phrase.
In 1970, I led a movement in the city of Chicago called Campaign Against Pollution that confronted Commonwealth Edison, which was the electric utility at the company, and forced them to close 2 massive coal-fired generating stations. I have a history as an anti-war leader of the student movement. But what's happened this year, the opportunity for the Democratic Party on this platform to win a tremendous election, that's the precondition for achieving any of these goals. We don't go out there unified and win big. These goals will just stay on paper. We give Keith and Barbara and the chairman and Luis a whole bunch of new colleagues, and the chairman of the party too. some of this can be achieved. And so I want to have been a part of turning history around from the terrible direction it's been going for the last 35 years and putting it on a new course. And that's my hope. So thank you for letting me be part of this, and I do intend to vote yes on the motion.
Ambassador?
I also intend to vote yes, and at the moment, I'm just Wendy. Every single person on this committee is an activist. We all began as activists. We are all still activists. We all have histories. My dad became the first residential realtor to ever advertise open housing and paid with his business for doing that. So that's how my life started as an organizer, and that is my training, Reveille for Radicals and everything else. And that led me to help get the first Democratic woman elected in her own right to the U.S. Senate. That helped me to make Madeleine Albright the first woman Secretary of State. That helped make me the first woman undersecretary, which is absurd. And I hope it will help me make the first woman President of the United States, and I thank you all for your help to do that, and for Senator Sanders' great activism and his great ability to mobilize people for change. And we are all going to now be together to mobilize for that change in 2016. Thank you.
Dr. West.
First, let me say it's been a blessing to spend time with each and every one of you. And I'm talking much more about reveling in your humanity and spirit than the depths of the disagreement that some of us have. That I joined the Sanders campaign not so much to promote a party or a candidate, but just to follow through on my own personal calling of trying to be truthful and committed to justice, not in the spirit of self-righteousness. And it just seems to me that abstention is part of the democratic process. And abstention is in no way a devaluing of the magnificent work that has been done. No way an attempt to demean all of the magnificent conversations we have had. But there's no way for me as a human being, as a teacher and a citizen, that if we can't say a word about TPP, if we can't talk about Medicare for all explicitly, if the greatest prophetic voice dealing with impending ecological catastrophe can hardly win a vote, and if we can't even acknowledge occupation as something that's real in the lives of a slice of humanity, I don't care what color they are, I don't care what culture, whatever, then it just seems to me there's no way in good conscience I can say, take it to the next stage. I wasn't raised like that. That's not my calling. Doesn't mean I'm better than anybody. I'm just being truthful. So I have to abstain. I have to abstain. I have no other moral option. It'd be a violation of my own limited sense of moral integrity and spiritual conscience. And it's not an attempt to downplay anybody else, but that's how I roll. That's who I am. That's how I was raised.
Schaefer.
This is broken. I just want to say it's been an honor and a privilege to serve with all of these amazing people. And I love the fact that we agreed to disagree. I mean, you know, we all have strong opinions. I agree with a lot of you on your opinions. I don't agree with you. I like you, but
I like you too, my sister Bonnie.
like you, Brother West. But I think it's been a great process, and I'm just so proud to be a part of it. And we'll see what happens the next step. I'm not going to abstain. I'm going to vote to go on. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I just want to, in our traditional way, we raise our hands. And when we raise our hands, it means Tigwitsid. Tigwitsid is thank you in our language, in our Lushootseed language. So I just want to thank you from my spirit to yours, 100%, from the staff to to all of the leaders here, thank you for Teague Seed, for your courage, for your words, for your truth. And I know we have much work to do. I'm gonna approve it because it goes on to Florida, and I just found out, I believe I was elected to be on that committee through Washington State. So I will hopefully continue the fight and the message. And I want to thank Senator Bernie Sanders, because I wouldn't be sitting here if he didn't have that belief that a Native American woman could have a strong voice. And he is my hero. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, I found somebody that I truly look up to and I honor. I looked at his platform, and my dad said, that's a guy who represents us too. And so, you know, it's being here, my title at home, because I'm not on council anymore, is mother to 3 beautiful children, to Cedar, Kaya, and my little guy, Witwa. And so I've been a long time away from them, but I just want them to know that their mom is always trying to work hard to make sure that they have a better future. And for us, we look into the 7 generations that our grandkids will have a sustainable, livable earth. And so that's the goal, and I hope that we continue to strengthen the language. We did lose some. I had hoped for stronger health care and more climate justice and other issues, but I will continue to fight alongside my brothers and sisters, all of you, because we did come to some agreements as well. So once again, Teague Seed, thank you for the honor and the privilege to sit in this seat, and hopefully next time you'll have 2 Native Americans, because 1, that's a lot of pressure.
Ms. Tandon.
So I'd like to end this where I started it, and I will just be brief, but to walk through my own experiences, which are, I am a product of the actions of both activists and leaders of the Democratic Party. I grew up on welfare. I've used, when I was a child, we used every program for poor people, low-income housings, vouchers for food stamps, welfare, the whole range of policies that were designed to help provide opportunity to everyone. And in the voices of this process, we have seen both sides of leadership in the country and actual progressive change. Activists who help create the demand for change, and leaders who help change laws to make lives better for people. And I respect everyone here. I've learned a lot from every single person here. And I think, you know, people are so cynical about campaigns and politics. But at the end of the day, this platform is about what will happen to real people. And it will be because of folks who got involved out of a sense of activism, and people who've been working in the party for a really long time to make policy change, and leaders who make those changes. And I see that in the spirit of unity, there has been both elements to this primary process, and hopefully both elements to the change we make, and I hope we make together, to improve the lives of people who need help and are struggling every day. It's not, you know, it's not just an academic exercise. It's going to, things are going to happen one way or the other. So I just want to be grateful to everyone with all the different perspectives and for all that I have learned in this process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to join with the words that were said by folks who spoke before me. It has been an honor to serve on this committee with such distinguished and diverse voices, some of whom I used to watch on TV as they took on the major battles Some I had a chance, Paul, who came to Ohio marching with labor, for labor rights, even when I was at the city council level at Cincinnati City Council. But Mr. Chairman, to have the honor to work with you and under you as our chairman, every day I remember watching you. I called my dad. I said, man, the way he leads, I learned something every day. And I think the way that you led this group of strong-minded people and be able to come together today with a document, I think is superb. And you challenged us to go to a higher ground. I want to thank DNC Chairwoman who gave me a call, and I want to thank Hillary Clinton who appointed me. After she appointed me, I thought back to just being a product of two parents, one mother who came out of the projects of Cincinnati and a father who they went on to become business owners, black-owned businesses, struggled their way through the American dream, raised me in civil rights. I came out of PUSH before the rainbow, and marched with labor because of my grandfather in the Postal Union, and then to now be on the national board of the National Action Network and march with families of mothers whose sons who are no longer with us today because of police brutality, going to funerals, helping pay for funerals, those kind of things. And then I look around here and I thank everybody who came out today. But there are some missing folks. When we look at, we're here in St. Louis, that's 50% African American. And to be on this panel as the president of the Ohio Legislative Black Caucus, I can tell you that the black agenda, African Americans who vote 90% year after year after year, and that's not to put down anyone else, but we've been hearing about every other group, but we really didn't spend a whole lot of time on African Americans who year after year after year, 90%. So we could have had a document of 1,000 pages. But I know that we had to work together because we had limited space. And I think we got some strong language. A lot of things people watching on TV didn't hear because there was, I want to give credit to Warren, I want to give credit to Maya, because they were working behind the scenes and got a lot of things worked out under our chairman and Andrew. They got a lot of strong things in this platform, so we didn't have to come out here and debate everything because we started off with a strong document because of the back and forth that they were doing late nights behind the scenes and on the phones. So I think we have a strong document to pass on. But I don't want us to get so caught up in the document. Philosophy and delivery are two different things. Philosophy is great. We can have all these great words, but if we do not deliver in November, it means nothing. So I don't want us to get so caught up, so many hours, so much time, that we're all on philosophy and we're not doing any work in the field to have delivery. The primaries are over. We had 2 outstanding candidates, but the primaries are over. We're getting ready for our nominee. Paul brought up something very important that my dad always reminded me of. He said, don't go back to 1968. We had so much going on. We're out in the streets. We're doing all of that. And Nixon became president of the United States. We cannot repeat that where Trump comes in and becomes president of the United States, of these United States. Now, we had it easy last time because President Obama, we didn't have to do a lot of work in the black community, because African Americans said, wait a minute, we can go from slavery. For me, that was my political revolution, to go from a time when we came over here as slaves, and now we're going to have the first African American president, and we delivered. That was my political revolution. So we already started the revolution. We're going to keep it going, but we started it already, and we're victorious with the presidency of Barack Obama. Now I want to see it move forward to break that final ceiling for every little girl that's out here watching, every young woman that they said can't do it and can't make it. And we can do that with Hillary Clinton. So I just hope that as we move this forward, we don't forget Ferguson, that's just down the street. We don't forget the African Americans that have not been on the inside, but we got to get them energized. And we don't forget the young people. I think we've got a good document here, Mr. Chairman. And I'm hopeful that we can move this forward, and I look forward to getting back to Ohio to hit the streets, the barbershops, the beauty shops, the churches, so that we can move from philosophy to delivery in November. I think that's what all of us want as Democrats. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. We're going to hear from our chairwoman, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you for really taking this responsibility as seriously as you have. It was a real privilege to be able to appoint all of you, 11 of you on behalf of Senator Sanders and Secretary Clinton, and then the chairman and the 4 of you on my own behalf. And I will tell you, this is the culmination of a week that I have never been more proud to be a Democrat. This was the week that, when I look back on my time in public office years from now, it will be the week that we stood on principle. And it culminated in a document that is an expression of our party's values, and that will draw the most stark contrast that I think we've ever seen between the choices that the American people will have between our party's nominee and the Republican Party's nominee. The process that we've been through and that we will continue to go through has been the most inclusive, transparent, and open process that I think any platform drafting process has occurred in our party. And if you look around this table is representative of not only our party's diversity, but our country's. And what we've been through up to this point is nothing like what the Republicans are doing. So as we move forward, I just encourage you to continue, because now this process will move to a much larger group. And I would encourage that those of you that are going to travel to Orlando, make sure that the folks there participating on the full platform committee, that will be 187 people, quite a bit different than the process that we've been through over the last month, that they know and understand the effort and work that went into producing this document and how cohesive the work you did was. I also want to take a minute to ask you to thank the staff of both the DNCC and the DNC who helped us all the way through this process. Leah Daughtry, Andy Grossman, and our DNC, and Patrice Taylor, the Director of Party Affairs for the DNC, who doubles in both organizations during this time of the year. They do a phenomenal job, and they're the most incredible political professionals that the country's ever seen. So I look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks in my home state. And I look forward to getting a little sleep, because there wasn't a lot of that this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of the motion to present this platform to the full committee, platform committee, in 2 weeks, is it? All in favor signify by raising your hands. All those opposed? All those abstaining? What's my count? What's the count? 13, what is it? I got 13. 1301. Very good. Daughtry, Reverend Daughtry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And again, thank you to the members of the committee. And as the chairwoman has acknowledged our staff, I want to call out in particular, Madam Chair, 2 people whose names we have not called on our staffs, and I want to make sure that we especially thank them. And one is Julie Green in the Secretary's office, who made all of the logistical arrangements.
Is she here? Is she here?
Is Julie here? She's usually someplace we can't find her. She's in the background. And the second person is Quinn Tran. Quinn is our glue. She does everything from the travel to the copying to the comments. At 1 and 2 in the morning, she has done a complete analysis of the document and giving us back comments. She's Wonder Woman, and we don't call her name, but I want her to know we appreciate you. I see you, girl. I see you, and you have done fantastic work.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, oh yeah, yes. And so, a chapter in our lives has come to an end. A new chapter begins as we move on to Orlando. But, I just thank you for allowing, I thank God for allowing our lives to eclipse. And I really have appreciated this entire experience. And I just thank you all for being who you are. And with that, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment. Make sure I got everything. Oh, the folks that we did not thank was the staff here at the Marriott St. Louis Grand Hotel. I want to thank all of you for what you've done. You've been absolutely fabulous. And everybody that came out to watch all of this. May God bless.
Can we give our chairman a round of applause?